down.
But
right?
if I was to draw a tangent, would it go down? Or yeah.
Yeah, or draw anything.
I mean, if
I
I
mean,
was to draw a tangent, would it
what else would
In
you
every
draw?
from the surface? Yeah.
See, I mean, but so the tangent is the only thing that we can start with, and then we're going to measure. Then it has to be down from there. All right.
I'll get on Desmos so I can scream.
It's strange on the it's strange on the real sphere, because on the real sphere, if you go down and you turn around, that things where you started from should to be up.
That would be because that would actually kind of segue into it. You know, I've gone through the whole flat Earth thing for years now. It's kind of I want somebody to take it to the next level, right? I want to see like how much downward curvature of gravity is involved in a hill or a mountain. Like how much is it going down while going up? Somebody get that sheet out for me.
Oh, to measure curvature on the ground, that would be nice. Yeah.
Not like a hill or a mountain. Like how
Yeah.
much? Yeah, the mountain that's rises. How much is it falling at the same time? Is it still 8 inches per mile squared? Or?
No, it doesn't, because you have the sea level and you have mountain in the middle of the continent. That means you don't account for the curvature, because you cannot, because your sea is far away. But do you know how they are saying? Do you know how you measure elevation? 3,959 miles plus elevation. That's how you're measuring elevation.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's only at one specific point. I want to see connect these 2 points. Like one, the top of the mountain, bottom of the mountain. Those are different places, and then let me get that number. It's like we need a globe to get this going.
You can look Holland Mountains.
But it's like I hear you. Like I know that the claim is that like going towards a mountain peak from the base of the mountain, that would be like a rise in elevation. It'll be going up. But if the Earth's a globe, it's also going down. So I'm just curious of how much down is in that up. Might be just a mystery that I'll have to die not knowing the answer to.
It's not a mystery. Bases, it's compared with the sea level. That's all we know, and we call like that. Yeah. In Croatian language, that elevation thing, for example, we are using like you can translate. It's like this. This mountain, it's 200 meters above the sea level. Properly saying like that. Nadmorska visina. That mean elevation, and that mean height above the sea level. That mean non-center of the earth. No measuring this stuff. You cannot do that. Problem is now, because we don't like word level. It's
all right. The Earth. I'm streaming the Earth right now. I know Sasha didn't like this before, but Sasha, do you want to see how locally linear the Earth is?
I know. I watched a lot of things. There is an Australia a plane in the middle. You can see the elevation profile. There is a so big, a desert there or something. It's a plain. It doesn't have any elevation, not even mountain, nothing. Then Hungary, then Poland, then Florida, then Bolivian South. Like I can give you then all seas, all lakes, all oceans. What else is flat? Only mountains and hills are not flat.
I want to prove the local linearity to you, Sasha. Watch my stream. Come on.
Is it Hungary local?
Depends on where you are, what you consider Hungary to be.
But where did you post it? What?
No, I'm streaming right now.
Oh, okay. Come on, Trigger man. Come on.
What? These are lines. You love lines. This is horizontal, right? We need a flat
Uh,
surface for horizontal.
okay, that red thing. Which part of Earth is that red thing?
I don't know, whatever you want it to be. This could be Hungary, I feel like.
No, I want to know which part. Is that
Oh my
is that Holland?
god.
Is that Holland or Hungary?
Yeah,
What's
that's
that?
what we did last time. That's Hungary.
Man,
This is Hungary right here.
come on, man. You have diagrams, man, and you want to play with me video games, some kind of coordinate system, without showing the reality. Are you joking?
This is so lame. I can't even show him
Man, you're playing with the
geometry.
software. You're playing with the computer software. Imagine that you are now in 60s, and then you have that
Yeah,
software.
Sasha,
What
I
you
drew a
do?
circle.
I
I
know,
set
man.
its radius
Again,
to
telling you, you're playing.
6,371.
You're playing in
Created a
computer.
function for a line.
Good. Which part of Earth is that? What are you showing?
This is so
Oh,
lame, Sasha. You're not even
come
trying.
on, man. Man, I can show you now the how
Trying.
the recipe of the bread, and what that will show you. I can show you the measurements, all how bread will be long, what you need to put inside, which ingredients, everything. How long you need to wait, everything, man.
Can you at least try and be like honest and like just let me?
Can you try honest? Can you tell me, does this presentation has anything to do with reality?
All right.
Yeah,
So
what he's trying to show is that if you have a really large sphere, it's almost indistinguishable from a flat plane at
Okay,
that scale.
Matthew, you are professor of the math. I will tell you something like a student. Let's imagine that this sphere, 3,959 miles, it's 900,000 miles radius. Okay, Matthew?
Okay.
That means that it will not be 8 inch per mile square. Okay, it will be, I don't know what, but it will be, you will need it. I don't know how much miles for 8 inch. It will be 8 inch per 100 miles square, for example. But still, that sphere, it's so big that has no flat surface, on that sphere. That's the curved surface. The only point is you need more distance to find out where it's curving. You can
Right.
put it now small.
Bigger spheres seem more flat. That's right.
Yeah. Smaller spheres have smaller drop over distance. Bigger spheres have bigger. They need more distance, and that's it. This sphere needs 8 inch per mile square. The 2 feet, basketball sphere, that sphere does not need 8 inch per mile square. Does ball need? You need to make now calculation. How much needs for, let's say, 10 centimeters on the basketball, and you can make a math of that, and then you will get it. It's the same with this one. And
Sasha, I think you should.
again, she's showing me the graph in the computer. It would be nice if he all. Can you put all these graph now on any surface in any location and in the world?
This is so
And
lame, Sasha. You can't. It doesn't have water and land on it, so that means I can't use it.
okay, is it that a red sphere or circle? Is it that 3,959 miles radius? Is that your sphere? What the same one on the
6,371 kilometers. Yeah.
okay, 6,000. Okay, that means with 1 foot 30 centimeter observer height, you can see 2 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay, with 30 centimeters observer height, we see 18 kilometers.
Uh huh.
Okay, that's all.
Okay.
Yep. You presented that sphere on the diagram. That's okay. You said that it's locally flat. You are correct
It's
somehow
definitely locally flat.
because on 10 miles that's they are saying 66. That means 20 meters. 20 meters on 10 miles is not so big, but it's still some kind of drop. On 20 miles it's bigger. On 255 miles, what is Guinness record of Photoshop of that photo long distance should it should be more like a 1 miles or 2 miles or 3 miles. How much?
Well,
But there is nothing.
You know how your friend Nathan Oakley talks about not being able to get 90-degree angles off of a curved surface?
Do you know that I don't care at this
Hold on,
moment for Nathan Oakley, for Quantum Eraser, for Eric Dubay, for Matt
I'm just trying to
Powerland,
break
for
your cognitive dissonance, dude.
my cognitive dissonance. Okay, what is
Yeah.
my cognitive dissonance? Okay, tell me.
Not being able to look at this and tell me that it's not
Okay,
flat.
can you trigonometry man? Can you tell me one thing? Now we will see who has the cognitive dissonance. Did you ever in your life go to the beach and check
Check
the
for
distance?
what?
Checked it for a drop over distance.
No.
I did.
Okay.
Who has the cognitive dissonance?
You.
Because I checked it and you didn't?
How did you check it?
How? Oh, Brenda, hello. Brenda, I don't want to speak with you. You,
It says
I
I
hello
just
and then
wanted
say
to know how you checked it.
Brenda, if you want to save the world, go on another frequency. I'm 1.100.
We'll just try to keep this 1v1 for right now. Like, I think the two of them are going back and forth.
I don't know if it's a 1v1 necessarily.
Yep. When you will check it?
I don't know.
I will check
maybe
it again. I will check it again in August now.
All right.
Yeah. I will show you in the beginning of September. Come here and I will show you in videos and photos, whatever you want. Even I will do. If I find the solution, I will speak with the captain of the ferry. I need to ask him some questions about distances, because there is captains of ferries. They are how to say navigating with the ferry every day for 20 years. Maybe they know the distance to the island, or maybe not. I'm sure they know, but let's see. The one guy told me one day that it's better to ask some physicist to distance, not the captain of the ferry. That the physicist will give me more better explanation how long distance is to the island than the captain of the ferry. But I will do it again, like for the 5th time now. That's for me, and for you this time. It's called Zara, the city, and around Zara there, like south of Zara, there is like at least 50 islands.
Interesting.
Yep. Very. I would like, if it's not 8 inch per mile squared, I will be then, okay, it is not that. Let's see how big it is. But it is that. I'm sorry. And geometry sometimes hurts, I know. And sometimes people, cognitive dissonance. I cannot say that I see the water on 10 miles because cognitive dissonance killing me. But Sasha has the cognitive dissonance because Sasha is seeing water on 10 miles. But I'm not seeing, I'm seeing phenomena doing something and refracting in the way that it is what it is. That again, it's physical water, but that somehow it's phenomena. And I have cognitive dissonance. Okay.
So when does the circle have to be flat for us to not be able to like navigate on it? Or I mean, it's just weird, right? Why does this work?
I don't know how water is curving, man, for you. If it's curving, then it's curving. I cannot, change your mind. But you can prove for yourself that it's not curving. Go in reality and see for yourself. I'm not here to tell. Yeah, sorry.
I'll say that we could maybe get Brenda in. I think that sounds like a good conclusion between the two of you.
Yeah.
What? I don't have anything to say right now.
Come on, you're up, Brenda. Don't disappoint. Let's go.
Do you have
I haven't had-
phenomena?
yourself.
Do you have phenomena on your feet?
Well, Brenda's original question was, how did you, what did you do, Sasha, at the beach?
I took the plumb that plumb fucking, how you call that, wood for leveling, stuff with the water, plumb shit. And then I go to the Adriatic on the beach, and I put every that half a meter, and I had a boat, and I was it was not waves that day, and I was measuring every half meter to the island. That high, how I did it.
What did you use to measure?
That that wood plump
What?
half meter.
A tree?
Yeah, it was very very straight. I took from the tree, the round.
A
It was very
branch.
straight. Yeah.
You took a branch, removed the leaves, and
correct,
used that, and then use that to test the bottom of the floor, the sandy floor.
Yeah, the material of the wood was the same like Eratosthenes did for the sticks in the desert.
It's not the same test.
It's the same wood, I'm saying.
This is incredible.
Yeah. So what did you find out?
I find out that there is no curvature measurable in reality.
How so?
How so? There is no drop over distance in any location.
But wouldn't there be? I mean, if you start at the beach, the inch is going to be like an inch, and then you go further out, and it's going to be several feet. What are you talking about?
I know, but there is not.
What?
There is no, because if it's some kind of example, I would see, somebody will post it or something. I will see in reality when I check it, but there is no.
If I'm at a beach, right, the waves come up, they're an inch off of the beach, off of the sand, right? If we go further out, the water comes up to your waist.
Yeah.
So how is that a test for if the water is flat?
I don't know. I need to ask everybody who wrote the books about sea level.
I'm honestly trying to figure out. I'm honestly trying to figure out how that would test.
Maybe
I don't know. Maybe you need to go to the beach.
Bedford level thing here.
That would test. That would test for the sandy for the beach.
Maybe Brenda, you need to go to the beach, not to say if I am on the beach. Maybe one day you need to go to the beach, not to tell only if I am on the beach.
Well, what am I going to find?
I don't know. Maybe you can try. At least try. Don't be scared. At least try.
I kind of think most beaches are going to be like every beach I've been on, which is that they're shallow. They're shallow at the start, and they get deeper as you go out.
Yeah,
right?
Sounds like you're
yeah.
getting an invite from Sasha to the beach, and you're going to find a sandy Sasha buried at the shoreline. Might
No,
No,
I don't think
dig him up.
so.
no. You can imagine that you are on the beach. You're closing your eyes and saying, "It must be sphere because I'm on the beach." And Google Earth is spherical, and ISS is showing that it's spherical. I just need to close my eyes, drink my drink, and Earth
Okay,
is
just close
curving.
your eyes, Brenda. That's not
Yeah, but
Sasha kissing you.
Checkmate,
what
fodder.
is this? What does this have to do with the whether the surface of the water is flat? All you do is
I told you, Brenda, there is a radius, there is a drop over distance. If you show me in every location in the world that it's happening, I will tell you, yes, Earth is sphere. Okay?
I still don't understand because the claim isn't that the sea floor is going to be level. The
The
claim
claim
is that
is
the
that Earth
water
is
is level.
curving. The claim is that Earth is curving 8 inch per mile square. That means with the distance more and more and more. I want to see that somebody show that is happening every time in every location, apart
But
when it's weather, of course, it's bad. No, when weather is good, that every time that's happening everywhere.
yeah,
Can you show?
you're talking about how we summer and winter on opposite sides of the planet. You're not allowed to
Somebody,
bring up things that make sense here. Because
when
if
I,
you bring
when,
up something that makes sense, you get muted.
Nobody said that. Right now, they're talking about if Sasha was at the beach with a stick, and he wrote the initials Sasha plus BD and then a heart around it. Then what would Brenda
Okay,
do?
no, that's enough, dude.
Well, now you're bringing
come
up
on.
something that
I,
they
I,
can like actually make not like seem like making sense. Look, I'm talking about the angle of incidence. The way that the earth
Okay, we're gonna
flows
cut this
around the
shit
sun.
about romantic rendezvous. All right.
Oh, all right. Why is it summer? Why is it summer
Ignorant
on
Ellen.
one side of the planet?
Well,
Okay.
that's a new discussion. I was simply trying to get from Sasha how testing for the bottom of the beach shows that the surface of the water is curved because
okay, I
nobody
will tell
thinks that
you.
we can't be on curved land, right? Because that's what a beach is. It comes up from the bottom and comes up to above the surface of the water. That's why it's a beach.
We are speaking about beach now. Is it sand
The whole
white
time.
or yellow?
What does that have to do with it?
It could
I,
be white.
because Brenda, I'm speaking about drop over distance. Now you're speaking about beach.
What are you
You
doing, Brenda?
said
You're all over the map.
you said that you took a stick and you
Come
probed.
on, crit. I cannot crit this
No,
anymore.
I'm trying. I'm trying to keep it going. Okay. So
I was
you're
sarcastic I cannot be more sarcastic than that. Okay.
You said you took a stick
Oh
and put it
Jesus
in the
Christ!
water and measured the depth of the water, and said that that
No.
showed
Okay.
something.
Okay. Let's put like this. I go to the Google Map. I see one town and I see another town. And I see the distance is correct because with my car, I can pass that, two distance. That means, look, the distances are correct on Google Maps. The same thing. I was on the beach, looking the island, and there was there. Okay? And
You
there
can
was
do.
not drop over distance, what should to be on this sphere with 3,959 miles. That's all.
I still there was there. I don't understand. I'm honestly trying to understand what your
Do you know
test
what is
was.
sphere? Do you know what is sphere?
Yes,
What is happening if you are on the sphere with the distance?
things get farther away.
they drop.
No, they don't.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
lift up then.
the simple example it's this: take a basketball, put the finger at the top, and go down, and you will tell me that you are not dropping down.
That's correct. It's at the same distance from the center of the basketball.
Center of the basketball.
It's the same elevation.
Center of the basketball, it's easy to find
Yes.
because you can handle in the hand. Center of the something big like a earth, you cannot find out because you need to go to the center of that earth.
No, you don't have to.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah,
But
you don't
if
have
you
to.
don't have to, you have this radius, then you measure it surface, and surface doesn't curve. That's the problem.
Is the surface of a basketball the same distance from the center everywhere
Yeah,
on the
it is.
basketball?
Yeah, it is.
And that's the same thing for the Earth.
It,
So there's
yeah,
no
because
there's no
it's not.
drop in
It's not.
elevation.
Yeah, because on the basketball you will have that drop over distance. In reality, you
No.
don't have that.
No, there's no change in elevation for a basketball.
You
The
have
whole
drop over
surface,
distance on the basketball.
there's no there's no change in elevation, dude.
There is drop over distance on the basketball. There is drop over distance on any ball. On the ping
No.
pong ball, on the small ball, ping pong ball for tennis,
Yeah, we're
ping pong.
talking
There
about
is a drop over distance.
two different things.
No, we are talking about spheres. They are all the same.
No,
All spheres has drop. No, all sphere has drop over distance. Finished.
yeah,
All of them. Big one.
You're talking about a drop from a horizontal, a tangent line at a particular point on a ping pong ball or a basketball. I'm not talking
On
about
any
that.
ball. Any ball.
Yeah, I'm not
Any
talking
ball.
about that. I'm
Yeah.
not talking
What?
about that.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm
You're
looking for that.
talking. Yeah, you're
I'm
looking
looking
for
for
that.
necessary antecedent for the sphere. Do you have that?
There's no such thing as a necessary antecedent.
It is. It's called curvature. That's necessary
No,
antecedent for no. Yes.
there is no
Can
in
you can
logic.
you have can you have sphere without curvature? Tell me.
No, that's what makes
That
up a
means that
sphere.
it's necessary antecedent.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't mean that.
Can you have the sphere without curvature?
You can have curvature without a sphere.
Can you have the sphere without curvature?
No, but you can.
That
You
means
can't
it's
have.
necessary antecedent.
No, that's not how logic works.
Oh, really? How is logic works?
It
Like a
only
new
works in
normal,
one
new logic.
direction.
Is it
Logic.
is it logic working like a new normal new logic? Is that new logic?
No, this is not new. This is very old logic.
Okay, what is level?
So
What is level? Let's see logic.
level
Yep.
level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
I told you that new normal is coming and new logic.
That's
The
not
level
new. That's
never
not new.
the level never was curved. The level always was flat.
I can show you very old dictionaries which
But
say
if that is
exactly
the
that.
definition, then Sasha did the correct thing with his stick in the water as he went down with the earth, with the sand.
Right. So the way logic works, it goes from antecedent to consequent, not from consequent to antecedent. So you can't say, you can say, if it's a sphere, it'll be curved. But you can't say, I see curvature, therefore it's a sphere.
No, you can have curvature, and it doesn't mean that it should be sphere, man.
That's what I
But
just said.
yeah, brilliant. That means sphere needs curvature.
Sphere needs curvature, but if you have
Yeah,
curvature,
that
it
means that
doesn't.
is it that one important thing, or is it's not so important that thing curvature on the sphere? Is that important thing?
If something is curved, is it necessarily a sphere?
Yeah, is it sphere curved?
No. If you have curvature,
Is
is
it
it
sphere
necessarily
curved?
a sphere?
Is it sphere curved?
No, that's not the question.
I'm asking you this question: is it sphere curved?
Spheres are curved, yes.
Okay, good. Can you show me Earth is curving? Where, how, and
Yes.
you can
I
choose
can,
the
yes.
locations, but
That's
you can choose the location. And every of that location must be the same results.
it's when ships go over the horizon, that's
Okay.
curvature that you're
On what
seeing.
on what distance?
Um, it's going to depend on your height.
Yeah, of course. Can you show
Yeah,
me all that
yeah.
height, distance, and drop over this
Yeah,
those
there's
places?
lots and lots of videos and photographs of
I didn't see
objects.
even I didn't see even one.
Yeah, you have. You've seen them.
No, I didn't see even one.
Yes,
I
you
see
have.
the 1,000 examples of opposite. I didn't see one example of that what you're saying.
There are hundreds and thousands of
Okay,
examples.
give me 5 of that 100, and I will give you 10 of my 1,000. Okay.
Yeah, yours won't be curvature.
Okay.
Yours will be zoom lenses.
My will be present the flat surfaces in reality,
Well,
nothing else. Not
what's the antecedent for disappearing ships with your same logic train, Brenda?
That's not how logic works.
Well, no, well, I asked you for with your same logic
Logic
train
works from
yeah,
antecedent to consequent,
yeah. So we
right?
can't see the bottoms of ships because of
If
curvature, but the
you're right,
curvature is
if I
yeah.
if if I have P, then that implies Q. But
Oh
if I
Jesus!
have Q, that doesn't imply P,
Right. So running out there with the ships disappearing bottom first.
right? If the Earth is flat, there will be no obstruction. There is obstruction, so the Earth can't be flat.
Yeah, that's just. I mean, that's just like a modus tollens
It's
or
a modus tollens. Yes, that's right.
right. But no, I wanted you to infer, right? So like the way you infer,
That is an
well, the way you
inference.
had yeah, that's the inference of that. But I wanted you to, so you said, just because there's curvature does not infer a sphere, right? But a sphere does have parts being a radius and a
Right.
diameter, right?
A tube has curvature, but it's not a sphere.
So can things disappear without curvature?
Um, if I stand in front of you, yeah, the things behind me will disappear.
Right. Is there any possible way to make things in the distance be not be observed observed other than curvature
If
of
something is in the way, yes, if something is in the way,
okay. So then could you run it back with the
like a
boats disappearing?
tree, like a tree or a building could be in the way, then you wouldn't see it.
Right, that would be another scenario. Like what if I just turn the lights off and you don't see something? Right.
But that's not obstruction, though.
Okay, so then it's not just obstruction that would obscure things from your view.
Yeah, I don't see the point that you're
Yeah,
trying
what
to
I'm
make.
asking you, to run back is the fallacy that you're inferring that because you can't see something, curvature must exist, and just be kind of honestly interpreted within the same syllogism as you laid out the last thing to Sasha. But I don't think you're
So
getting
what
the
I said
point.
was, if the Earth is flat, there will be no obstruction,
No, no,
right?
you continue. It's better.
If the Earth is flat, their ships will not disappear over the horizon, but we do see that, so the Earth can't be flat.
Yeah, I was not asking for like a modus tollens syllogism. I was just asking you to
Literally
apply the
what you were
same
asking
logic.
me for.
No, no, I asked you just to apply the same logic, not a
That is
yeah,
logic.
yeah, I understand, right? Yeah, but just the same logic, like the exact same logic, right? With the curvature, right? Just because there's
I
curve does not
I
mean
did.
there's a radius, right? But if you have a radius, then it's a sphere, right? The same thing. I was just asking you to apply the same thing with when you can't see something. You're saying, well, if the Earth is flat and I can't see something, it must
I
be
didn't say
because the
that.
Earth is curved.
I
Well,
didn't say that.
you put it in the syllogism, but
I didn't say that. I said
right.
if the Earth is flat, there will be no obstruction due to curvature, but there is obstruction due to curvature. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat.
Well, you're again inferring that the obstruction that there's obstruction.
Right.
Period.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm. That's the second part of the argument. Yeah.
Yeah, well, most people don't, I guess, submit that there is obstruction. I mean,
Well,
I'm all into
you
the,
can deny. Yes, you can deny, but that doesn't mean it isn't there.
I mean, right. So you're saying it is there. I mean, that's the thing that's on the table, right?
Yeah.
And how
Yeah.
did you remove all other, the question again, it's a pretty old question, but then how did you remove all the variables to observe the actual obstruction? And what would those other variables be? They'd be heat, temperature, inversion, the resolution of all the things. I don't want to run through it all.
Oh, yeah. You minimize those variables, right?
Yeah, right. So again, I just went with your same logic train you were running with Sasha, saying, well,
right?
just because there's curvature doesn't mean that it's a sphere. But if it is a sphere, there'll be curvature, etc.
Right.
Again, you're doing this,
But I didn't say
kind of
that.
similar. No,
I
just that
said
whole
I said if it's
yeah.
flat, I said if it's flat, because this is how science works, it falsifies, right? So if the Earth is flat, we won't observe obstruction due to curvature. But we do observe that, so the Earth can't be flat.
The Earth is measurably not flat, but as far as your boats with
I
the,
agree, the Earth is
yeah,
measurably not flat.
right, yeah. So, but as far as the water goes on the ocean, which is again, I mean, measurably not perfectly flat, but you got waves, you got everything else going on. How did you infer that this must be the case?
Oh, you make a series of observations in which you um, minimize as much as possible any confounding variables.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something to do.
Yeah, yeah, that's what
So,
you would
what
do.
would you? Yeah, but you would apply the same line, like the same line of thinking, then,
So,
right? Just because there's curvature does not mean that what you're on is a sphere, right? When
all
you're on a
right,
hill that
right.
curves, doesn't mean you're on a sphere. And just
That's right.
because something is,
Right.
yeah,
Modus tollens doesn't prove that the Earth is a sphere. It proves that it can't be flat.
yeah. I mean, I don't do the whole Earth thing, right? Like I measure things
Huh? I don't know what that
on the
means.
Earth to not be flat, right? Like that's how we measure things in the vertical change,
Right.
right? But
We measure
but you're,
things to not be flat. Very good. Welcome to the globe.
that doesn't mean globe at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So we observe obstruction due to curvature. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat. And the way we do that is we make a succession of observations. We make predictions based on a theory of what the amount of curvature the Earth has. And when those observations match the predictions, novel, testable predictions, then we can say with a high degree of confidence that the Earth is curved because it conforms to our theories about it.
Yeah, I agree that that's what's often done is when the observation matches, we reaffirm that there's a globe with that, but it very seldom matches.
Um, no, it
If
matches
I
every
if I had
time.
that's silly, right? But if I had like a stick in my hand, right, and I held it above my head, and then I just went a straight line, like a radial straight line down to my feet, at some point that stick will be horizontal, right? So if I just want to snapshot and be like, boom, horizontal, and just cherry pick that, the stick is obviously horizontal.
Yeah, I
Because at
don't
some
see.
point I got that instance where it matched my prediction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see how that relates.
Well, it
What?
relates as in it. We don't see this distance at
No,
the
we do.
constant that you're. I mean, I'm sure you'll see it
Our
at some point, right?
predictions,
Because why wouldn't you?
our
Yeah.
our predictions based on the globe model accurately predict what you would see.
The
And
horizon, yeah, you're talking about.
no, accurately predict what you would see, the kind of obstruction that you would see, objects obstructed in the distance. It accurately predicts it every time. Flat earthers don't even apply the correct formula. They make a mistake.
The 8 inches instead of the 1.2. What's the correct formula for you?
8 inches doesn't give you the observer height, and so it won't allow you to calculate the amount that should be hidden.
Well, I mean, it gives you from the surface, right? So, like, if you're saying, well,
No,
here's the horizon, which is the sagitta, the tangent of the surface, right? That's blocking things in the distance.
no. The 8 inches per mile only gives you the drop from a horizontal line at your feet. It doesn't tell you observer height. It doesn't tell you amount hidden.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just asking if you had an issue with the 1.2 or the 8 inches, right? But you don't like the 8 inches.
It's the wrong formula.
Yeah, so then the 1.2 is the right one. That's same. It comes out the same.
No, it's not the right one.
Oh, that's why.
Nathan Oakley, Nathan
That's my.
Oakley, and Quantum Eraser are lying to you. The
Then back to the original
1.22,
question. What's the right one?
you have to base it on refraction. 1.22 is for the geometric horizon, not for observer height and amount hidden behind the apparent horizon. They know that. They deliberately falsified that to you in order to deceive you.
Yeah, I mean that's the physical thing that is being claimed. That's where it is physically. Like if we're going to chase illusions around all day, so well, where's the where's the illusion? It seems to be like
The
stopping right
prediction,
at right around
right?
eye level, no matter what height you
The
go to. Like where's that
the
illusion?
pre-
You
the
chase it, but
prediction the prediction isn't about the geometric horizon. It's about the apparent horizon and the amount hidden or revealed due to the observer's height and the whatever refraction is going on that day. We can calculate all of those, and our predictions always are extremely accurate.
I mean,
Flat earthers can never predict. They have never shown a single time when our predictions have
what would the
failed.
prediction? How do you think the prediction would go out like on a flat Earth? Like what would be the I don't know the constituent parts?
The prediction would be that you would never have obstruction due to curvature,
Well,
because on a flat
you're
earth,
inferring that it's obstruction, but I have
on a
not seen obstruction.
on a flat earth, there would never be a horizon itself, because
I
a
agree.
horizon, right? Therefore, there would never be obstruction due to the horizon.
Yeah, so
That
like
follows.
on a flat Earth, right? Like even on the ocean, without the waves, like the small undulations in the foreground, kind of blurring these lines together, and without atmosphere, we wouldn't. There would be no there would be no horizon. I agree with you.
Correct.
I agree with you to a point. Yeah,
Correct.
but we have those things in reality. We have an atmosphere, we
Right.
have a light attenuation, and we have the waves on the ground moving around. So we have a horizon. But like
Yes,
you're
but
saying, where would these things?
you would still never see obstruction, and we do see obstruction.
No,
Therefore, it
those would be
can't be
some of
the
the
case.
parts. Those would be some of the reasons
Yeah.
that we couldn't see something. I'm not saying it's obstructed by something that's coming up from the ground, but yeah, I would say that like clouds obstruct, like atmosphere obstructs. If you want, it becomes
Generally,
opaque and thicker over
right.
distance. Yeah,
As a general rule, clouds are not on the ground.
that's funny because I actually asked a couple guys yesterday, and they said that they are.
That would be called fog.
No, no. So like I mean, I can ask you the question, right? Then it's because you can maybe clear it up. I know you taught Nathan Oakley a thing or two. So now when I'm looking out onto, to the horizon, imagine like a pretty decent, the decent clouds. I can't remember what they're called, right? Where that's a unicorn, that's a clown, right? Where those kind of clouds, right? And you can see them in the sky pretty solid, but you got the blue sky in between. Now when I look
The
out onto the
clouds?
horizon, I can't remember I can't remember the name. But the real nice, easy ones, right? So now when I look out to the horizon, right, and those clouds, like the flat earther would say, those clouds appear to like kind of merge to a vanishing point, right? But on the horizon, right? Would you say that the clouds are actually getting lower off in the distance, or are they still up in the air?
Yeah, they're still up in the air, and I'm not talking about perspective. I'm talking about, remember, the syllogism was about obstruction, not perspective.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Me, right? It's not about perspective. I'm asking on the globe, right? So, if I were to draw a tangent from my eyes or my feet to those clouds, would they intersect with that tangent? Are they on the ground?
Um, on a globe Earth, a tangent line from your eye would intersect clouds in the distance, right? And on a flat Earth,
Right.
they would never intersect.
Okay, so then you would say that the clouds are on the ground, contrary to what you said a moment ago.
No, no, I didn't say anything like that at all. I said your
Uh,
your eye would. That's because the atmosphere and the height at which the clouds are typically would curve along with the curvature of the Earth, because
right,
the
right. So
atmosphere.
yeah, right. So now I'll ask you the same question I asked them yesterday. So somewhere between you and the horizon, where the clouds are are touching again, intersecting with that tangent line, is there a hump or a drop somewhere in the center of that straight line
There's
of the
no hump.
clouds?
There's no hump.
So the
There's
clouds are
no hump.
all right. So then the clouds are dropping,
No, they're not dropping.
but if I draw a straight line, it's intersecting with that tangent
Yeah,
line. It's
because
okay.
the Earth and the atmosphere are curving. That's why, for
Right.
example, the sun can illuminate the undersides of clouds, which would also be impossible on a flat Earth.
Right. So then you are confirming that they are at the same straight line distance. They're on that same line with my eyes. They're not just it's not perspective. They're actually there on the ground. If
No,
I
I'm
drew a
not saying
straight
that
line.
at all. I'm saying they're
No.
clouds typically form at a particular height. That's why you see their base is kind of flat-ish, and all of the clouds in a certain time of day are all pretty much at the same height, right? That's because of weather conditions, because that's the height at which the water condenses out of the air and forms the clouds, right? So that elevation, that altitude, right, curves with the curvature of the Earth.
Right, that's right. Yeah, for sure. So now if I drew
Right.
a straight line, like the reason that the boats get obstructed is because of the curvature of the Earth, right? It's right, but something that's further off is lower, right? So there's a
Yeah.
something blocking, physically obstructing it. So then the
Yeah.
clouds,
That would
there
be
should be
the
a
Earth.
hump. Yeah. So
No,
with the
there's no hump.
clouds, there's
There's
no
no
hump
hump.
or drop to the clouds.
No, there's curvature, but there's not a
Right.
hump. A hump implies a change in altitude and elevation above the water.
No,
There's
just from
no
the straight
change.
line. I mean, from the tangent line that I'm drawing from me to the furthest cloud that I can see, right? If I drew the straight line, that would be a chord line intersecting these, gravity held curved
No.
clouds, right?
No, it would not be a chord. It would not go below the surface of the water.
No, no, I'm up in the air. Yeah, no, I'm up.
Okay.
The clouds are in the air.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes, you're right. It would be a chord. You're right. I was wrong. It would be a chord line, a straight line of sight from your eye to distant clouds that are also following the curvature of the Earth. In fact, some of those clouds might have their bottoms of their clouds, of the cloud complex, obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go to the beach. Like Sasha's gonna do his thing at the beach. I'm gonna go to the beach and look for the sagitta of the clouds where it kind of humps up and then drops down. That's what I'm gonna look for.
I don't know what any of those things mean. Humps up. I don't know what that even means.
Well, I mean, from the core line, right? I'm on the top of the globe, right? So that's where I am, right? The clouds are at whatever elevation they are. I draw the core line, right? And so now these clouds should be at a different elevation, at the center of the core line, uh, you know, and then go down from there.
But you would have to look down from your horizontal eye line.
No, that's the tangent. I look up to the clouds.
No, from your no, you don't have to look up to them to see them in the distance.
Yeah, that's where they go down. That's the
They
down.
don't go
That's where
down. They don't change in
uh,
elevation at all.
no, from the tangent line we're making there. So then, all right. So that's your assessment on that. So then, I might follow it up with another question. If I don't know if we concluded drop or hump with the clouds,
Well,
but
well, flat earthers
these
say hump. Flat earthers say hump because they think that gravity is a universal down and that gravity is always parallel. It's not parallel. It's radial.
yeah. So now that's the one part of it. Now, this is I guess the third part question I asked him yesterday. So, 6 foot observer at the edge of calm waters to see the geometric Earth curve horizon about 3 miles away. So when I see those clouds that go up and then down to follow the circle of the spherical Earth, right? Are they also 3 miles away? Those clouds that I'm seeing on the horizon, they're also 3 miles away.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They
Wouldn't
could
it have
be
to
they
be?
could
Or
be further. They could be further away, right?
I don't
Because
think
the
so.
horizon. Why not?
Well, because then they would be obstructed, right?
Why would they be obstructed? They're above the water.
But yeah, well, I mean, it could be a couple maybe, but I think at some point, right, it's going to be this.
They would only be
Uh,
obstructed if they were further away and on the water. If
Mhm.
right?
well, at some point, yeah. I mean, I would be seeing the ones that you're describing that could be further. They would be completely vertical. Like I would see them in the vertical position, right? Because
I
they would
don't
be
know what
like
that means.
sideways. Well, I mean, I'm
Right?
imagining the sphere, right? And
All
then
right,
the ones that I can see beyond the curve of the Earth, they would be pretty much going straight up and down.
I don't know. I don't understand that at all. Right?
I could
So
draw it on a paper.
clouds are typically like what? 1,000, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet,
Mhm.
right? So
Like
they can be a lot
five
further.
thousand.
They can be a lot further away from you, right, than the surface of the water can be, right?
They are, yeah, they are.
Yeah. Because they're not on the water, they would not be obstructed by the
But
water.
that's where but that's where we're seeing them, not due to perspective, but due
What
to
do you mean?
curvature of the Earth, right?
We're not seeing them on the water. What are you talking about?
We're not. We'd have. What
No.
do you mean? Why not?
When you look, what are you talking about?
We're seeing the clouds, right, meet the water. If
No,
the Earth's
no, you're
floating,
not. That's not what they're
no, you're
doing.
not. Oh.
No, if you go there to where the cloud is, it's still going to be whatever the cloud ceiling is, like 1,000 feet. It's going to be above your
But no,
head.
you were better with the five. I think it's like there's some. I can't remember the names. Some from 5 to 10,000 feet, and then it's different ranges. I mean, you could look it up, but but yeah, I just wanted to see what you thought. So you don't think that the clouds are then three miles away, or like a sunset? Like you don't think
They
the
could
sun is
be,
setting 3 miles
they
away?
could be, yeah, the sun is 93 million miles away and it's
No, no,
still
setting.
stays
You
up.
don't setting. I mean, like when the sun sets, the claim is it goes behind the geometric, or curve
Yeah,
of the Earth,
yeah.
right? So where the place where it sets is 3 miles away. Then
No, that's not.
no,
What do you mean?
the distance
The
that the sun
place where it
sets.
sets, the sun,
Mhm.
that
Why would
doesn't
it then
mean
be? Why would it be touching the water then?
it's not touching the water. It's 93
Why would
million
it
miles
appear?
away
Yeah, why would it appear to touch the water?
because the water is in the way. It comes between
Right,
us and the distant object.
right. So then, on the globe Earth, the place where the sun appears to set would be 3 miles away.
They just look like they're touching. They aren't actually touching.
Yeah, where where it appears.
If I put my thumb in front of a car that's a mile away, my thumb isn't as big as the car and it isn't touching the car.
Right, I agree. Where it appears to touch, right? Where this thing that we're calling obstruction,
Right.
right? Physical obstruction, that place would be 3 miles away for a 6 foot
Yeah,
tall
sure.
turbo.
Yeah, sure. And you
Yeah,
can
right.
change that. You could see the sun set a second time by gaining altitude, like saying taking an elevator to the top of a skyscraper, you could see the sun set a second time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, you've heard the
That-
argument for that, right?
yeah,
So
that's a
then we would.
prediction of the globe. That's not a prediction of the flat Earth. That falsifies the flat Earth.
Right. So then we got the sun should always appear to set 3 miles away, and then you said that that does not apply to the
No,
clouds. Why?
the sun should set 3 miles away
From a six foot
if you're
observer.
6 foot tall and you're
Right.
standing and you have a clear view of the horizon, right? The fact that you can see the mountains that are lit by the sun while the foothills of the mountain are at in shadow is a prediction of the globe Earth. It's false. It falsifies the flat Earth. Just about
Oh,
everything falsifies flat Earth.
yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm just trying to find out if you are concluding in this mindset that the sun and the clouds are intersecting with the Earth at 3 miles away, and that's why we. So all we'd have to
Right.
do is get a cloud, right? Like so somebody could say, "Listen, I'm 3 miles away, and I got a helicopter, and here it is, right at this cloud," and that would prove it, right? Or do the same thing with the sun or something like that.
What?
That would do it for you. Like some
Did
kind
you
of
not?
something to demarcate 3 miles and say, "Hey, listen, can you see my boat and the sun and the horizon all intersecting?" Same thing with the cloud.
They they don't intersect. They just get in the
Uh,
way.
actually, so the sun's actually now on 3 miles away, or just appears to intersect.
I literally just said the opposite
Right. Well, then you said the opposite again. So it just appears to intersect right there.
because something is in the way. They aren't
Yeah.
touching, right?
Something's in the way exactly 3 miles. I mean, you did start it off by saying that every single time the globe predicts every single time. So we should just be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to do this 3 mile away observation and confirm that that's where
What's
the
3 mile
intersection is.
away What's the 3 mile away observation that you're talking about?
Just again, like you get a helicopter right in the cloud, and you say, "Listen, your helicopter is 3 miles away, intersecting with the Earth exactly as predicted, as is the sun." Right? Something to demarcate this distance.
I mean like a boat.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put a boat on the water, right?
Well,
And
I
we
mean, a
could
boat. I
see
mean, boat's one thing, right? But then you got more
uh,
stuff you could use to confirm this. Like you got the sun, you got a helicopter,
well,
and a boat.
A
You're
helicopter
hooked
wouldn't
up.
work because a helicopter is above the water.
No, but again, remember you said that when the clouds, right, appear to meet the ground, and that's because they're arched, they curve, and the max we can see is the 3 miles, right, and they intersect right there.
No, they're not three. They're not 3 miles away. They can be further away because the clouds are higher.
Yeah,
How
so
is
we
that
can do the
hard?
math and make that prediction. Yeah, but you would say on that tangent, that's a 3 mile linear distance on that tangent. Yeah, on the arc distance of the
The Earth's atmosphere has a thickness, right? And so your eye line can skim the top of the water and see things that are further away because the Earth, because they are higher and the atmosphere has thickness,
So the atmosphere's thickness, and we can see how. What was it that you're laying out there?
right? That your eye line could skim right the top of the water and see things that are behind that point because they are both higher, they're at an altitude, and the Earth's atmosphere, it has a thickness to it, right? So you can see distant things that are, say, at 1,000 feet further away than 3 miles when you're 6 foot
Yeah,
because of that.
yeah. I could. I mean, listen, you couldn't see like on if you had a horizontal plane, right, of sight, and you were completely horizontal, you couldn't see anything unless it was taller. You would. Well, I mean, you would just be seeing. You'd have to like that experiment that you did where you said you can see the sunset again, because if it was just you're looking straight, right, you got everything that's on that, in that straight line all blocking each other. So it'd have to eventually be something that's taller or higher, like the sun or a building, because you can't see beyond, you know, you have to get a better angle to it, like you said, to get above it.
I feel
I'm
like
not
I've
disagreeing. I
explained
don't
as
know.
best.
Yeah, I'm not
I
disagreeing,
feel
but
like
I don't
I've
know what the.
explained as best as I can.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So what do you think? You think if we test that, we'll find that the sun, we got some kind of demarcation of the sun, 3 miles, the clouds, tangent 3 miles. It all works out
You
every
have to,
single time.
you have to explain where the bottom half of the sun goes when it's setting.
The bottom half of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all just kind of converges in distance. Can't make it all out.
What does that mean? I
I think it
don't
all just gets
understand.
to a point where you can't make out the brightness gets absorbed by the atmosphere. I also seen these like phantom morganas, right, where it looks like it's really just a reflection of the sun on the water that we're viewing at that point.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when the sun is halfway setting, the bottom half is obstructed by the earth and the top half is not. That can't happen on a flat earth.
Yeah, I mean, my like explanation for it, I can't always demonstrate. You can demonstrate it with different, like you've seen the GI Joes and all these other things go on, but I think it's like a combination of different factors, in my opinion. Um, you can't, you got all these reflective surfaces, the water and clouds, etc.
Yeah.
That
But it's obstructed, it's not
yeah.
reflected.
Well, I mean, again, I saw the Phantom Morgana. It looks like
Yeah, not
water's,
talking about
the
that.
sun's
Not talk
reflected on the water.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you can see the sun clearly setting, it's halfway below the horizon. Where's the other half on a flat earth? Because on a flat earth, you should be able to see the whole sun all the time.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, no, that's logically necessary.
No, I don't think that's logically
Yeah,
necessary. I
it
don't
is.
understand why you
It
say
is
that.
because in your model, the sun is always above the surface of the earth. So you can't
It
explain.
just seems like it just seems like that in like these pilots, they go up in airplanes, like, no, people go up in the sky, no matter where they go, it's, except for when you go sometimes to reflective surfaces again, right, but like no matter how high we go up, it seems the sun is always shining down. It seems to be the case every single time.
No.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's there's video of the sun appearing to be lower than eye level from a plane.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. And I mean, that's with a HUD,
Yeah,
right? Like a electronic
right. That's
computer.
a
So
prediction of the
yeah.
globe. That's
Well, listen,
not a
yeah.
That's not a prediction of flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, you would not see that.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know why not. Like, so what like with the whole perspective thing, you didn't want to get into, but like the whole perspective things, we see things that are
Yeah,
below eye level seem to rise towards it. Things
yeah,
above it seem to rise, go down towards the center, eye level. So, and what we use is we use these things, we use these things, our eyes, our brain, or whatever, uses these reference points, on the ground, and you have a lot of material on the ground, like things that absorb light, reflect light, etc. In the sky, we
yeah,
don't have these reference points, so it would just
yeah.
kind of yeah.
I'm not talking about perspective is a different phenomenon than obstruction.
Mhm.
I'm talking about obstruction, and I want to choose my observations such that um, either refraction or any perspective illusions are minimized. I
Yeah,
guess I
I
can't.
don't know if that's possible. Yeah, what I'm saying is we have things
Yeah, it
like
is.
what
It
I
is
would
for it
say.
is for refraction. It is for refraction.
Well, that's not what I'm not saying. So what I'm that's not what I'm saying at this moment. What I'm saying at this moment is, I was, when you get to a certain, height or elevation, right? Things that, the whatever's in the distance, right? It could be more Earth, it could be outer space, right? We just can't see through the air to find out, right? But um, that
Well,
that
that's
is smaller than the big sky, but it also has things to reference, right? So as our field of view increases, right, the same thing would apply where things below and above move towards eye level, and
yeah.
could give you this
I'm
this
not
effect.
talking about perspective. I'm ignoring perspective.
Well, then
I'm
maybe that's
focusing
part of it.
only I'm focusing only on obstruction. And flat Earth can't explain why the sun sets. If the sun is always above the Earth, you can't explain why the sun goes below the Earth,
I mean,
right? Why does the sun go below the Earth?
yeah, that would be like a thing that's not said, right? Like, yeah.
But that's your model. Your model is that it's 30,000 feet above the Earth and circles around the equator, right? But we see the sun going below the Earth, right? That's a direct contradiction
Here's
of
something you can
your
do,
model.
Brenda. Next time you're at the beach making these observations yourself, because I'm sure that's what you're doing. But sometimes you can see the sun set, and then after the sun has set, well after 5, 10, 15 minutes, you can zoom in on the horizon and still see the reflection of the sun on the top of the water. So riddle me that. You speak with such confidence, but I don't think you actually go out and observe these sunsets as much as you say so.
He didn't want to
So
talk about
yeah,
the
go to the
Fata
beach.
Morgana. He said he didn't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of things.
Right. So I don't see how, and I have never
Yeah,
witnessed.
obviously not. So get out and
Yeah.
make some more observations. Enjoy the beach. It's a lovely
Yeah.
place.
Yeah. We don't have oceans in Minnesota.
Do you have a mouse in your pocket? Who's we?
Oh, he's just a good little
Minnesotans
mouse.
We don't have what? Oceans where?
in Minnesota. We
Okay. Well, you have
Minnesotans.
lakes.
Uh-huh.
Thousands of those, right?
Uh-huh.
That's why they call the Los Angeles Lakers the Lakers. They're from Minnesota. We get it. Lots of
Yeah.
bodies of water up there.
I have never
Find a
seen
big one, or
I
or
have
wait
never
until your beach vacation.
We have
I
Kyrie
have
Irving in Dallas.
Yeah, they're
I
actually
have never
beating the
seen
Timberwolves right now.
People
I'm rooting
do.
for Kyrie. Yeah.
I have never seen the
Obviously
a
not.
reflection
You've
of
not seen what I've described because you don't have oceans in Minnesota.
well, we have large bodies, but
Oh,
they're
okay, okay.
most of the lakes are
So
pretty
maybe
small.
try to find a lake, one of the thousands of lakes you have in Minnesota, where you have one of the big ones, where you have a sunset that you can see clearly, and then try that out. See what you can see,
So so
and
what
and,
exactly
and don't say, "Well, that's not what we see here." Well, you haven't even looked.
what am I looking for? So you're saying
Well, what I'm telling you is I've watched the sun set and then seen the reflection of the sun in that local spot on the surface of the water when zoomed in on the horizon well after the sunset. So that would suggest that the sun hasn't gone underneath this geometric edge bye-bye nighttime. A lot of you people have not really watched sunsets because if you watch a sunset, you can see certain times of the year you can see light in the sky in a local area where the sun would be if it were just traveling away from you over the plane. Yeah, and this act you were doing with the clouds didn't really work either, Brenda.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking
Get out
for.
more, and stop trying to confirm your suspicions and just observe reality for what it is and see what you find. It's always an option.
Yeah. So I would need to know for one that the sun has indeed set, right?
Okay.
Right. And then I
Yeah.
would look to see what I would see light sparkling
See what
off
you
the
see.
wave.
Make some observations and try and stop confirming all your suspicions and hopes and wishful thinking. Just go out and observe reality for what it is. See what you find.
Yeah. So I would
That's all.
wait for the sun to fully set, and then I would wait, 5 minutes after sunset?
Yeah, do it 5, 10, 15. You'll
15
see. What do
minutes?
you think? Do you think it just becomes completely dark after the sun sets?
No, I don't think that. And so
Okay.
then
Then
what is
just
it
see
that
what you see. Do I have to repeat it a third time? What my anecdotal and dig it up out of my pictures, and then you won't believe it anyway. So go make your own observations.
I
You
wanna
make
know.
these grand pontifications on all these things that you claim to only can occur over a globe Earth, but I think you're just going with it secondhand.
So I
So
wanna
get
know
out
what
there
it
and
is.
enjoy nature, Brenda.
So I wanna know what it is I'm looking for. So 15 minutes after sunset,
Yeah,
I'm
just
going
see what
to
happens. Yeah, continue filming the horizon after the sun sets and see what you see.
what am I going to see?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, what's your
I've
prediction?
told you 4 times what I saw. You seem in disbelief of it. So
Well,
just all I'm saying. Oh,
not
listen, I'm not trying to butt heads with you, but just get out more and observe the
you're
surroundings a little more, Brenda.
yeah,
It sounds like we haven't really made any steps, Brenda, since like the ancient Greeks would just say, without not giving a size and a distance. They're just saying this will occur if the Earth's a globe, but not at any specific distance, like the sunset, right? And then and the
because it's not
helicopters,
gonna
the clouds,
matter.
all these things.
Uh, I
It doesn't matter. Huh.
I'm making a logical argument, not an evidentiary one. So, and he's asking for an
You're giving too much
evidence.
credence to the word sunset.
Sunset, 15
Also make a
minutes
false
later.
distinction between a logical argument and an evidentiary argument. If you're making an argument, it's involving logic.
So if 15 minutes after the sun sets, what is it that exactly that I'm
Yeah,
going
just
to
you
see?
report back to us what you see on the horizon after the sun has set. You're the one who thinks it's gone bye-bye underneath the earth.
Yeah, I don't think that. I
So
know
just
that.
okay, we'll go out and see what you see.
Yeah.
I mean,
See if what you know is what it is.
Yeah. So I simply
So now
don't
you've kind of
think.
admitted you've made all these grand pontifications from a landlocked place that you weren't so sure that there were even lakes there.
No, I know that there are lakes here.
Okay.
I also know that the lakes that are close by to me are all relatively small, and I can see
Okay,
I
so
can
no
see.
need to pontificate on what people should see over the ocean if you've not been there recently making these observations.
Could you let me finish my sentences, please? I know that we have smallish lakes here. All the lakes that are close by to me are small ones that I can see the other shore with.
Yeah, and you can probably skate on them in the winter. And what is
Well, not really, because we don't really get much of winter anymore. But We don't.
Dude, I've known someone from Minnesota who has had an ice golf tournament on a lake where they drill holes and play golf with tennis balls for the last 25, 30 years every year.
Not so much anymore.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to Sasha's question earlier, how do you feel about the Minnesota Timberwolves getting whooped by a flat earther, Kyrie Irving, right now in the playoffs?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't
Getting
watch basketball.
embarrassed by a flat earther. I think it's like 3-0 in the series. It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't
Flat
know.
earthers win everything. It's annoying.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me.
They got knocked all the way back to LA. Well, that's a stretch. Now I'm connecting the Minnesota Lakers to the Los Angeles Lakers to the T-Wolves. But yeah, their season's bye-bye. Their season's bye-bye more than the sun is after a sunset.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about basketball.
I know. But anyways, next time you get out to the beach, all these pontifications you're making, maybe you can see if what you're pontificating about actually is.
Uh-huh.
It's not a big ask, Brenda. I mean, the Globe has these predictions. Like that's
It
what
actually is for me.
yeah.
It is for me because I don't really have access to a large body of water.
So all these things you're telling us are just what? Hearsay, secondhand, what you think, what you were told?
No, they're facts based in scientific
Okay,
observation.
okay.
Yeah.
This would be.
Yeah,
Go on. I just wanted to lay out, like, what it sounds like we're basically, at again is well, boats seem to disappear for what's the reason that we can't make out the bottom of the boat? Who knows, right? But at us, right?
No, we
seem to
do
disappear.
know.
Well,
We do
whatever, right?
know.
We can
And they
argue about that.
don't seem to disappear. They're actually physically obstructed.
Right. So that's like the two claims, right? Like what, right? So, but then we don't have a specific distance, right? So that doesn't really confirm anything,
Well, we
right?
do have
As
a
far as
distance. What are you talking about?
the obstruction distance that's claimed to
We
happen due to
know what
curvature.
that is. We know what that is.
Right, sure. Right. That's what I'm saying. So we
Yeah.
know what that is, and then we should capture that every single time. Same thing should be
Right.
happening with the sun. I don't see why that would be like, well, that should also be
It's not a problem.
predicted.
It's not a problem.
So it should be 3 miles for 6-foot observer every time.
Yeah. When we actually test our model against the flat Earth, we win every single time. The flat
Yeah,
Earth
so the
has
sun.
never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
Flat Earth.
sunset should be at 3 miles every single time. Like nothing.
What are you,
Shouldn't
French?
depend on
Oui.
BV. Shouldn't matter what time of the year.
The flat
Shouldn't
Earth.
matter
The flat
anything
Earth
else.
cannot predict sunsets.
Well, I mean,
Right?
sunset. Oh, that's what I'm asking. Does the globe predict them? That's what I'm asking you.
What do you
right
mean
now.
they can't predict sunsets? One's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about, right? So what time in the
To the
morning?
bank.
What time in the morning tomorrow will the sun rise based on your model?
I mean, I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you. On your model, does the curvature of the Earth changing the sunsets every day of the year? What's going on there?
No. The geometric horizon never changes.
Okay. So then, the time wouldn't change because then you're going to say, well, the sun is a different distance or in its elliptical orbit, but at least it should be at a specific elevation, right? Predicted on the globe where the sun sets.
What?
Yeah, the elevation,
What?
right? Curvature of the
What
Earth blocking
elevation?
things.
Elevation
That's
of
what I'm
what?
asking you. What's the prediction that the
Of
globe
what?
gets right? If the Earth, right, is a globe, it should be blocking these things in the distance, right? So it should be blocking that at a specific place. That place is called like the Sagitta, right? And
No.
that's where this. Oh, okay, no, that's what I'm asking you.
No, that's not what a Sagitta is.
Okay, so then it
Doesn't
would
have
be what?
anything to do. Sagittas don't have anything to do with sunrise and sunset. What are they?
Okay, so Earth
What?
curve has nothing to do with sunsets.
I didn't say that. I said Sagittas have nothing to do with
What do you
sunrise
want
and
to? What do
sunset.
you want to call it? The tangent,
Call what?
the Earth curve that gets in the way.
The-
What do you call it?
Yeah, that's the horizon.
Okay, so the Earth curve that gets in the way is at a predictable distance,
Yes.
measured by an angle to that.
Measured by the observer height, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying, right, the claim is that the globe Earth has a very specific prediction of where boats or other
Yeah.
physical or other objects should be obstructed. Right. So
Well,
does
that's
it
going to
have that?
depend. That's
Does
going
it,
to depend on refraction. But in cases where there is very little refraction, right, then it's going to be closer to that of the geometric horizon.
So that would apply to the sun, right? Because it's not the sun setting
No,
in your paradigm that is
no,
causing
it
the
does
sun to
not
set. It's
apply
the
to this.
Earth curve, right, intersecting with where the position of the sun is.
Well, there are refraction effects that take place there, but the sun is not on the water. It's not
Mm.
on the
Not
earth.
yeah,
It's not on the earth.
neither is the top story of the building that you're saying is intersecting with the Earth curve. That's also not on the water.
Yes, but the building is, and it's at a
Well,
specific height above the
The building is on the
ground.
water, Brenda.
The building is on the
that's,
ground.
there we go. Yeah, so the building is not on the water, neither is the sun, but there is a prediction made by an intersecting point. You're saying that the globe is unable to make this prediction with the sun.
No, I never said that.
Okay, so then it should set at 3 miles.
So then stop talking about predictions as being a criterion of verification then. You're being hypocritical.
No, that's not. I'm not being hypocritical, right? Prediction is the essence of science. You make
And
novel
so your
test.
predictions cannot be had on your globe. Therefore, your globe is not valid.
No, the predictions are all right every time. You don't have any predictions.
Yeah. Justify it. Carry your burden.
Yeah, you have no predictions.
Justify it.
Go ahead and make your prediction.
Justify it.
I did.
You didn't.
I
You didn't say
did.
a single argument about your so-called predictions on your globe. Justify it.
The Earth curve calculators accurately predict, given observer height and the height of the distant object, the distance to the object, and atmospheric refraction, it will accurately predict how much of that object you can see.
Demonstration, particular instance.
Flat earthers have never been able to do that.
Demonstration, particular instance.
No, you do it.
No, you do it.
Yeah.
It's your position. Carry your burden.
No, I
Demonstration,
don't have.
particular instance.
No, I don't have to.
Yeah, so just being arbitrary, dodging her burden, dodging his burden.
Not dodging at all. We have calculators that can easily calculate.
Demonstration, particular instance. Go ahead.
No, I don't have to.
Just dodge the burden again.
No, I'm not.
Contradicting yourself again.
No, making unreasonable demands, and constantly shifting the goalposts.
To demonstrate a
Brenda.
particular instance of your supposed Earth curve calculator making accurate predictions on your globe model.
Is a feature of pseudoscience, which is what flat Earth is, pseudoscience.
Demonstration of a particular instance of your Earth globe, of your Earth globe calculator is an instance of pseudoscience.
Again,
it's pseudoscience to verify your empirical knowledge claims. So it's pseudoscience to verify your empirical knowledge claims, and it's pseudoscience to refuse to verify your empirical knowledge claims. So you can't know any knowledge.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say that.
That's the pattern of your. That's the pattern of your argumentation. That's the pattern of your argumentation. You're just contradicting yourself left and right.
No.
So let's get back to the point.
What's
Give
the
empirical demonstration of a particular instance of your Earth globe calculator making successful predictions about where the sunset will happen.
Right. I don't have to.
Just dodging his burden again.
No, I'm not.
Arbitrary.
I don't have to.
We have to demonstrate our position, but he doesn't.
I don't have to.
For some reason, we have to carry the burden of demonstrating our position, but he doesn't.
Yes, you do.
Utter hypocrisy.
Yes, no, yes, you do, because.
So can we be done with this ridiculous thing now? Just refusing to actually get to the heart of the matter to demonstrate that his position is empirically verified. Oh, the Earth curve calculator. Oh, yeah? Demonstrate a particular instance where it actually is doing what you say it does.
No, I don't have to accede to your made-up arbitrary demands.
made up
not how it
arbitrary
works.
demands. As you
Yes.
demand that we do a prediction to verify
Yes.
our geodesy,
Yes.
and you supposedly did a prediction where you supposedly verified your geodesy, but have no particular instance where you've actually done this.
Yes,
Gregor,
you
Gregor,
are the ones challenging the current paradigm. You have to prove the current paradigm false.
I just suggested you go to the beach,
I'm
Brenda.
sorry, pardon me for interjecting. The burden of proof goes to the positive claim, not the false claim or negative claim. That means the globe model is the positive claim because that is the mainstream right now, right? If you will. And you have the burden of proof because we are not saying we are combating the globe model. We're not saying here's the solution to why it's not a globe. We're just combating the globe model. Okay?
So we've
Your burden is to
adequate.
prove that the globe model is true. And if your calculations don't work in reality, your calculations don't mean jack shit. Pardon for my French. That won't happen again.
Our
Well,
calculation
Mer, do you mean to say that we have the same base axioms of both of these?
is
Amen.
so science is based in axioms, right? So we have made accurate, testable predictions that pan out every single time. If you're challenging that, then you bear the burden to demonstrate.
Says you without
they're
any
false.
demonstration that you have. So,
Yeah.
demonstration, please.
Thousands upon thousands of times.
Of
Get
what?
more assertions. Demonstrate it.
No, I don't have to.
See?
Okay, so can I give him an example of how his model isn't accurate and doesn't predict everything correctly?
Go for it. So we're talking about predictions of the amount hidden by curvature of the Earth, right?
Oh, you're just talking about one type of predicting, or not just like in general what the globe model predicts, supposedly. Not right now, it's just about curvature, or
Yeah, specifically about sunsets. Supposedly, the globe Earth calculator is successfully predicting where sunset will happen. So, this
No, I
person
never
refuses
said
to give
that.
demonstrations, so they don't actually know that the Earth curve calculator is actually sufficient to make successful predictions about where the sunsets will happen. So, this person is refusing to carry their burden.
okay.
No.
Thank you for speeding me up on everything. Now, I'll just let you guys finish, and then when we get to other points, because
Go ahead with your example. Go ahead.
well, I didn't fully understand that it was just talking about
Yeah,
that specific thing. I was going to give a different
Fine.
example of something completely else, but yeah.
Fine. What is your fine? What is your other example? I don't care.
Seleninian eclipses.
Yeah, those are predicted by the globe model.
Mm,
Says
really,
this person for no good reason.
really.
Do you know why, Mer?
Do you know what a Seleninian eclipse is?
I know what a Selenalian eclipse
Can you
is.
explain to me what it is?
It's when you see the sun and the moon at the same time, right? During a lunar eclipse.
Above what? Above what do you see? So yes, you see them at the same time.
You see
Above.
them above the horizon, yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, since when do we have another invisible Earth that is producing that shadow to happen? Even.
No, it is the Earth's shadow. It is the shadow of the Earth that you're standing on when you see it. Yes.
Oh, and how does the eclipse happen? Can you tell me that?
It's eclipses happen when
No,
the
no.
lunar.
The Selenian eclipse. What actually occurs during that eclipse besides seeing both luminaries in the heavens above?
The
What
Earth.
else happens?
Yeah, I was going to explain that. You didn't have to interrupt. So a lunar eclipse is when the Earth comes between the sun and the moon in such a way that it casts a shadow on the moon. Right?
And how does it cast a shadow? Does it go from sideways, upwards to down, downwards to up, zigzag? How does the shadow go across the moon?
I don't know what you mean. The Earth
How is
casts a
the
shadow.
shadow cast upon the moon, bro? I'm not asking you a question about quantum physics. When the shadow doesn't just magically appear on the moon, right? It has to actually, it goes from being just a small bit, then to a crescent, then a half circle. Well, what's the pathing of that shadow that is encompassing the moon?
I don't know. You tell me. I have an idea. But I might not be the correct one. So you tell me. I think that the reason that it happens is because the
Again,
Earth gets in the way, right?
did, you're pulling my leg right now.
Well, that's
Are
what a
you being
shadow
serious?
is, right?
That's
Because
not what I didn't ask you how it happens. I asked you how does the path of the shadow on the moon travel, bro? Please listen.
I don't know. Tell me.
Well, how can you believe in or know that something is fact in reality if you don't even know the basics of it? You like, I'm sorry,
Question.
but this is,
Just tell me, dude.
bro. Normal eclipses happen. Pardon me. Normal eclipses. My God, normal eclipses. There we go. Normal eclipses, when they happen, right? It usually goes from top to bottom. But with a Seleninian eclipse, it goes from bottom to top.
Oh,
Now,
you're talking about that. Okay. Now
that's the
I misunderstood you. Okay. Right.
As you usually do.
That's because the moon is moving into the penumbra of the Earth, right?
Can
What's
I
the
just ask
problem?
everybody else in the audience, did I do a perfectly good
Yeah.
did I explain it perfectly well the first time, or am I just now
I
the only
just
one here?
You did
you
fine.
did
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
I just misunderstood you, right? So it's still perfectly predicted by the globe model.
Says you for no good reason.
No, I just haven't given it yet. We have to take things step by step. Right. What do you think the reason is?
You explain your reason. Go.
Because of refraction.
There it is.
Yeah. The
So what are the two
sun
different mediums?
the sun and the moon are both refracted above the horizon, and it's very
What are the two
brief.
different mediums?
It's very brief, and they're very
What
close to
are
the
the two
horizon.
different mediums?
It's space and the air.
Space and the air. Space is refractive.
No,
Okay,
it,
good.
it's the
Because
change
that
in the
would be
medium,
stupid.
isn't it? It's the change in the medium, isn't it?
Okay, so it looks like the sun and the moon are above a flat plane because of refraction.
Yeah, refraction can lift things up above the
Mm-hmm.
horizon.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
sound
why doesn't
doubtful
it happen every time?
because the conditions and the place where you are, you have to
Space and
be,
the air are the mediums. Stop the cap.
yeah. S- Empty space, the vacuum of space is one medium, and the Earth's atmosphere is another. When the light
Space is
from
a
the
material
sun,
entity? Is space a
when
material entity?
it's a medium,
Is space a material entity?
it is a medium that light travels
I
through.
didn't ask you that. Is it a material entity?
It does not have any matter because that's what makes it a vacuum.
Aha. Right. So it's just one medium. So you're equivocating medium.
No,
That's idiotic.
no, I said you have the medium of the vacuum of empty space and the medium of the Earth's
Okay, so you just
atmosphere.
equivocated again.
How so?
Yeah, you're calling space a medium
It is.
and then switching to the medium of a material entity.
Yes.
Right. But obviously, when we see refraction, it's from one material medium to another material medium, not from an
Uh,
immaterial medium to a material medium.
are you claiming that light cannot propagate through an empty vacuum?
No, you're claiming
Oh, then
of
what's the problem?
equivocation, like I just
It's not
explained.
equivocating. It's not
It is
equivocating.
equivocation. You're
Light,
equivocating medium from
light.
which is
No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
really arguing. What you're no, you hold on. What you're really arguing with your dumbass sophistry is going from one immaterial quote unquote medium to a material medium in another sense. It's idiotic. So you don't actually have
I don't care.
refraction in that instance.
Yes, you do, because there's a change from the one to the other, from the one medium to the other one. Empty space is a medium.
Demonstrate.
Demonstrate.
That refraction is
Demonstrate.
going to make curved surfaces appear flat.
No, it makes them it looms them up above the horizon. It's called looming.
Right. The surface of the ball is behind, right? It's not visible because it's not in your field of view. It's behind the matter that is the ball.
What are you
So
talking about?
demonstrate refraction makes curved surfaces
Demonstrate.
look flat.
So what happens is, number one, empty space is a medium for light to travel through. It's not a medium for sound. Sound can't travel when there's no matter, but light can. We know this because you can empty the air out of a bell jar and you can see through it. So we know that light travels through empty space. And when it encounters the Earth's atmosphere, right, then you can take the angle of incidence into account and show how much refraction there should be.
Again, not carrying your burden as you usually dodge the burden again. You
I
carry the
did.
burden that you weren't supposed to be carrying. You're supposed to be carrying the burden of showing that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat. Go.
It's not anything. It's not my claim. I'm not claiming that curved surfaces
You
look
do.
flat.
So just
No,
as with
I
the
don't.
celestial bodies, you do the same thing with the objects on the surface of the oceans and or Earth.
I
Refraction
didn't
makes
make
curved
no such.
surfaces look flat.
I
So
made no
refraction
such
also
prediction.
makes the celestial bodies look like they're above a horizontal plane, but they're really
Yes, that's
wrapped around the ball. They're
refraction.
really surrounding a ball.
No, they're simply being loomed above your local horizon. That's all that's
You're
happening.
just not even being consistent with your own paradigm. Do you acknowledge that the celestial bodies in your paradigm are all around, surrounding in 360 degrees the ball? Yes or no?
No, the sun is not
What a
360
fucking
degrees.
moron.
We're talking about a selenalian. The sun is at a particular direction, as same as the moon.
Do you
We're talking.
acknowledge that the celestial bodies are surrounding your ball 360
No,
degrees?
no. The sun, the
Okay,
moon, Venus,
you're not even being
Jupiter,
consistent with your own
Mars,
paradigm.
they don't
If you
surround
live on
us.
a ball in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of other solid and or liquid and or gas balls flying around in a cosmic vacuum, then your ball that you think you live on is surrounded 360 degrees everywhere. It's completely surrounded by other balls. So in your paradigm,
No,
refraction
it's
is
wrong.
making them look like they're above a flat plane.
So we are not surrounded by the planets. The planets are in an orbital plane, right? So north of the pole, there's no planets north of the pole or the
Well,
south
how
pole.
convenient.
What do you mean
How
convenient?
convenient, right?
The
How
planets.
convenient for your paradigm where you're not even being geometrically consistent with your own paradigm.
What are you talking about? Why
Yeah,
should
you
there
didn't
be?
think this through, and you didn't think
Why?
this one through, Brenda.
You're right. You're right. Why should
Yeah, I
there
just
be
explained to you.
planets?
You didn't think this one through. So
Why
if you
should?
live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum with other humongous solid liquid and or gas balls, right? The paradigm is that the whole space is filled with all sorts of balls everywhere. It's not just aligned in a perfect horizontal plane. That is not the paradigm. Maybe you
That
have
is.
that paradigm,
That's
which is
literally
also
that.
ridiculous because obviously not at the same height as the Earth. So even
That's
then,
that's
they're not all on a plane. They're not arrayed in a plane.
that's
So
literally
whether
the
you affirm this
helium.
niche little paradigm of yours or the mainstream paradigm, in your paradigm, in your niche paradigm or the mainstream paradigm, you're not in a humongous cosmic vacuum with a bunch of humongous solid liquid and or gas balls in a plane. They're scattered all over the place.
That's
They're
literally
scattered
the
all over the place. But for some reason,
stop.
refraction is so powerful
Stop it.
that it makes them all
Stop
look
it.
like they're above a plane.
Right. That's
So
literally the
demonstrate.
That's literally the heliocentric model. Is that all of the planets
We
of
don't
our
need to hear
solar
you echo
system?
what I just said as you're doing right now. We don't need
I'm
that.
I'm
right?
I'm contradicting
We don't
what
need to hear
just
you
said.
echo me. So we just
I'm
need you to demonstrate refraction actually does that, rather than just this a priori ad hoc appeal.
I'm contradicting you, right? The heliocentric model says the planets are on a
It's not just
plane.
your solar system. Stop just talking about your solar system. Obviously, I
We're
wasn't
talking-
only talking about your solar system, so-called. Fucking listen. It's not just your solar system. It's all of the humongous solid, liquid, and/or gas balls. So, are they all aligned in a plane, yes or no? Not just the solar system. Is all the humongous balls aligned in a plane, yes or no?
We are talking about a selenelian, and so yes, we are talking about
Is
plane.
all the balls, not neglect my question, right? Is all the balls arrayed in a plane, yes or no?
I'm not talking about that. You are
Right.
doing
You're
a
deflecting
non
the question because you know I already just refuted it in the logic tree. If it is arrayed on a plane,
I don't know the first thing
then that's
about
absolutely
logic.
asinine, where you're begging, where you're hijacking perspective as though you live on a ball that is surrounded by a bunch of humongous balls, but for some reason they only look like they're standing above a plane. It's geometrically inconsistent. Either they're in a plane or they're not both
Not what I-
simultaneously. Not they look like they're in a plane, but they're not really arrayed in a plane.
Wasn't talking about them at all. I was talking about this is
Right, just
selenelian,
deflect.
and it has to do with
Deflect
the
again.
earth, with the sun, the
Yeah,
earth,
just
and the
deflect
moon.
again.
That's not. I'm not deflecting.
Yeah,
You
you're
are
deflecting from the refutation. You're caught in the
you are
horns of a dilemma.
derailing.
Either it really is arrayed in a plane or it's not. Either it really is arrayed in a 360-degree manner. Either it's surrounding the ball or it's not. Not it looks like the former, but really is the latter, or it looks like the latter, but really is the former.
So I'm going to ask the mods to mute you because you are derailing the conversation I had with Murr. I'd like to go
Derailing
back.
anything. I'm pressing you to be consistent. Again, with your ad hoc appeal to refraction.
Mods?
And being consistent with your own paradigm.
Man, I left this conversation and went to go eat something and came back, and you guys are still talking like you're still doing the same thing, man.
This is what
Like,
Brenda does.
I'm sorry, man, but even within your paradigm, if you look at what people have done within recent years, right? For example, star in a jar, where you can literally create a small little star in a jar
No, you
of
can't.
water using frequency. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. No, those aren't stars. They're lights.
You're a moron. Stars being said metaphorically, you moron.
They're not stars.
I'm sorry. Oh
You
my
can't
God,
create a
man.
star in a jar, right? And did
I need to get myself.
Murr, did I explain to you?
Stop repeating your dumbass critique again. He says star in a jar in the sense of metaphor. Now stop trying to press your critique
I
when
don't
you
care about
obviously
metaphor.
demonstrated you're illiterate.
You can't make stars in jars. You can
Shut
make
up.
lights
Stop
in a
saying
jar.
that. You never said it was a real star in the fucking jar.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my
Stop with the abuse. Right?
It's something
Settle
called
down.
semiluminescence, Brenda.
So I'm just gonna quickly finish what I have to say, and I'm gonna mute because I truly don't want to entertain him if he's like letting people like this.
Did you get
So
the explanation you wanted?
Yes. So what if you take any high-end telescope or even like a Nikon P900 or 1000, if you can get one still, and zoom into the night sky, especially when there is no light pollution from cities and stuff, you can actually observe, pardon me, lights that appear to be underneath water, right? And there are various different colors. Some are one color, some go through different colors. They can be chaotic and moving all around, or very static. Almost all of them, if not all of them, I haven't seen them all, of course, but the ones that I have observed create sacred geometrical patterns as well. And coincidentally, it just happens to resemble from our vision, just with our own eyes. When we look at them in the sky, the same thing happens to appear within this experiment of a quote unquote figurative star in a jar, right?
So it's not a
Which goes against everything that pseudoscience, mainstream media that you follow and propagate actually talks about. So that's all I had to say, and you can continue talking about Gorgon. Sorry about that.
Right. So that was not a metaphor.
Gregory. I know it looks funny.
It's not a metaphor. He's making a direct analogy. It's not a metaphor.
You're a moron. It's not a fucking analogy. The phrase star in a jar is not an analogy. God
He
damn,
literally
it's a
made. He literally
metaphor.
made one. He literally made an analogy. He said it looks exactly like the stars in the jars when you look
It's not
at.
an analogy. It's just a
That's what an
comparison.
analogy. That's what an analogy is. A
My
comparison.
God, it just looks like it.
Yes, that's
You are
like it.
ridiculous.
Like that's an analogy.
You obviously don't know what an analogy is.
Oh, tell me, what is an analogy?
I'm about to show you.
Analogy, dictionary, a comparison between two things. A correspondence or
For the purpose
partial
of explanation
similarity.
or clarification, not
A
just a
thing,
description.
a thing which is comparable to something else.
Yeah, you're being a weasel, Brenda.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're not. Well, listen,
It's literally what I
you're not
said.
actually a weasel.
Can we get his own critique straight?
You're not actually a weasel. I just want to clarify.
I
You're not
said it.
like
I said it's a
literally like an animal with fur. It's just
yeah,
you're
whatever.
displaying some of the
So
characteristics of a weasel.
it's literally it's literally what I said. He made a direct analogy between stars in a jar and unfocused stars seen through an amateur camera.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but that's one of the most dumbest shit I've heard.
Yeah.
The Nikon P1000 is the strongest consumer optics you can buy to this date with the capacity to zoom into
No.
objects 125 times. Not only that,
Yeah,
what
it's
you
a-
observe is nothing blurry, it's very crystal clear. Just your
It's-
brain that keeps believing all this nonsense can't accept. So you have to use shaming,
Okay, but is his
adjunct, and
brain actually
Your
made of a vegetable?
inability,
Is his brain actually a pea and made of a vegetable, or is it just like
your
Brenda,
inability,
did he really mean you're a vegetable, or is just
your
kind of
really your inability to understand how cameras work and how focus works doesn't mean anything, right? And the
No,
P900
you're
and the
not deflecting. No,
P1000
shut up. No, you're not deflecting. No.
cry
Carry your
harder,
burden.
cry
Demonstrate
harder.
that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat or makes things arrayed in a horizontal plane look like they're makes things that are arrayed in a surrounding manner, right? Look like they're in a horizontal plane.
That's not my claim. You
It
don't
is
even
your claim.
understand. You don't even
It is your
understand.
claim. I'm going to explain it
No,
one
it's
more
not.
time. You're not going to weasel out of this. No, shut up. No.
Oh, okay. Oh,
You're a
okay.
weasel that comes in here and
Oh yeah.
sophistically
Oh
lies
yeah.
every
Bring
time.
it
So
to
you're
me,
going to get
baby.
contempt from me. So no. You
Bring it,
believe
baby.
that you live on a
Bring
ball
it.
in a cosmic vacuum surrounded by humongous balls. So
No,
not all the
no, I
balls
don't.
are arrayed in a horizontal plane. But refraction makes them look like they're arrayed in a horizontal plane. Not
No,
just
that's
the
not the
solar
claim.
system, all the humongous balls. So show me that refraction actually does that, not make an ad hoc a priori appeal to refraction where you never demonstrated that refraction actually does that.
You're on the spectrum, aren't you, Gregory?
Yep,
Pretty
deflection.
solid. Pretty
Carry your burden.
solidly on
I
the
just
spectrum.
explained. I just explained. So carry your
Yes.
burden.
Yes, you explained a straw man, right?
It's not
Listen
a
to
straw
me.
man. You're just being
Yes, it is.
inconsistent.
No, I'm
You're just
not.
moving the goalpost.
In the heliocentric
That is your
theory.
position. So that's the position you need to be affirming. And the reason you're
No,
dodging is because you know you can't do it. That's why you're dodging.
no, it's
You can't
because
carry your burden, so you're trying to dodge your burden. Now you're trying to
no,
pretend like that isn't your position. Not even affirming that it is your position. You're pretending like it isn't your position so that you can dodge your burden every
you have
time.
no idea
Like you
what you're
did
talking
earlier
about.
concerning the
Again,
sunsets.
well, if you demand things from me, you have to allow me to answer, which you're not doing. And so
No, you did answer, and you're answering with moving the goalposts, pretending like that isn't
no,
your position that I explained.
it's
I explained
not.
your position, so it's not your position. It is your position. So carry your burden to demonstrate that your position is empirically verified.
I'm asserting the heliocentric system, which states that all the planets are arrayed on a plane, the plane of the sun, right?
Is
The
the Earth on
orbit.
the same plane? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so the Earth is on the same plane with all the other humongous balls. So for some reason, it looks like the plane of the other planets is above the Earth and not equilateral with the Earth, not at the same
It's
height
called
with the Earth, not at the same plane with the
right.
Earth. So
It's
demonstrate how
called
refraction does that.
it's called looming.
Demonstrate refraction doing that, please. Not
It's
speak.
called
That's
It's
what you
called
don't get. I
looming.
guess I have to specify that now. Not speak, right? Not speak into the microphone.
don't
Now
care.
just say more assertions. Demonstrate. Show.
I don't have to, right? Because this is a
Dodge your burden
verbal.
again. I don't have to.
No, this
I don't
is
have to demonstrate. I don't have to substantiate. I don't have to verify. I don't have to justify. I can just talk. I can just assert.
right.
But for some
That's
reason, that's not valid
all I
when the
can
flat
do
earther
here.
does it. It's valid when Brenda does it. It's valid when Brenda does it with the sun sets. It's valid when Brenda does it with the solar system. It's valid when Brenda does it with the entire universe of supposed humongous balls flying around the cosmic vacuum. I can just talk. And my sheer assertion is logically
right.
sufficient to verify my assertions because I
right.
just said so and because I believe so. Yeah,
That's
see?
right.
Right.
That's right.
Complete arbitrarity. No actual argument. No actual argument.
gave
Just
it.
waiting to begin talking again so that he can fill the voice channel with his
So you're
voice
just
because he
being
is
a
so
bully.
determined to fill the voice channel with his voice rather than actually doing what is logically required to demonstrate that his assertions are true.
Being a bully doesn't make you right. You're just a bully.
It's okay for you to try and dominate the voice channel, but not when I do it. So you don't
Bro,
like
you're
when you
yapping,
want to
shut up.
multiply words and dominate the voice channel.
That's not what I'm doing. You're embarrassing
Yeah, you do.
yourself.
You just try
You're
to dominate the
embarrassing-
voice channel every time you come in here. Persevering to lecture us every time you come in here. So yeah, we're on this now because you refuse to actually carry your burden. So you're
You
not
are
actually
the only
here
one
to
yapping the
do what
whole
is logically
time, man.
required to ascertain the truth of the matter. And now some other person is getting irritated with me. So because we're all irritated now because I'm pressing Brenda to
No,
be
you can't just
consistent
stop
and actually doing
yapping.
what is logically
Just shut up.
required
What
to
the fuck?
verify his
Let people
propositions to be
speak.
true.
You're yapping.
Now
It's
we're going to
not.
interrupt everyone. So now we're going to go into a storm of cacophony now.
Yeah. So the original discussion
Yeah,
was
try
about
again. See?
the original discussion was
You don't need
about
to. You don't need a recap. You just need to demonstrate. We don't need your recap. We don't need your analysis.
the original discussion was about the selenelian, and I explained that the reason it
We don't need
happens
your analysis. We don't need your recap. You need to demonstrate.
is
I'm not going
due
to let this
to-
go. I'm going to keep doing this until I'm muted or until you're muted. Demonstrate that refraction makes things arrayed in a horizontal plane look like they're up below one another or not in a horizontal plane. Go.
It's called looming.
That's not a demonstration. That's more
I know.
speaking. Demonstrate.
Yes, that's right. All of that information is available to you. I don't have to do your homework for you.
Oh, go
You
go
get
do
off.
my research for me.
Yeah, no,
Gregory,
it's not my
go
research.
do my research for me. You go do the research, and then you present my argument on my behalf to you and everyone else. Yeah, that's called dodging your burden.
No, it's not.
It's called shifting the burden of proof. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
It's exactly what it is. Someone please do me a favor and go to logicallyfallacious.com and type in shifting. You don't even have to type in the entire title. Shifting the burden of proof. So you have the burden to show your evidence to verify your proposition. That's not my burden to show the evidence for your proposition to be true. You have the burden of showing the evidence that your proposition is true. Go or deny the burden and fail to demonstrate that you know your proposition is true.
All I have to do is give a citation, right?
You have to demonstrate. You have to show it happening.
All I have to
Not
do
just
is
claim refraction.
No, all I have to do is give a citation.
No, you have to demonstrate that it happens. Not
No, I
just
don't.
another assertion
don't.
from someone else. Not more speaking from someone else. Not more text in any language. No, show it happening.
No, all I have to do is cite a reference
Yeah,
for my claim
trying to
of
dodge the
refraction.
burden. So now going to pretend that you're carrying the burden. You're going to pretend that you're carrying the burden by readjusting the burden to something that you think you can do to finally carry your burden. No, just readjusting your burden is not going to be sufficient. No, redacting your burden is not going to be sufficient. You have to carry the burden you actually have.
Right, so I do.
So demonstrate that it happens. You need to show it happening.
No, I don't. I simply have to cite a reference, an applied source.
See?
That's all I have to do is cite a source.
Complete arbitrarity. So when we say that perspective and refraction is at play upon a flat plane, upon a horizontal surface of the waters, which is why you see bottom-up instruction, you want us to give demonstration. You want us to show that it happens, not just say more words, not just show words being said by someone else in a video or whatever, not just show more text, but show the event itself happening, which we do. and we do repeatedly. So we carry our burden. So it's okay for you to demand that we show you the event that we say happened, but it's not valid for us to demand to
Post it in the
you
chat. I'm
that you
interested.
show the event that you say is happening.
Right.
Utter hypocrisy.
I can prove with words that your claims about bottom-up obstruction are false.
Says you without any good reason. So we're still waiting for that demonstration of the event you say happening, not more text, not more speech. The event.
I don't have to. I don't have to.
I don't have to. I don't have to. You're not the boss of me. Churlish antics.
Why don't you post your proof? I'm interested. You said you made you have the burden. Can you post it, or do you have it linked somewhere?
Concerning what?
About the topic. I don't know. Like you said you had you already proved your burden. So I'm questioning. Like,
well, the topic is that things arrayed in the plane can be made to look like they're not arrayed in the plane because of refraction. That's not my burden. I don't believe that. That's idiotic.
No, but no. You said in your speaking that you showed your burdens, like
relax,
you already carried your burden.
Let me explain to you what's happening. Let me explain to you what happened, because you obviously weren't here. Yeah, you don't need to try to dominate the conversation. Also, you're not going to tell me what happened.
I'm asking you something. What? I'm not trying to dominate.
Try to dominate the voice channel with your voice because you think you're trying to demolish me on some point that I can't carry the burden that I'm trusting her to carry. So now you're going to continue to make a storm of cacophony rather than actually listening to the explanation that you're asking for.
Are you on crack?
Well, what's happening here in the dialogue is you're going to continue to make a storm of cacophony as you try to dominate the voice channel. Right, you're not going to lock me into a burden I don't need to carry. Right, you're not going to lock me into a burden I don't need to carry. It's not going to happen.
No, I'm not trying to lock you into a burden. You said you
so then
carried
stop
your
talking
burden.
over my voice.
No, you
right?
said
You're just making a cacophony.
You said you are
you're just continuing to make a cacophony. You're just continuing to make a cacophony rather than listening.
Bro. God.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you dominate the voice channel. I can have a dialogue. You're just making a cacophony. So here we go. You're asking me to carry a burden. I asked you to specify that burden. You said whatever you're talking about. Then I told you what we're talking about. We're talking about her, his, pick your goddamn pronoun, his freaking burden of proof to verify that refraction makes things arrayed in a horizontal plane look like they're not in a horizontal plane. So it's not my burden to show that that happens. All you need to do is make the observation of things in a horizontal plane and see in all instances of refraction that they never make the things arrayed in a horizontal plane look like they're not in a horizontal plane, making one look like they're below all the rest, or all the rest be below or above the one. Yeah, you never see that because of refraction. So yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
It's actually very absurd. Absurd to even claim something like that. You even have instances where one second, pardon me, 1 second.
Okay, can I say something before you're like interrupting?
Within the heliocentric model,
oh my God,
you have Earth being the third planet, right? Two planets in front of us that when it's our nighttime, so we're facing away from those two planets, directly opposite of the sun and those two planets, and we can still observe them in the night sky. To make an absurd Olympic gymnastical jump in your brain to say that, yeah, so the vacuum, but the vacuum is actually also reflective in itself by nature, like that's its natural property, and that's why you can see these two planets even though they shouldn't be there, is like that's what you have to do because we observe that in reality. And we shouldn't be able to observe that in reality if that was the actual model and way reality actually works, but it doesn't. Your senses are not wrong. Why do you have an issue with trusting your God-given common senses?
Okay,
I get it. You paid a lot of money to finish a college degree and learn all this, and you might be in debt. A lot of people are, right? And there's even an emotional attachment to it because it changes everything. You just have to start looking at everything differently and start questioning everything. And it's scary. I get that. But you're doing nobody any damage but yourself because you're being dishonest with yourself.
Okay, I'm not taking a global side. I just asking. I tried to go down the rabbit hole you guys took. So I'm asking, like, you said before when you talked that you carried your burden already, Greg, and that was what I was asking for. I was not asking for you to carry his burden. I was asking for you because you said you carried your burden, your proofs already. You showed it, you demonstrated, and I'm interested. I want to go down the rabbit hole. I don't have the sources. I just ask, do you maybe have links for that, or do you maybe have something where I can look that up, where you have your information from? That was the only thing I asked. And is there an answer
So,
to that?
what are you
I would
asking
like to
about?
know. I want to go down the rabbit hole of flat Earth, and I'm asking you, like, what do you have a link to start? Like, I'm happy with one link of one thing where you started, where you think, okay, that's a very good thing to start to go down the rabbit hole, and just send it to me. That was the only thing I asked for. I wasn't trying to take position or argument against you. I was just asking for information.
You're being too
Okay, so next time, don't refuse and prevent me from replying or anyone else, right?
No.
You asked the question, then you have to do it again. Say right there.
What? Bro, you were interrupting so many
See,
people in this
listen,
talk,
see,
man.
you're still
like-
doing it, right?
Okay, can you send me a link? Is that
You're
possible?
still doing it rather than not talking. See?
Now you're not talking. Can you send me a link?
Look, see? I want to finish what I wanted to say.
Then do it!
But you're quiet,
stop
Gregory.
talking
What's
then.
wrong with you, man?
It's so
Bro,
simple.
Bro,
What's
now right now
wrong
you're
with you,
quiet.
Stop
Just tell me. Now you
speaking in the
interrupted me.
microphone.
Bro,
Still
just
doing it
send
now.
me a link. Bro, I
You're
want to be
still
on your
doing it.
side. Just send
It is
me your
so
link.
simple.
What the
Just
fuck?
stop speaking. Now
Why
he's
are you
gonna
not
go
trying to get
making a
people on your
cacophony
side? You're
and
just
his
trying
stupid
to talk the whole
indignation.
time. What the
Hey,
hell?
here it is again. No self-control.
So you
So
don't
as I
want
was
people
saying,
to... Bro.
someone else still doing it. So you don't need to keep talking through the answers when they're said to you. So it wasn't like I missed the point. You were being ambiguous. So that's why I said what I said. So if you're really interested in what you're asking about, I'm about to post something for you in the open chat.
Yes, thank you. That was the only thing, man. You don't have to get so heated. I was not trying to interrupt you. It was just sometimes people speak at the same time, you know? It happens.
You know, maybe it might have helped if after somebody speaks, maybe you count to 3 or 4 before you start speaking. Because every time he would stop speaking or whatever, you would just immediately start going. Maybe wherever you live, a little faster response is warranted, but here, a little slower pace, taking it down a notch. And that's probably where it was coming from, because you were not giving Gregory a second there. You just boom, boom, boom. So that's all he was trying to be, is just trying to get you to slow down a little.
Actually, he misunderstood his point completely in the beginning, because what he asked for was, he said, I heard it myself. He said, we have fulfilled our burden.
Yeah,
And then
such a great understanding from you.
And then thank you for overtalking me, Gregory. And then the other guy asked him, what
Yeah, I'm
burden
going to
have
present
you? Thank you,
all
Frank,
this
please,
stuttering and stammering as you presume to try and ridicule me.
Please, Gregory, you were complaining
Yeah,
about...
please, as you continue to ridicule me for no good reason, as you stutter and
you are
stammer.
interrupting. What the
Good
fuck?
at condescension.
Bro.
You already complain about another guy talking over you, and you're doing exactly the same thing. What's
Yeah,
wrong
as you
with
stutter and stammer to ridicule me for no good
What's
reason.
wrong with you, Gregory? Can you please shut up?
Yeah, as you
so I can
stutter and
finish?
stammer to ridicule me for no good
I
reason.
don't care what you have to say. Just
Yeah,
shut
I'm
up.
disrupting your
okay?
stupid ass ridicule.
No,
Yeah, I'm well
don't
within my right
try
to
it.
present and resist
This
your
is why,
ridicule.
This is why this conversation is going like
Yeah,
this. There's
because
something
lead
wrong
your
with you.
stupid analysis for an issue that's already been settled.
I don't care. You can be as stupid
Of
as
course
you
you
want.
don't care. You don't care about actually moving forward and having a worthy discussion.
Yes, I will.
You
I
don't
don't
care
care
about that. You're just talking about everything,
Yeah,
man.
so I'm
I'm trying to be on your side.
I'm going to continue to irritate you with disruptions as you continue to ridicule me for no reason about an issue that
Can
was already
someone
settled.
mute
Yeah,
him?
I'm going to do
I'm
that.
trying to get actual information. What the hell?
Yeah, now he's going to dig in his heels to try and persevere to complete his stupid ass ridicule rather than moving forward in the dialogue.
Just move forward. Just stop yapping about the same
It's impossible
thing.
to have a conversation with him. Yeah, it's impossible.
This is, man. Like, just move forward. Okay, you sent me something.
You're still doing it. You're just repeating the goddamn comment.
Nobody
Move
wants
forward,
to
move
talk
forward.
to you or about you. Nobody wants to
now
talk.
saying
I'm
you
going to
sent
continue
me
to irritate you
something.
again because you're still doing the
The
same stupid
world
shit.
is not centered
Oh
around
my
you,
God.
Gregory. I don't
Just
care
mute
about you
him, man,
anymore.
please.
I don't care about you, Gregory.
Just mute him.
about
The
you
world
actually
is
move
not
forward?
about you. No,
Yeah, how about you
Gregory, you're
actually
not.
move
You're
forward?
not.
Right. This
Gregory,
voice
nobody
channel is not
cares if you
designated
want
for
to.
you to ridicule Gregory
It's not
24/7. That's not the
designated
name of the
for
voice
your
channel.
voice
That's not the
either.
purpose of the
You're
voice channel.
ridiculing
Gregory,
The purpose of
everyone.
the
It's so
voice
this
channel
funny.
chat
is to
is
talk
not
about
about you.
geodesy and cosmology
Bro,
overall,
he's
No,
talking
human
over the
you
host. I
don't
philosophy,
don't
get to
know.
not to
decide
talk
it.
Is
about
there
I
no
don't
ridiculing
mod
care.
in
Gregory
here
because
that
you don't
can
like
mute him or
that he
something?
uses the
Gregory,
same
you
antics
don't get
against
to
you
decide.
to disrupt
Gregory, you
your
don't get to
disruptions.
decide this.
So I'm going to keep
I
disrupting
don't
your
care.
disruptions until it's moderation.
Yeah, you. Somebody should
Yeah,
moderate you now.
you're
Definitely,
not even
something
good
is
at
wrong with you.
condescension or
Bro,
ridiculing.
he's a
I'm
fucking
better than
mod, I
you
tell
at
you.
it.
He's
No,
muting
you're a
everyone the whole
fucking
time.
narcissistic, egoistic maniac. Like, what the hell can I
Yeah,
say? Like,
see,
something is
more
wrong with you.
persevering to ridicule me.
I don't give a shit. There
The
is
little
something wrong
softness
with you.
that could.
Well, you do that all the time all by yourself. Like, you're
What is
ridiculing
wrong
others.
with you,
Like,
Gregory?
Yeah, see, they're still doing it. See, they don't fucking care about the knowledge that we're trying to ascertain in this room.
I am,
They
but
just
you
want
keep
to
yapping. I
ridicule
was.
me because I sting their pride with the same antics against them and better than them. I don't care. Would you please carry your burden? Would you please send the links in the in the open chat? Would you please? Because I want to go down the rabbit hole. Then refuses to look at the fucking links that is posted in the open chat. Dumbass.
You misunderstood what I was saying, but I don't really care because
Wasn't
something
talking
is wrong
about
with you
you.
anyway.
Wasn't
I
talking
don't
about
care.
you. Right? If you actually cared about knowledge, you actually cared about consistency, you would know full and well. Wasn't talking about you just then. Talking about the other you, as it were.
And I was talking about you, and I don't give a shit what you have to say, Gregory.
Yeah, and you don't care about the subject of the voice channel. You just
No, I don't
ridicule
care
me
about
because
what
I stink.
you have to
So I'm
say,
going to continue
Gregory.
disrupting your ridicule.
You're not got to decide what we're
Well
going to
within my
talk
right to
about,
disrupt your
and I
ridicule.
don't care
You're
what
just
you have
sitting
to
in
say.
here ridiculing me. You don't have an argument. You don't have a justification. Your position is untenable. You're bad at condescension. You're god awful. You're bad at this.
There's not a moderator here to moderate you, so I don't care. You're just
There
going to
was
babble
a
and
moderator
destroy the
here to
whole
moderate
room.
me. They can hear me. That's why they just muted your echo.
Nobody
That's why they muted
me.
Brenda. There are moderators here. There's several moderators in here.
Well, if they're sure as hell
So
doing a bad job.
way to fail again. Great job.
But they are not moderating me.
So let's follow the logic sequence. They're not moderating you, therefore there are no moderators in here. So the moderators that are here, that aren't moderating you, are not here. Way to contradict yourself with a non sequitur.
There should be somebody to moderate here. That's what I said, right?
Yeah, way to deflect.
There should be somebody to moderate you.
So I guess you're trying to practice making condescension better. You're trying to improve your condescension.
No, I'm just
Evidently.
telling you, I don't care.
You're trying to get
I
a high
don't
level
care.
of condescension. You're never going to get there.
No.
You're not smart
I
enough.
don't.
The Lord hasn't given you
I
the
don't
acumen to do
care.
it.
I don't care. Just babbling and talking.
Of course you don't care.
It's not a.
You're
It's not a
apathetic.
very good.
You don't care about knowledge.
I don't care. It's
Sudden abrupt silence.
No, for real. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the point of muting Gregory if no one else is gonna talk anyway? I just got my popcorn out, so it's not over yet.
All right. Do any of the globe earthers here have a measurement of these bodies of water, oceans, lakes, surface of it curving? Any measurements of those? Just one measurement. S'il vous plaît.
Well, of course. Don't you know about Jesse? He's taken a number of theodolites and test tubes or something like that, where he's clearly seen curvature of pretty much every body of water that exists. So I'm not sure how you're so ignorant to that fact.
Theodolite uses flat planes. Stitch them together. Somehow you end up concluding that the plumb lines are curving. How did you figure out the plumb lines are curving?
Well, I don't know, because my name's not Jesse, is it? So I guess you'll have to ask him. Anyway, I'm just kind of trolling.
I think I've seen you before. Are you in modern day debate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember you had the whole virus argument, like existence of viruses with
Oh,
in
true.
the science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that was me. But unfortunately, it's TOS for Discord and YouTube, so we can't really talk
Yeah.
about it.
Not like yeah.
Do you? But really quick, really briefly, do you agree or disagree with my position?
Honestly, I don't really care. Like I just have not looked into it enough.
Yeah.
I ignore it.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah, I guess we'll just wait for a measurement of this supposed curve to get posted.
Actually, I was on a Twitter space the other day where we were talking about the Wuhan flu and Schmack Sheens, as it were, and you know it's a pro-vax space, and so part of their tactic is to ask me about other conspiracies that I believe in, sort of as a way to like undermine my credibility, because in their mind, if I believe in all these other conspiracy theories like 9/11 or fake you know like mass shootings on the mainstream media, um what else, yeah, just other stuff.
Reptilians.
They
All of
didn't ask
that
me about that.
shenanigans.
That's what out there. Well, elections. I mean, that's like baby truther stuff. Like someone who really knows what's going on knows that the two party um, system is nothing but illusion of choice. There's just two wings of the same bird. There's no actual Republican or Democratic Party. They all work for the same cabal.
There's no way to
But anyway,
verify elections to be real.
exactly. Yep, that too. Yeah, or yeah, in other words, we don't even actually know if our votes are even being counted, because as far as we're concerned, all the presidents are predetermined to take office way long before the vote even ever happens. Where was I going with that? What are they? Oh, okay. So yeah, the
Go
flat
into
Earth.
all of those things to see if you believe them to undermine your credibility.
Right. So one of the conspiracies was flat Earth, right? And I was like, yes, I made it very clear. I have no problem admitting that I'm a flat earther. And so it's one of the biggest spaces on Twitter. It's hosted by an account named The Real Truther. Yeah, The Real
Oh,
Truther,
that guy.
and they got like, what was that?
That guy.
Yeah. So yeah, I went on a space. I think it
Not the
was
real
in.
flat earther, but the real truther.
That's what his Twitter handle is. Yeah, the real truther. Even though it's ironic because literally all of his held beliefs are based on lies and deception. So it's a bit of ironic name to have. Maybe the fake truther would probably be a little more fitting and appropriate for him. Um, but yeah, they asked me about it, and one of the people in the audience just tagged me in a comment and was like, oh, if if the surface of bodies of water don't curve, well then explain this. Like why is this? I think it was like some sort of like windmill poles or something out there somewhere. And he's like, oh, but why is it being obstructed by the water? And I just, I don't really have time to respond. But if I go pull it up and post it in the comments, I want to see how you guys would answer that. So I'll go to try to find it real quick.
The windmills.
I think I might find it before you. I feel like I recognize what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Might be
You mean
wrong.
this old photo where it looks like windmills are half sunken into the water on the horizon?
There might be multiple examples of this. So I'm not sure if you guys have seen this one, but I'll go try to fetch it real quick.
I've seen one image being passed around for like 5 years.
Yeah, it's the windmills ones. Problem with the images of objects in the distance being half sunken is if you record a time lapse of the bodies of water on a beach, you're gonna see that horizon move as the temperature
It's not
rises.
going to be recorded at the same place every day, consistently.
Yeah.
And they'll say because of refraction, blah 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 blah. But like, if there was an edge, there would be people taking pictures of it all day long at the beach every day. You'd see boats going over the same freaking edge day in and day out. There'd be millions of photos. There aren't.
All they need to do is
sense.
post a photograph of actual Earth curve, which there is none of. Just objects, which is nothing to
Well,
do
the
with
thing
it.
is, to be logically consistent, to be logically rigorous, we make the observation, we make the measurement, and it's incongruent with what is implied by the Earth curve calculator if we really did live on their ball. Then to account for that, to try and rescue their position from the critique, they appealed to refraction. So that implies, with the appeal to refraction, that refraction is so powerful that it can make curved surfaces look flat, and even things that are completely obstructed behind another object to appear on top of them. So they needed to give a demonstration of refraction doing that, and they don't have it. So it's just an ad hoc rescuing device.
It's a bit much to think that you can see around corners. Literally, they're saying they can see around corners.
Wait, Gregory, what do you say we need to show? What do you say we need to show?
You need to show that refraction. Go ahead, the other person. Go ahead and finish. Unless you are done. I was going to say, the globalist appealing to refraction, which is an ad hoc rescuing device to rescue them from the critique, demonstrating the false implications of their Earth curve calculator, of their globe, that refraction is powerful enough to make curved surfaces appear flat and things that are completely obstructed behind another object to appear on top of them.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely insane.
Boom, it's in the chat. Boom, check it out. In the chat. Refraction can bring things...
Again, that's not an instance of curved surfaces appearing flat because of refraction, nor is that completely obstructed, nor is that any object of... Stop talking to the reply. Or you're not going to dominate the voice channel with talking to the reply. So that's not an instance. When you watch the video, and you're still doing it. That's not an instance of the curved surface appearing flat because of refraction. The surface of the table didn't go from being curved to appearing flat. It just stays flat. So you failed on that point, nor is this an instance of something being significantly obstructed, like deer behind a mountain, like person behind World Trade Center 1, right? Being appeared, making to be, screwing up the sentence.
No one cares. No one cares.
Appearing to be on top of the building,
the
on top
one
of the
problem
mountain.
you already have when you don't
Stop
understand refraction,
talking.
it doesn't
Stop.
make things look flat.
Stop.
It just bring things behind the
Now
curve.
you're just irritating me
So
with
I
a
don't know why
cacophony.
you're thinking of
Now
refraction
you're just
in the
still
way...
doing it now. right? So stop. That's not a demonstration of what you need to be proving. That's not an instance of curved surfaces appearing flat because of refraction, nor something being completely and significantly obstructed behind something else to appear on top of it. So no, that doesn't demonstrate it.
But he needs his globe to be flat, mate.
Exposing lies. That's fun.
I mean, it is a globe. It just presents itself as flat, and all the globers admit that.
Yeah. So Gregory or level 100 who first brought this up. Well, he it looks like he posted the actual pictures from my Twitter link that I was tagged in. But how would you guys respond to this? It looks like the order of the picture is a little weird, but like the top right picture shows these wind turbines, I guess, on top of a solid surface. But the first picture, his argument is making it out to seem that it's obstructed by the water. I mean, to me, it looks like it might be just some sort of like perspective issue due to like the the angle or something like that. But like, how
At
would you?
all times, there's atmospheric lensing, refraction, and then there's perspective. Right, and no one has a definite. No, see, this is the tacit presumption that people keep doing, and it's very edifying for Indio to explain this. No one has done an experiment that solidifies any supposed correlation, consistent correlation between particular weather conditions and the particular descriptions. The so-called different types of refraction are just descriptions. They're not strictly correlative to any particular set of conditions. So it's the logic sequence. We observe and measure the surface of the waters in the earth to be horizontal. There is atmospheric lensing, all sorts of refraction. We have limits to our perspective. Therefore, any instance where things are bottom up on the surface of the earth or on the surface of the waters is because of those things and not at all because of curvature. Right? That's just being consistent with those premises down to the conclusion. The globalist has the controlling premise that the earth is a ball. It's a controlling premise that they refuse to relinquish. So they're going to interpret everything through that and then conclude that any obstruction at the distance, at the horizon, is because of Earth curve, even with or without perspective and refraction.
All right, who's arguing that right now?
But no, and now they all got defeated.
Who was on deck?
There was Brenda, destroyed him. Then there was chirping anti-flat earther sophists, a guy, quote unquote a guy, and this other guy, members.
Oh, yeah.
Then they left. And then Matt tried to get into the ring and he got smacked down within 2 minutes.
Again, Matt is, it's like these favorite arguments that get tossed around, and then he was with the moon, now he's with this. They're not gotchas, Matt. Like, just because you actually start to realize that the anti-flat earthers have, some type of argument doesn't make them right. I guess that's, you get all tangled up in their arguments and you think you can do it better. You can't, bro. That's the problem. We still need the geometric shape of the Earth to be discovered in any way. So it needs to be done in a measurement form. It can't be done. Because anything you see in the distance, like everything Greg was talking about, it's all optical. You can't, no one knows the distance to the horizon because it's just the definition of that is the place where the sky meets the Earth. So how can you measure to it? It's not possible. No,
yeah, so our friend here wanted a quick rebuttal to the windmills image. And so far, he's gotten answers from the panel on how to think about it. But I don't think he's gotten his actual rebuttal yet.
Who did you say, Amish? Who's on
I didn't see who it was. It was somebody further down the list.
Yeah,
Is he still here?
just below me is at the very bottom, Rebel Andres.
Rebel Andres? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I answered him.
Yeah, I was listening to Greg. He basically, did that make sense to you, Rebel Andres?
Yeah, I mean, is the answer essentially like some sort of atmospheric refraction that's like causing the horizon to obstruct the bottom of those wind turbines there? Or?
Yeah, so
At all
basically,
times.
at any time of day, there's always something happening, but it's always in fluctuation. What I always mention this, man, but like it always gets glossed over in the heat of the debate. But every time you look off into the distance, the atmosphere, I'm using this term so you guys can understand what I'm talking about, because atmos means air and sphere is a shape, so air doesn't have a shape. But what I want you to understand when I say that is that when you're looking through that atmosphere, is that there's always fluctuations in temperature from the point of observation to the target distance. Always. So there's always in between, there are going to be pockets of air that are going to be hotter or colder than the other as you're looking through it, which means that something that you see in the far distance will never appear as it was to be like as it's in its true form only until you get up into the place where it is, right? So there will always be some type of air turbulence and distortion that's going to cause you to see the thing a little bit different from the distance. Further in distance, the more distortion. You get it?
No, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm wondering if
Well,
is
this
there like
is. You go
yeah.
ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, no, because I'm not like I'm sort of vaguely familiar with the concepts of refraction, but I know once like when you break it down into like the specifics, there's like different types of refraction that are given specific names. Like I've heard of looming and some other kind of stuff, or like superior and inferior mirages. Is there a specific type of refraction that would be applicable to the situation of those images that I shared in the chat there?
Yeah, it just depends. The more common ones that we notice, like as you drive along the road, and you see like it looks like water on the ground, but have you ever seen that, Rebel Andres?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be considered an inferior mirage or heat haze, as it's known as. Heat haze, inferior mirage, is the most common form of mirage that you would see from the distance. And the way the surface reacts to the heat, as the heat is expelled off the surface, it causes that distortion. So similar distortions you can actually create yourself in your own kitchen. If you've ever have or just a heat source, like a barbecue pit, or the top of your hood of your car on a hot day, or turn on your stove, what you notice is that when you look through the air that's being like heated up, there's a distortion. It's wavy. It
Mhm.
looks like it's all like wobbly and everything. Well, in a larger effect, that's what happens over the earth as you're looking through it, uh, depending on the height that you are, right? So you start to see this air distortion. And then, of course, imagine that happening where you have pockets of hot and cold air in between you and the thing you're trying to see. There's going to be more distortion that causes that optical occurrence. So, can you see what I'm saying? I mean, because this is all the way that it works when you see off into the distance, coupled with how we see in perspective, like Greg was mentioning. Are you getting it now?
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to, yeah, I mean, because it is sort of a stark difference. Like, do you
Yes,
Ava,
it is.
you're familiar with the images I'm referring to in the chat, right?
Don't know yet. What image are
It's
you?
like a set. It's like a set of three images.
See.
Guardian like grabbed the images and posted them for me from the original
Yeah, you'll
thread.
have to scroll up a bit. These are new. I haven't seen these before, but it's the same thing as the other windmills.
Oh, I see. I
Um,
see. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
a quick question to ask whenever you're presented one of these. Ask the person who presents this, what's the height of the observer?
Yep.
You then ask what is the distance to the curvature that you're presenting?
Yeah, because okay. Well, one interesting thing about this is that I bet you distance is important, right? I see the windmill images. So distance is important. So how far do you think it is from the observer to those windmills?
Me, I have no clue. I don't know.
Well, he's got like a little line drawn on Looks like on the
Oh.
far bottom. Do you see it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually taking notes from what Dr. Armour said.
Yeah. So look at this land
Oh,
to land. It's land to land, so it's beach to beach, right?
yeah, shore to shore. Yeah.
Right. Where's the in respect to that? How far away are those wind turbines?
Does it say? I don't think the yellow line like tells us, right?
Yeah, bottom where it says water's edge. It.
I only see 5, yeah, 5 feet. But what
Yeah,
does
but
that?
well, that's the I would say that's probably the distance what you could see or how much is hidden, but I would only guesstimate because I don't know the information being presented.
Wait,
However,
that
yeah,
might be
go on.
elevation actually. If it's saying edge, if
Yeah.
it's saying water edge is 5 feet, and then it's saying maybe there's a higher elevation at the pool deck.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe that's what it's referring to.
Either way, you know that there is things that can occur where people are seeing something obstructed, but it doesn't have to deal with any sphericity. Because over that distance, do you think that it would be easy enough for us to figure out what drop over the distance would be? Because it's
I
a
guess.
small distance, right? It's not very long. It's not, you're not talking about 30 miles or anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty manageable if we were to say how much drop there would be over the distance. Correct?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. So, does any globe earther want to tell us what the drop over the distance would be from that specific distance? Wow, using those windmills as an example, because we're challenging the fact that it's an optical phenomena, and they're saying that it's Earth curvature. So, which one do you think is going to win at the end of the day? Rebel Andrus?
Well, I mean, it's got to be explained by some sort of optical phenomenon because um, we know that the surface of a large body of water just is physically incapable of curving in a convex fashion. That's not
Right.
what it does. It's constantly seeking a hydrostatic equilibrium, which is exhibited visually as a flat level surface generally.
That's correct. So we have to figure out whether or not a line of sight will detect any drop over a distance. And if that's the case, if we're seeing that right there in that image, then detecting it would not only be something specific, but also measuring it. We could measure it. You following me? So it's observation, and then you got measuring, preceding that, and then not only that, but it would be consistent. Meaning, tomorrow, the next day, so on and so forth, it would be always there, never changing.
Mm.
The drop over the distance would be correctly put at whatever distance we would say it. So if the glober comes in here with his chest puffed out and saying that's Earth curvature, okay, glober, now you're gonna have to tell me consistently to make observations at that specific distance and tell me the drop over the distance every single day, all the time, every time, never changing. If it changes once, one time, then it's optical and it's not geometric.
According to the globe model, there's a geometric horizon that doesn't change, but the apparent horizon does change due to refraction.
I know that, but what we're saying is your imaginary geometric shape of the Earth is what people don't know where it is because it's not there. The only thing we see is an optical phenomena in the far distance. So you don't see the geometric curve of the Earth. That's not seeing. What we see is an optical phenomena taking place. And that's obvious to everybody in this room. We all see that. This is what I'm telling Rebel Andres. So either it is measurable by observation or it's not by observation. And Duncan actually sided with that it's not because the geometric curve of the Earth is not observable. It's calculated. Is that not correct?
So the supposed geometric horizon and the supposed distinction from an apparent horizon is a false distinction fallacy.
Yeah. because you can't tell one or the other, right? If you're a glober and you're looking over the curve of the Earth, allegedly, and you see something like this image of the windmill, and you're standing on all 10 of your toes and saying that's Earth curvature, really, glober? Well, then think about it like this: if that's Earth curvature, you can measure the drop over the distance. That's important for geometry. Now, if you can't measure the distance because we can't see the geometric shape of the Earth, then guess what? It's not measurable by observation, or you can't notice it because it's not something you can detect. So, because you can't detect it, you can't measure to it. You can only use your silly little calculations. So, it's not observable that the Earth is curving. Do you understand, guys? This is where we're at right now with the discussion. So they seem to whistle past the information every time we present it to them. We'll say, like, that's fine. You want to show images that you think that's Earth curvature. Now the burden of proof is on your shoulders, and it's not going to be removed until you prove to us that we're actually seeing Earth curvature. Either we're seeing Earth curvature or we're seeing an optical phenomena. But you have to pick one, and it can't be both. And if you're saying, well, we don't see Earth curvature, but we're calculating for the curve, that's very different than you saying, I see Earth curvature. Very different.
Why can't the shape be a factor to the optical phenomena?
Because the optical phenomena dictates from the observer's test is that we can only see things happening, and what we see is what we're trying to tell people. Look, I'm looking at this is what's happening. Whether if you say I can't see the bottom of, like in that image that level 100 Guardian put up, if you say I can't see the bottom half of the or the bottom portion of the windmills, then if you say, well, that's Earth curvature, you're making a claim that now the Earth is obstructing the view. But problem is, tomorrow or the next day, the weather's going to be different, and then you're going to be able to see the bottom of that where the windmills are. And if you say that it can't be, have you tested every single temperature that's out there so that you can know if you can or cannot see it? See, these affirmative claims that you make, you have to stand on them in every weather condition. You have to say, I've seen it through every weather condition, or have not seen it through every weather condition. And I know that now we can start to figure out whether or not a drop over the distance would be there due to the fact that something is not changing. I know that Earth curvature is present because it's to the distance from where the windmills are in the bottom of the windmills. It never changes. I always know that you can count on this every single day. So it's not just observable, but it's measurable. And this is the knockdown win for the Earth being a globe if it was, but it's not. Which is why I'm telling you. It doesn't matter how much you writhe in this chat and say that it is a globe. We're going to keep going back to, yeah, you think it's a globe? You think you're seeing a globe? Now measure to it. Is there
You
any
failed.
drop over the distance? So when you can't do that, you're not going to be able to present the Earth as a globe. Simple.
So you failed to address why the shape of the Earth can't be a factor to the observed phenomena.
Because it's not
That wasn't
observed.
the issue, and he already explained that, of
That
course,
wa-
the
that
shape
was
would
the
be
question.
a factor, and you're still disrupting the answer that you're asking for again. Right? So he did actually answer your question.
I
He's
wasn't
stepping in
talking
now,
to you,
and you're
Gregory.
still disrupting the
No.
answer for no good reason.
Yes,
You're continuing to
because
disrupt the answer for no good
haven't
reason.
answered.
I began
Yeah, I
speaking
will
before you, and
continue
now you're just trying to prevent me
You're
from
disrupting
speaking
the
again.
conversation.
So I'm
I
going to
was
keep
talking
resisting
to
your
Alpha.
disruption until there's moderation. So again, he did answer your question. We're not saying that the shape of the object can't obscure things in the distance. We obviously know that it can. That's why we see too far. Given the fact that an object can obscure things, then we should be not seeing the objects at the distance that they are at on your ball. But we do see them. Therefore, we don't live on the object that's supposedly obscuring them, that isn't obscuring them.
And you should see them being obstructed consistently. Now that's the key word. Consistency is the key. If something is not consistent, where the Earth curve is always getting in the way at the specific distance due to the fact that it's obstructing, and we could measure to it, then we actually have a game changer. We don't. It's never been the case because different temperatures will cause us to see differently in the far distance. So immediately throws out the idea that you can actually have geometry immediately. Because if you think that it's geometry, the moment you say, I'm looking at these windmills, I can't see the bottom, Earth's a globe. And then I'm going to go to you and say, I need you to test to see in every weather condition if you can't see those, the bottom half of those windmills. And if you can at one single instance, then it's not Earth curvature because the thing that needs to be geometric is not going to be geometric at the one day that I could see the bottom of that windmill. Now that's your problem, not mine.
So at this rate, we repeated the same refutation that is a savage refutation of their position at least 7 times.
Yep.
Yeah, so I took a look at the Twitter post that I got these images from originally, and there's a little more details in like the sort of comment thread that's under there. So it looks like what they're saying is, like one of those images where you do see like the full wind turbine from bottom up, they are at a higher elevation, but then once they go to a lower elevation, like more towards sea level,
Surface. Yeah, the surface.
yeah, that's what they're saying is causing the obstruction, right? So how would you guys respond to a Gober that says, why is it that we
Yeah.
see further and more of
Okay. So
further
yeah, hold
object?
on, Rebel Andrus. I've covered this. So making sure that right now you're on the surface, right? You're on a boat or you're on land, and you start to see something, not be obstructed by an optical phenomena that you didn't account for because you think the Earth's curving. But as you get higher in elevation, what happens is you can see more because of the angle of view, which is something Matt didn't discuss when he was looking at Mez's stupid little video that he got them all up in a tizzy about. So the angle of view is super important, right? How you see something depending on the angle that you're seeing it from. That also increases the distance to the far distance of something you're seeing in the target distance. So if you want to see something farther away, you increase your angle of view. Now it's not going to bring in the clarity of the thing you're seeing in the way. It's just going to be able to be seen because you're increasing your angle. So the focus of that thing won't be something that you're going to be able to, because as you raise higher in elevation doesn't mean that the thing's going to be more clear. It just means you could see it. So there's a big distinction between how well you see the thing in the far distance as you raise an angle and uh, you know how much you can see it. So for example, if you start seeing a ship that you can't see from your just using your eyes, right? That's fine. You can't see it; it goes far away from you. But as you raise an elevation, like if you went straight up, it's not going to bring the ship closer into focus where you can see all the details as you raise an elevation. You're just going to be able to see more of it. So even it's going to look tiny to you as you raise an elevation, of course. And then, of course, if you raise an altitude, it still looks tiny because what's happening is you're raising up your angle, but just not the distance. The distance is remaining the same, if not more, because you're increasing from one particular angle to another the distance as you raise up. So you can try doing it with a drone, right? And as it's seeing something go far away, it will start to see less and less of it due to the fact of the angle of view that it has. As it raises an elevation, it could start seeing the thing that went away, from its perspective. But at the same time, as it raises in altitude, what you're going to see is just the thing. It won't look sharper or clearer because it still has a distance away from the observer. The only thing is you'll be able to see it. It will present itself to you, but the clarity of the thing you see will be in question because now as it raises in its angle of view, it still doesn't bring it into focus. That's a different topic. Seeing something more clear, it's not what's going to happen as you raise an angle. The angle only changes how much of the thing you could see due to the fact that from the surface you have the occurrence of this is basic uh, bottom up occlusion that happens, and it's an optical phenomena due to perspective, right? And so Do you get what I'm saying? It's not going to bring the thing into focus. And I think that's where the confusion happens within this discussion. That you think that as you raise up in an elevation or altitude, that when you see something in the distance, you're going to see it better. You're not going to see it better. You're just going to see it more than you would on the surface. Mark J, you have a hot mic, brother. Mark J, you have a hot mic, bro. All right, Mark, whenever you get back, let us know. I'm going to mute you for now. Let us know when you get back. I'll unmute you, or somebody else will. Do you guys understand?
Yeah. So, but to be fair, I don't think because in these images, the clarity or sort of the angular resolution of both the images being compared here, in this instance, like they're pretty much the same, right? So I think their argument is, like from their perspective, like they're saying, oh, look, why is it that I can see more and further at a higher elevation? Because according to them, like with a higher elevation, they're given a vantage point where they can see over the curve. You see?
Let's be pedantic about this, right? Have they quantified the amount of resolution that they're seeing when they're raising an elevation to you, Rebel Andres? Because there's a lot that's not there when they're talking to you. And it sounds convincing because somebody who just wants to believe that it's a globe are not going to fill in the blanks. So the blanks they need to fill in is what is the resolution limit from the eyeball to the target distance? Have they told you this?
No, but I don't think the resolution.
Okay, yes. You listen, and you and everybody else need to know this. This is a big factor in what we're talking about. You can't negate the fact that we're not going to use a resolution limit to whatever optic we're using, either our eyes or an optical device. So you could say, a P900 or whatever. Anything that you use will have an optical limit. Do you understand this, Rebel Andres? Yes or no?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Okay, it's a factor. It is not to be negated within an observation. What happens is everybody gets all in the heat of the moment and they want to say, well, wait, see it, I don't see it. That is not a quantification of the specifics. So if we really wanted to be pedantic about this, we would get right down to the minutia. What is the optical resolution limit of the optics that's being used in the time of the photo or whatever? Do you know? Rebel Andres.
No, I would not have a clue.
Okay, do they have a clue?
Probably.
Wait a minute. Let's not divine people's thoughts. If it's not presented to you, then how would you know they know?
It might be in the comments. I'm not sure.
No, sir. Why are you obfuscating and making points for them? Why do you give these? Who's throwing them a bone? They either present the information as it were with enough so that you can substantiate the claim sufficiently, or there isn't information to substantiate the claim sufficiently. Do you understand what's happening here? You're making excuses for such people. Why do you do this?
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Yes, you are. Well, maybe it's in the comments. That's what you said. Remember?
Well, let me clarify this.
So
on this
hold
very
on,
point.
Greg. Hold on, I'm cooking right now. So I want you to realize the fact that when people are doing these things, they're not supporting their claim sufficiently and not giving you enough information to make a decisive judgment call. Do you understand, Rebel Andres?
I mean, sure, I guess.
Okay, so it's not your fault. The person presenting the information, the burden of proof is on them. So if they're presenting something to you, you need to go back to them and say, how come you didn't present this information? It's essential for us to understand specifically if we raise an elevation or altitude, we're going to see something different. And so I need you to tell me the optical resolution limit of the optics that's being used. I need the camera information. I need all of the parameters by which the camera can see at what resolution limit it can see, the focal length, everything, the aperture. You need to know and be informed before you go into this argument and say, aha, I know what I'm looking at. Because everything changes, not to mention the fact that you need to know the ambient air temperature outside and what it would be consistently from point of observation to target distance. And this is information that's not supported in any of these things. They're just saying, look at this image, voila, Earth curvature. And you're just like, well, that sounds like a great argument. Now let's see what the flat earthers have to say about it. So everybody that gets into this argument is like the brain turns to oatmeal. You forget all the important details that you need when you're getting into one of these arguments, including Matt, including Mez, including every single anti-flat earther that comes in here. Duncan Darth, I could name them. Nobody has the information to substantiate the claim. This argument is really old, by the way. Most of us have taken it apart piece by piece. You guys don't realize that, right?
Do you remember
coming into this?
Yesterday, bro?
Coming into this, you have images, and you're like, okay, how are the flat earthers going to explain this? Well, it's not upon us. The burden of proof would be on your shoulders. If you think
No,
the Earth's
it would,
a globe,
it would definitely be on your shoulder because it's like a well-known fact.
So you just want to disrupt, but not tell us how the
No, I just
information
told
that
you
was.
Bro, do you believe in Agartha?
Okay,
Do you think
the
Agartha
conclusion is
exists?
being prevented from
I
getting,
believe
getting
in
arrived to.
Agartha.
Let's clarify these things because we can just arrive
Yeah,
at the conclusion already.
I did. The
You
conclusion
did.
is that he didn't have the information to support the claim, yet he wants to come in here and, like you say, fix his mouth to say things where he doesn't even know about the optical resolution limit. So I'm still talking, Wyshan. You can wait. The optical resolution limit is not given.
Right, go on, flat earther. Sorry.
Yeah, go on, you
sorry.
big faggot.
Go on.
So Alpha came to the conclusion that already came at earlier before he said that again. So Alpha echo what I already said to you succinctly earlier within 1 minute, Andres. What I told you earlier.
What,
Andres?
you mean about
I told you the two logic sequences, right? The globalist has the controlling premise that the Earth is a ball. So any bottom-up obstruction that they observe, which usually they haven't measured, they're going to interpret that as an instance of the supposed ball obscuring things in the distance. However, their controlling premise is unverified and unverifiable, given that they don't exist on a ball. So, given that we measure and observe the Earth to have a horizontal surface, the oceans and the Earth, then any bottom-up obstruction is not because the object we're standing on is a ball, but rather because of the limits of our optics, refraction, and all the other things that we repeatedly talk about in here. It's a very simple logic sequence. Cannot justifiably conclude the Earth is a ball, but they still sustain the controlling premise, and then they appeal finally. They appeal finally to something. They appeal to finally to something to create the illusion that it's a flat plane, right?
Oh, yeah, I have a really good
They
point
appeal to
towards that.
refraction. That's that ad hoc appeal to refraction where they've never demonstrated that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat and make things that are totally obstructed behind another object to appear on the top of them. So they're done.
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, so I
big
think
facts.
can
Big
you let me
facts
speak
is
now?
that Wyshan, just a second. So basically, this argument encapsulates the reasoning behind the person coming in here that's inquisitive about like the image. So if you, like Rebel Andres, is like, I don't know what to make of this. This Glober says that we're seeing Earth curvature, right? So when you come over here into the flat Earth chat and you're like, hey, I want you guys to explain this to me, you're coming ill-equipped to even have this discussion because they just basically gave you the confirmation bias that you so desired, which is, well, I think the Earth's a globe. This image will support that, and there you be, flat earther. It's your turn. But we're telling you they didn't give you all the information. It's not supported in what they showed you. They didn't tell you all the important information that Greg just said. Rebel Andres, do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they wouldn't appeal to things like refraction and optics and perspective because that would go against them. But
of course, and this is important because when we have this discussion, those key factors are essential to have it. When you come ill-equipped to have this, as okay, first of all, if you don't talk about what type of camera that you're using and the very specific thing, dude. All right, the very specific thing that you need when you're actually making your observation, due to the fact that you know the parameters of the camera, that means that they're not giving you information to sufficiently support their claim. And that's important to you and to me. As a critical thinker, you need to investigate every single thing that's the claim is being put forth. You don't just say, well, there's an image. Oh, that's it. Earth curvature. That's all we need. Just an image. No. What went into the image? How did they take it? What elevation height? Altitude? optical limit, refraction, everything it needs to be accounted for when you make a decision as to what you're looking at. And I guarantee you, they're not going to be able to support any of that information because it's not like they want to. The important thing, they're just obstructing the information. They don't want you to know. They want you to believe.
bro.
That's it. Just a belief
That's it,
system.
bro.
That's all it is.
Yeah. Fact.
All right, John. Did you have something to add? You and your buddy are in there, wanted to come in. So, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, John?
It's just like a well accepted fact, bro. Like I don't know, like why is this even being debated? Like
It's debated because people haven't had a second look at it, John.
But
And
why?
so
Why
what
do you
we're
think
doing
it's
is
like? Why do you think it's flat?
because it doesn't measure curve at all. Period. So the ball that they're telling you live on. If I was to ask you, how did they measure the curvature of the Earth? What would you respond to me, John?
How do they measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Like from where? Like from Earth? Like
yeah.
Like the curvature itself, it isn't really like visible to us
Yeah,
while
this is
we're
the
here.
third time you're
While we're on
asking
the
me.
flat.
Yes, the
Apart
curvature
from
of
when
the
it
Earth,
gets in
John.
front of boats. Yeah. So did you say the curvature isn't visible to us? We don't see curvature. Did you just say that?
No, I just like it's not like measurable from where we are.
It's not
Okay.
measurable from where we are on the Earth.
Welcome to
that's
Flat
More
Earth.
that like
So
no,
how did they measure or figure out that the Earth was a ball then, as we've been standing on this ball up until the 1960s? Was it only the 1960s we figured out the Earth was a ball? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. They just probably just had some like mathematical way to do it or like determine it.
Slow down,
And like
dude.
gravity
Sorry.
and all that shit that would make sense as they come from the center of the Earth.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense. So we're asking you about how the Earth was determined to be a sphere, and that you just started talking up about gravity and mumble, making sense. Could you be a little bit more coherent? How was the Earth figured out to be a ball?
I don't even know. I don't know, bro. I haven't looked too much into it, lad. I was just like curious during this here.
Dude, that's all you need to say. If you don't know, you don't know. But don't sit here and make up fucking bullshit, man.
But what make I don't well
You don't know, dude. You just said you don't know.
I don't know. I just said it's probably some like mad mathematical shit they did for it, lad. But I haven't like fully looked into it.
But you don't know. You've never looked into
Well,
it.
I'm guessing you know like why they came to that conclusion.
Yeah, probably know a little bit more than you do. And the Earth is measured. The Earth is measured to be horizontal, flat, not a ball. Measured. It's measured that way.
Yeah.
Pretty
So,
simple, dude.
But like, why is it measured that way? Like, why?
Why? Because it's flat. That's why it's measured that way. Try and ask a better question.
But like, why did they come to the conclusion that's a globe?
I don't know why these people are lying and why they came to a conclusion it's a ball, but the Earth is measured. Sea level is horizontal, not curving. Horizontal. You know what horizontal is, right? That's not curving, is it?
No, one's it.
No. So the Earth is measured. That's why we say the Earth is flat, because it's measured that way. It's actually practically used as a horizontal plane of reference. It's measured and utilized as such. Now, I know that you think the Earth's a ball, mate, and this is going to be the beginning of a journey for you. But up until you question the things that you don't even know, then you're going to have no square to stand from, are you?
No, not at all. But like, I'll just haven't looked too much into the topic, so I can't comment much on it. Like.
Fine. That's fine. Obviously, you haven't looked much into this subject. That's why I said it's going to take some time. Welcome to the idea that you can question the idea as a ball. It'll take some time, dude.
Like, what do you say about like all the pictures taken for like space and all as well?
That
Like you just said,
can't be
it
true.
can't be true. Why?
No, because do you want to know why?
Yeah.
Okay, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. If up there is an ever expanding vacuum, then the gas that we breathe without any physical barrier to press against would not have pressure, would continue to disperse into the vacuum of space according to all laws of nature. That's
But
what
like the
gas does.
atmosphere, though, you know, like the atmosphere.
Gas. The atmosphere is the oxygen and nitrogen. Oxygen and nitrogen are gas. So the atmosphere is the gas that would disperse into the space. That's why the vacuum of space, when people go to the moon and turn around and take pictures of the Earth, can't exist, because the moon cannot reside in the vacuum if the Earth is an open system. If the Earth was an open system, the gas would fuck off.
Yeah.
A lot of the gas does fuck off though.
Yeah, and it would all fuck off though, wouldn't it?
And not all of it.
Well, apart from the stuff that's being produced here at ground level, yeah, that would still be produced here, but its first movement and all movement would be away and dispersing. We wouldn't have any pressure, dude. There would be no atmosphere to breathe. The gas would fuck off. Just because within your heliocentric idea they say a little bit of gas escapes, no, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas would increase in entropy. High pressure goes too low, as demonstrated always. This is why it's a law of nature, because it's demonstrated as such to happen all of the time, as in the reverse never happens. That's stupid. So the gas would continue to fill the available, ever expanding vacuum of space.
Unless there's something like holding it down.
Like what?
Gravity.
Awesome. Can you describe the motion of gas to me? Which way does gas go?
Gas?
Yes, gas. Oxygen, nitrogen, stuff you're breathing. Describe the motion to me. Which way does it go?
Well, it reaches an equilibrium, dude, with all
Which
the forces
way does
acting.
the gas go?
I hadn't finished, dude. It reaches an
Talk about
equilibrium.
equilibrium. I'm asking about the motion of gas. Which way does gas go?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It reaches an equilibrium depending on what force is acting upon it.
Okay, so I've asked you to describe the direction of gases. Do they just go down?
If there's a force pushing them down, they'll go down. Yes,
Okay,
that's what I mean.
so the gases that are around us, do they just go down?
No, of course not. They go everywhere.
Of course not. Exactly, yeah. So I'll give you
Yeah.
gravity. Gravity is when you drop a rock and it goes down, but gases move freely and randomly in all directions. You know, inside a container, the container is being pressed upon by the gas upwards and downwards and outwards, omnidirectional all around. So the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. You said a force, that would be gravity, that would be just down.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so I've given you gravity, but it's observably not affecting gas.
How so?
Because the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and gravity's just the vector downwards.
No, it moves in any direction with any forces acting upon it. If you push.
But we don't have any forces acting upon the gas because the gases move freely and randomly in all directions. I've given you gravity, but it's not affecting gas. Gas is when you drop a rock, it goes down. You uncontain gas, it goes freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of its environment. That will be a container. When it reaches the limitation of its environment, the container, the gas, by consequent, is now under pressure. If you don't have a physical boundary for the gas to press against, one, you will not achieve pressure, and two, the gas will keep dispersing into the available volume, as in we would be breathing right now. So you might say that gravity is acting on the gas, but observably it isn't.
What do you think of, like, lunar eclipses? Because, like,
hold on a second.
Aristotle found
I
that those
want to talk about
eclipses.
gas some more. Can we talk about gas some more, or get a concession?
I was going to say, in terms, you've seen these 70s like music videos when they release dry ice and it hugs the floor, yeah.
Yes,
Like,
and that
so
is a
that's like,
relationship between the dry ice and the atmospheric pressure. The dry ice is more dense than the atmosphere, so then sinks. But if you've got a vacuum chamber and then you put dry ice into that vacuum chamber, you'll notice that the dry ice doesn't sink to the bottom of the vacuum chamber because there's no other gas in there. It moves freely and randomly in all directions, pressing on the inside of the container, thus achieving pressure. So no, your dry ice ain't going to cut it, sunshine.
how so?
Because I've just explained to you, you put dry ice into a container, it moves freely and randomly in all directions and doesn't pool at the bottom. It's filling the container, pressing upwards against the container that was a vacuum until you put the dry ice into it. Do you understand now? Or do I have to repeat it again?
You can't take a gas and pour it on a scale inside of a vacuum and register a weight. Gas doesn't pour onto scales. It disperses in all directions, like Jedi's been saying.
Yeah, but if you was to introduce like another gas, say nitrogen, for instance, they would
Yeah,
separate.
if
Yeah,
we're going to have another gas, yes. If we're going to have
they would.
another gas, then we can start talking about relative density, where you've got two different gases, the heavier one, more denser ones at the bottom, and the lighter one, less dense ones at the top. Yeah, first of all, you're going to need to have a container to have this type of environment. Otherwise, all of the gas will just keep expanding. That's what gas does. PV equals nRT, where P, pressure is solved by force over area, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, given in feet and meters. You're going to
So
need a container to achieve pressure.
Yep,
This
and
is what
that
I'm trying.
container can't be gravity either, because that would be begging the question. So we have really no demonstration of gravity acting as a force on gas in any instance.
We can't have buoyancy without gravity.
Yeah, you can.
How so?
Well, the funny thing about relative density is they put gravity on both sides of the equation, the top and the bottom, because the object and the medium the object is in are both presumed to be accelerating down at 9.8 meters a second. So then they just cancel out little g from the equation. And this shows you didn't even need it there in the first instance.
When you uncontain gas, or you've got a container like a balloon, and you pour it, does the gas accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared? Yes, no, maybe so.
It would in a vacuum, yeah. So I'm trying to
It
say
would.
to you.
So you think if I was to put dry ice into a vacuum chamber, I had a tap halfway up the container and I opened the tap, you think that the dry ice is going to pour down to the bottom at 9.8 meters per second squared and not disperse freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of the container? You think it pulls and falls at 9.8 meters per second like a rock does? Is that what you think?
No, I know that's what would happen, dude, because in the dry ice there will be gradients in temperature, so some will be hotter and colder, so they would
Right,
like
so
sink to the bottom.
you've just given me a gradient with temperature, that's fine, but I'll tell you what, for ease of interest, let's keep the temperature the same and the gas will move freely and randomly in all directions, because that's what gas does. If you were to pour the dry ice into a vacuum with no other gas in it, it's not going to start filling up from the bottom and then halfway up, then reaching the top. It disperses freely and randomly in all directions, pressing at the top of the container and the bottom of the container simultaneously. This is demonstrably experimentally verified. You need to look into Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Dalton's law, Boyle's law. The laws of gas that make up PV equals nRT, the ideal gas constant, and all of that lovely jazz. Should have learnt it at physics class. The thing is, P, pressure, you're going to need a container for that. No container, no physical boundary for the gas to press against. And guess what? The gas keeps expanding into the next available space. That next available space is the one that you think that we're flying around in at the moment.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm a big fan of Avogadro's law for this conversation because I think it highlights the problem and shows our position on it. So, according to Avogadro's law, if you have a given volume of a heavier gas like oxygen or radon, and then you have like a volume of gas like helium or hydrogen, much lighter, and they're both at the same temperature and the same pressure, they'd contain the same number of molecules despite their difference in molecular weight and chemical properties. So this means that they exert the same pressure on their containers despite having a big difference in molecular weight, assuming the conditions at temperature and volume are identical. Yep. So gas has a weight that you can't measure with the scale. Isn't that interesting? How do you measure anything with a scale? You put a scale on the bottom of a vat of mercury and dump an anvil on top of it. The anvil won't even touch the scale. So what are we even measuring? Where's gravity?
There is no gravity. We don't observe it acting on gases. If gravity was acting on gases, i.e. mass attracting mass, then gases would not disperse to fill the limitation of their environment, because when they were closer together, the gravitational effect would be at its maximum. So gases wouldn't disperse if gravity was a thing. I hate to break it to you guys, but your vacuum of space isn't real.
If you don't agree that gravity is a thing, I can see how
Well,
you can reach that
I've given you
conclusion.
gravity. I gave you gravity. We're on
So
the Earth.
so gravity is the container.
My friend, shush. I gave you gravity.
No,
We're
it's
on
not.
the Earth where all the gravity is, but gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So observably not affected by gravity then.
Well, it's not freely, is it? You keep saying that. Like, it acts upon the forces upon it.
Yeah.
Not freely.
Well,
okay.
What is holding the atmosphere down to Earth at the edge of space, where the vacuum is so sparse, you got all this gas wanting to fly into it.
Like
you
I
want to
said,
say gravity? Well, isn't it interesting? Because gravity would be the weakest. Gravity would be the weakest strength if it was a force on Earth at that dividing line.
Yeah, no, indeed. That's why it's a huge gradient. Our atmosphere goes like less dense on a huge gradient.
There's got nothing to do with
Yeah,
gravity.
well, the vacuum is the greatest and gravity is the least. You have the most application of the gas being held to the Earth against the vacuum of space.
I think what you guys have done in regards to this word vacuum, when you have a vacuum chamber and you suck all the air out, when you release the valve, it appears as though
You
there's
create
some
an
sort
empty space for gas to rush into.
Yeah, no, indeed, but you seem to think that's some type of energy. The vacuum
No,
is the energy.
no energy is imparted. I can give you an
No, indeed.
MIT lecture. I can give you an MIT lecture. Right, it shows you that when you open two containers, one with a vacuum, one with gas in it, there's no energy imparted. It's an increase in entropy. The gas disperses into the next available space, and so as soon as the separation is taken away. Would you like the video?
No, indeed. This is what I was speaking to. Like the other guy was speaking along the right lines of, yes, gravity is it's least, and the vacuum of space is its highest. But what I try to explain to him is it's a gradient. That gradient goes out like very gradually all the way up.
Dude, you can't have a gradient without a container.
No, I can see how you reach that
right.
conclusion if you think gravity is not a thing. Okay.
Well, no, observably, it's not a thing.
It's not a force.
Earlier, and observably, it doesn't affect gases. Otherwise, gases, one, wouldn't move freely and randomly in all directions, and two, wouldn't disperse to fill the limitation of that container, because when they're closer together, the gas molecules, that's when the gravitational effect would be at its strongest. So the gases wouldn't disperse to fill the limitation of that container, but they do. I gave you gravity. It doesn't observably affect gas.
Other than buoyancy.
Yeah, so I like to ask, is gravity cooling off gas and causing it to condense in the upper atmosphere? Is gravity also warming up gas and causing it to evaporate near the surface? Which is it?
Gravity? Why are you using gravity for changing like a thermal state or something?
Supposedly it's reverse. It's causing gas molecules to reverse direction. So is it providing a surface to collide on?
Reversing direction.
What's it doing?
Why is it reversing
So is it cooling
direction?
the gas off at the upper atmosphere and causing it to condense?
To condense?
Yeah. Is it cooling the gas off?
Is
gravity cooling the gas off at the upper atmosphere, or is gravity warming up gas at the bottom and causing it to evaporate near the surface? Because gravity is really strong at the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where gas is being released and generated from.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, again, so why do you think gravity is changing the thermal state or something?
I don't think it does. The claim is that it has to, but we say it doesn't.
You're talking about things that condensing. This is where the logic.
Yeah. Gravity's never been shown to condense dense gas.
Okay. This is what I mean. That's what
It's not a force. It's not anything for gas to interact with at all, because gas has a tendency to disperse, right? Not condense. Newton talks about that.
If it doesn't disperse,
he
like in all
categorized all of
directions,
matter into two different kinds: the kind that condenses and the kind that disperses. And gas disperses. That's why Newton also didn't talk about gravity in the context of gas, because gas does the opposite of everything else that is affected by gravity.
Yeah, but gas doesn't disperse freely in all directions like the other guys keep saying.
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It's called Brownian
Jesus.
motion. It's in the gas laws.
I just showed it to you. So if you look in the side chat,
kinetic theory of gas says it's random.
I've listed all of the laws of gas, so the combined gas constant, parts of Dalton's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Charles' law, Boyle's law, Brownian motion, second law of thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, all of the ideals that make up PV equals nRT. Now, gas disperses. You know what a Russian doll is, right? All of those dolls inside of each other. If you've got the tiniest little doll and it's got gas inside it, you can click your fingers and that little container disappears. The gas disperses to fill the next Russian doll. Click your fingers, that Russian doll disappears, and then the gas just keeps increasing in entropy, dispersing into the next available volume. It's quite simple.
Yeah, unless another force is acting upon it.
Okay, so unless another force is acting upon it, but observably there isn't another force acting upon it. I've listed the laws: Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, all to do with the amount of gas inside a container and its temperature. If you increase the size of the temperature and keep the amount of gas the same, by consequent, the gas pressure goes down because there's less volume of gas in the volume of the containment. If you decrease the amount of space that the gas is allowed to exist in, you're going to increase the pressure, right? It's quite simple. This is how pistons work.
Well, yeah, indeed, but you've run off with the thing stating that gases move freely unless any other force is acting upon it. Yeah. So this is the thing you have to. So this is the thing you have to.
What force?
So this is the thing you have to focus on in regards to why you think that like you can't have pressure without a container.
You can't.
Okay.
Unless you can demonstrate that you can.
But this is why there's a G in the buoyancy equation, dude.
Okay, so gases accelerate down to the floor at 9.8
We already addressed that.
seconds squared. Dude.
Accelerate? No, not accelerate, dude.
We already addressed that. I thought we put this to bed. I thought we put G in the buoyancy equation to bed. I just explained that a few minutes ago. Why are we talking about it?
He wants us to focus on something he can't demonstrate. Practicality.
Oh, that's it. No, you can't demonstrate. You can't demonstrate gas being affected by gravity. You know, the velocity of gas is defined by like the inverse square of its mass.
Let's help him. What type of gravity are you talking about? Is it mass attracting mass, Newton's gravity, or Einstein's gravity, the bending and warping of space-time? Which gravity are you talking about? Einstein's. Well, that's a conceptual idea. That's not physical. That's a reification. Being a space, absence of anything, isn't physical, and time isn't physical. They were made physical into a physical fabric that can be bent and warped because of the math. It's not physical, my friend. It's definitely not science because that's dealing with a conception, not physical.
Okay, kind of irrelevant to the point though, really.
Sorry, you don't have to be smug, mate. Why is it irrelevant? I'm telling you that your gravity isn't physical. Why do you think that that's not relevant?
In regards to it filling the space of the container.
In regards to
hang on.
physical things acting on other physical things. Einstein's, do you know what a reification fallacy is? Misplaced concretism, taking things that aren't physical and giving them physicality, like space, which is
like photons, you mean?
Pardon?
Like photons.
Dude, are you going to follow what I'm saying, or are you just going to wait to speak?
No, you're going down this route of it not being physical, and I'm trying to tell you it's irrelevant. Yeah.
Well, it's not irrelevant, dude, because you're saying that this non-physical thing is causing gas pressure.
Indeed, exactly. Yeah. So
Indeed,
whether
but
it's
it can't. But it can't, because it's not physical.
like a photon, you mean?
Like time, I mean. Is time physical? Can you add energy to time? Can you paint it red, kick it down the road? Can you do that to time?
But without sounding rude, that's also irrelevant.
No, it's pointing out that space.
Okay, how about this? Is mass physical?
Just saying it's not irrelevant isn't going to help you get past this point that the gravity that you've spoken about isn't physical. It can't be physical. It's a reification. It's using non-physical things. Do you think time's physical?
No, it's a concept. Of course, it's a concept.
Thank you. So it's a concept, the same as space. Absence of anything, height, width, length, is a concept. But Einstein took these concepts and gave them physicality, space-time fabric that can be distorted and warped because of the displacement of mass, the physical object, interacting with the physical fabric, which isn't physical because it's a reification.
Indeed. This is what I mean. So you want to go down this route of it being non-physical because you need your container for there to be gas pressure without a container.
Well, you need this gravity that you've decided that you're going to be talking about to cause pressure, but it can't do because it's not physical.
Why is that?
How do you measure pressure without a container or a surface?
Sorry. Why is that? I've just explained it to you. Time's a concept, you said. Concepts aren't physical. Are you following now?
I know, but you keep saying like it makes a difference whether it's physical or not. But why is this?
It does definitely does make a difference, especially when hopefully you're going to be able to demonstrate this space-time distortion because of displacement of mass, giving gas pressure in a scientific experiment, but you can't because you're talking about concepts.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you is,
I measure gas because it physically presses against a barometer or some other device. The gas presses. So are you insinuating that you can measure gas pressure without having gas press on anything?
That's just buoyancy again, dude, and relative temperatures.
No, it's not. It's talking about pressure.
No.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Do you know how barometer works?
How do you achieve pressure of a gas?
Well, one way is to stack a lot of gas upon one another and put it in a gravitational field, i.e. the Earth.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So
like if you had, like for instance, if you had a really long, high vacuum tube that went from the surface of the Earth all the way out into space, yeah.
All the way out into space.
Let's just hang on. Let's just hang on.
Uncontained. Don't tell me to hang on. You think that if you uncontained this imaginary pipe that went to the sky, that the gas would stay in the pipe and not disperse into the next available volume once you've uncontained it from your physical container?
Let me finish this scenario, dude. Imagine you've
got.
Like
do you also think the gas weighs down on a scale?
Hang on, let me do the scenario. Okay, you've got like
do you think the air is weighing on a scale?
Hang on. Imagine you've got like a square.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that one too. Okay. I'll add that. So at the bottom of this long tube, vacuum tube, let's say it's a square foot tube, goes all the way out into space. It's got a lid on the top, yeah, and a scale on the bottom, yeah. So the volume is tremendous, but then you put in some dry ice, not to fill it, like a small amount. Due to forces acting upon it, it will pool at the bottom.
No, it won't. Demonstratively, it doesn't do that. Sorry,
there'll be more of it. There'll be more of it at the bottom.
Excuse me. Demonstratively, it doesn't.
It'll disperse in time.
You know, when you went to the concert and they had a container of the sulfur hexafluoride, that wasn't pulled at the bottom of the container. That filled the limitation of the container. It was pressing upwards and outwards and downwards. You've got a misunderstanding about what your magical dry ice would do in the vacuum chamber. It's not substantiated through experimentation or demonstration. Gas fills space.
What I'm trying to explain to you is there'll be more pressure at the bottom of the container than there would be the top.
Why?
Pressure is not weight.
Due to gravity.
Pressure is not weight, echo chamber.
Dude, I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this. You made me add that in there when I wasn't. Well, I didn't want to include it in there. I'm just saying that you'd be able to weigh the extra mass you've added to this because you're measuring the whole chamber. Chamber's on the scales. You add gas to it, the weight's going to go up.
Okay, but is that the gas pressing downwards? Because remember, the gas is also pressing outwards and upwards. It's gas pressure.
I didn't want to put the scale in it, dude. Like it confuses it.
That's fine. But you had a container, didn't you?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, because you need gas. You need a container to achieve gas pressure. You having this idea that because up there you think is a vacuum, and we have a gas pressure gradient, which is caused by temperature, by the way, that the graduation eventually goes out into the vacuum of space. But to have a gas pressure gradient experimentally, you're gonna need a container. If you don't have a container, then the gas is free to move into the next available volume. I tried to give you this example with the example of the Russian dolls. Take away the container, the gas is free to move into the next available volume. If that available volume is of a much, much, much lower pressure differential. This is with requirement to the second law of thermodynamics where entropy increases. High pressure goes to low, hot goes to cold. This doesn't reverse.
So in this vacuum tube that goes from the all the way out to the moon, say for instance, and you had barometers, very accurate barometers, like every 10 centimeters. Every hang on, every 10 centimeters.
Situation, dude. You're just going to insert your bollocks into your hypothetical situation. It's not experimentally demonstrated, is it?
No, I'm trying to explain the concept to you.
I get the concept, but you're just going to add your bollocks to make your concept work within your own paradigm. But as soon as you open the container, being as there's a bigger volume for the gas to disperse into, entropy will increase and the gas will fill the next available space and equalize. It's what gas does. PV equals nRT.
Okay, let's not do it on Earth then. Let's have a vacuum chamber on the moon.
Why are we doing hypothetical situations? Is it because you can't give me a demonstration of gas pressure without a container unless you invoke some kind of hypothetical bollocks like now we're going to go to the moon? That's going to be helpful.
I'm trying to explain to you that the container is gravity.
You'd been better talking about mass attracting mass, mate.
It's kind of irrelevant at this point, dude. Like, there's no point splitting it off into like Newtons or Einstein.
Well, it is relevant because the one that you're talking about is not physical in the first instance. The second one, Newtons, if we're talking about mass attracting mass, that means that gas which has mass would attract gas. So therefore, gas would attract gas, and gas wouldn't disperse into the limitation of its environment because when the gas molecules were closer together, the gravitational effect would be at its strongest. But gas doesn't act like that, which is why I gave you gravity in the first instance and told you that gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, having physical collisions with other gas molecules and anything else that's physical, including the container. Once it reaches the limitation of its container, by consequence, the gas is now under pressure.
I'm aware it's difficult for a globie like me to have these conversations when you're not willing to accept there are such things in our solar system like gas giants, like Jupiter, for instance.
Yes, Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas which isn't dispersing into the vacuum. It's unfortunate that you think that story is true.
The reason why it doesn't do is because it has immense gravity.
I love the story, dude, and believe me, 10 years ago I bought the same fucking thing until I thought about it. You can't have a gas
mass amount of gas causing freaking gravity. Oh boy.
Yeah, eventually there's a magical amount of gas that stops gas dispersing. That doesn't happen, dude. There's no magical amount of gas or a big rock that makes gas return and not increase in entropy. Gases increase in entropy. That's how we deal with them.
So what happens when you put like any gas, most gas, under high pressure? What happens to them?
Sorry, say that again. What happens to any gas when you put it under pressure?
Any gas,
Condenses.
like oxygen, nitrogen, anyone you want.
Yeah.
Like you put them under
Condenses,
mass
turns to liquid.
into liquid. Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
What happens to gas when you keep increasing the size of the container?
But if you increase the size of the container at the same rate you added the same mass, it would stay a liquid.
We're not adding gas, dude. I'm just increasing the size of the container. What happens to the gas inside the container when you keep increasing the size of the container?
Well, obviously it will gasify because the pressure will go down.
It's already gas, dude. And I'm talking about increasing the size of the container. What happens to the gas now inside a bigger container?
Well, the pressure will go down and it will gasify. That's what I just said.
Awesome. So the pressure will go down and the gas will fill the availability of space, still reaching the limitation of its container and achieving pressure because it's pressing against the walls of its container. To have this situation, you must have a container. If you remove the container, let's say we've got a ball of gas that's contained in the vacuum of space, and then we take away the physical ball, the gas is now free to disperse into any region of the vacuum of space that it goes in. That's what gas does.
Unless another force is acting upon it.
Yeah, unless another force is acting upon it, which I've dismantled because gas would not increase into the volume of space if gravity was acting on the gas. You wouldn't be able to have a container of gas. You'd have a little layer of gas at the bottom. It would not keep increasing because the gas molecules, which are closer together, have a greater gravitational attraction or distort the space-time fabric, not making the gas disperse. But gases disperse, don't they? So there goes the gravity bit.
No, there are other.
I
This
thought
is
he
what I
was
mean.
an Einstein proponent.
It's irrelevant whether it's Einstein or the like. Yeah. So
it's not a force. If you're an Einstein proponent, then you don't think it's a force.
Hang on, that doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Yeah. What I'm trying to explain to this guy here
relevant.
Is
what are you talking about?
But this is what we observe, though, isn't it? We have higher air pressure at the surface.
Yeah. Why is that?
Look, listen, follow me.
Why is that?
If there was a container, i.e. the dome around the Earth, there wouldn't be higher pressure at the surface.
Dude, this is why I keep asking you, why is there more pressure here at the surface of the Earth than there is 2, 6, 10 miles above the surface of the Earth? Why is that?
Less gravity acting upon it. This
No,
gradient I'm talking about further away from the center of mass.
It's incorrect. The reason why we have gas pressure gradients, which can be demonstrated experimentally, is because of temperature. That's the T bit in PV equals nRT, by the way, the ideal gas law. That's temperature that will give you a graduation. Also, the gas is produced down here at ground and surface level. You know, phytoplankton, the oxygen and nitrogen cycles, the water cycle. The gas is produced down here on the surface of the Earth. So don't be surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced. But the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of temperature.
Okay, but okay, so temperature change, yeah. But
yes.
If there was this dome around the Earth,
yes,
why is there higher air pressure at the surface?
Temperature. The gas is produced down here at surface level. Temperature and gas production, where the gas is put into the system and taken out of the system, where the temperature of the sun is radiated from the surface of the Earth. This is your model.
So Jedi, would you say that the
I'm talking to
temperature
this
is
dude.
higher or lower?
Dude, I'm talking to this dude. We talk all the time.
This is what I'm getting at. So, like, are you saying that it's a higher temperature at the surface of the Earth than it is in the stratosphere?
Yes. Would you like the diagram?
I don't know what that is, but that's just okay. It's just the first time I've heard someone state that the temperature is higher at the surface of the Earth than it is in the stratosphere.
Right. You don't think it's cold up there?
No, dude, it's not cold. It's dude, not At night time, yes. Out of the way of the sun, yes, cold. But in view of the
Don't
sun,
think
it's very hot.
colder at the top of a mountain in the daytime, like Everest, where all the snow is. You don't think there's a graduation in temperature that radiates from the surface of the Earth and decreases with altitude. You don't think that's the case?
No, I know that's not the case, dude.
No, all right, I'll give you the diagram. I'll also give you your own model, which describes the atmospheric gradient with regards to temperature. It's in the chat.
Jesus.
11 minutes past the hour.
Wow. He knows what? He knows it's not true. What?
What is this diagram, dude?
Sorry, say that again.
What is this diagram?
What do you think it is, dude? It's the temperature and pressure of the atmosphere with altitude. Did you know that there's not just a vertical pressure gradient as well? There's a horizontal one that moves away with
That's not true, dude. Let me find something for you. Hold on.
It is fucking true. There's two gradients, one with altitude from the surface of the Earth because of the radiant heat released from the surface of the Earth given to it by the sun. And because the sun moves between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, there's a gradient that moves horizontally away from the Earth towards the poles.
This is what I'm getting at. Like, what you're trying to tell me is that it's hotter. Sorry, it's colder further away from the sun.
Hey, what happens to gas when the temperature drops?
Do you remember the bit where I said radiated from the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, no, I know. You said because it's the collection of heat from the sun, but it's radiating from the sun, dude,
radiates from the surface
directly.
of the Earth. You know the ground gets hot. You know the ground gets hot. The floor gets hot, doesn't it? And over time, that heat is released from the surface of the Earth.
You're missing what I'm saying, though, dude. That's further away than the stratosphere from the sun.
No, but that's not my fault. You don't understand your own model.
What?
Radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. The sun heats the surface of the Earth, making the ground that you stand upon hot. Over time, that heat is dispersed. It radiates away from the surface of the Earth, getting cooler with altitude. This is why you can demonstrate experimentally a gas pressure gradient with inside a container because of the dispersal of heat. PV equals nRT, where T stands for temperature.
Okay, look, granted, fair enough, yes. But what I think you're trying to tell me is this energy that's collected from the sun doesn't impact or raise the temperature of the atmosphere.
Do I need to repeat myself again because this is becoming frustrating?
What do you think they're measuring the temperature of, dude?
Of the stratosphere, dude.
Yeah, like how do you measure the temperature of a pure vacuum?
Same way you would on the surface.
What do you measure inside the vacuum?
The temperature.
Of nothing?
No, we obviously put the apparatus in the vacuum, then that registers the temperature. So in direct sunlight, in space, is incredibly hot. Out of the view of the sun, very cold. Goes from one to the other. Yeah.
When something is hot, what is happening?
I thought he said it was hot up there.
I'll read this to you because it comes from the excerpt that I gave you the diagram from. So the atmosphere is layered corresponding with how the atmosphere's temperature changes with altitude. By understanding the way the temperature changes with altitude, we can learn about how the atmosphere works. So temperature is the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient. I've given you Boyle's law,
Lusak's law, Dalton's law, Avogadro's law. I've given you those, and within those laws, you can demonstrate inside a container when you very manipulate the heat, you get a gas pressure gradient. There will be more pressure where there's more heat. There's more heat on the surface of the Earth. That's not my model, by the way.
You got that arse back. You got that arse backwards, dude.
No, he doesn't.
Pressure
and temperature intrinsically linked.
You know, hot things like to vibrate, right? They need a lot of space to move around. So the path of least resistance is upward. It just happens so that the densest things in our existence seem to be below our feet, and less dense things are above our heads. So you can imagine that the hotter something gets, the more space it needs. Why not go up?
Hot things do go up, dude. A hot air balloon does go up.
Yeah, but it also cools. That's why you have to keep adding heat to the hot air balloon. It also cools with altitude.
Exactly. That's why these satelloons you got. Hang on. This is why these satelloons you talk about are made out of these like tinfoil type material to keep the temperature gradient inside the balloon a certain steady state, so it stays at a certain altitude. They regulate the temperature.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you.
No, indeed, yes.
That's why we have weather cycles and rain and sunshine.
Still going to need a container to achieve gas pressure. If you don't have a container, you won't achieve pressure, and the gas is free to disperse into the next available space.
I know how you've reached that conclusion, dude, because you've picked up the wrong end of the stick in regards to
the second law of thermodynamics.
The temperature gradient of the atmosphere.
Okay, echo chamber. What do you use to measure gas pressure with? What's the device, or give me a device?
Well, you can use many things. You can use a gauge.
Yeah. What happens in the gauge?
A force acting upon it moves a needle, dude.
So, like in a barometric gauge, there's it measures a differential. There's a little dimple inside that responds to the ambient outside air pressure.
No,
and the dimple changes. The dimple changes with the velocity of gas pressing on it.
Yeah, it's like a membrane, like a diaphragm,
like a container.
Yes.
Yeah, like a wall of a container. So gas is physically bouncing off of the dimple inside of barometer. You can hold it upside down, right side up, sideways, doesn't matter. It'll be the same pressure.
Remember this hypothetical 10-mile long vacuum tube, yeah? And you put a minimum amount of any gas you want on it. If you flip that upside down, it's all going to drop to the bottom again.
What is gas in a vacuum tube? Drop to the bottom?
No, it's not. The gas inside the
gas will press on the top with as much pressure as it presses on the bottom.
Like, remember, gas only disperses freely unless another force acts upon it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you're in a vacuum, it's in a vacuum. So you got one gas in a vacuum. It goes in all directions equally, assuming variable like temperature remains the same, assuming volume stays the same.
He's talking about things he cannot demonstrate again. It's all hypothetical.
Yeah, I think he needs to play around with gas pressure and containers and stuff. Like go to a hardware store.
Dude, I'm a welder, man. I'm a welder. I play with gas bottles all day.
Oh, okay, good.
So what?
Weld without your tank, then.
Yeah, what happens when you open the tank?
You can arc weld.
Yeah, what happens when you open the tank? When you've got a high pressure inside the tank, which is higher than the atmospheric pressure outside. What happens to the high pressure inside the tank when you open the tank?
It depends what gas is in the tank. Like I said, if it's CO2, dude, it'll fall to the floor.
Will it be in the tank or will it
exit the tank.
It
When
will
you
exit the
open
tank,
the tank.
it will exit the tank, dude, because it's a
Thank
higher
you.
pressure. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So that's the second law in motion. High pressure goes to low pressure. So when you open the tank, the gas, which is under high pressure, is free to disperse into the lower pressure environment. Now, if you're going to say, well, this is a denser gas, like you brought up the dry ice earlier, then yeah, it might sink to the floor, but that'll be a relationship between that dense gas and the lesser dense gas of the atmosphere. If you put that dry ice into a vacuum chamber, however, it doesn't do like you said and pull at the bottom. It presses equally in all directions on the limitation of its container. That's when you take the lid off, the gas comes out.
No, exactly. That's what I was trying to get at with you. If you had this container, this dome, then there'd be an equilibrium. There would be like an equal pressure throughout the atmosphere, rather
But
than
we
higher
have
pressure.
a temperature differential, don't we?
Okay, so in Antarctica,
yeah,
where it's like minus 40,
80,
yeah, 80 is the pressure higher at the surface or
lower?
No, let me finish, dude. Like at the North Pole, is the
North
air
Pole,
pressure higher at sea level or 10 miles up?
It's lower at 10 miles up. It's higher at ground level.
Yeah, why is that?
I've already told you.
Oh.
I've given you two reasons. Can you remember what they are?
I know you keep holding to this temperature gradient, which is true. Which is true,
yes,
but like,
is 100% true because I cited it.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of this, dude. Like
What's
I said,
the other reason? I told you a few times. What's the other reason apart from temperature? If you're going to be talking about the Arctic where it's icy, where's the gas produced? Where do you think gas produced, mate? Is gas produced 10 miles up in the sky, or is it produced in biological and chemical reactions on and within the surface of the Earth? For example, phytoplankton in the sea.
But remember, you keep saying gas can move freely in any all directions.
Yes.
Yes.
And it does.
Yeah,
Until it
that's
has
what I'm trying to get an answer to. Why is it the higher pressure at the surface?
Oh my God, I've given the answer like 5 fucking times. Why is he not listening?
I don't know. One of the reasons is this is the origin of where gas is.
Yeah, but remember, it disperses. It gets created here and it disperses here.
Yeah,
then
I would expect to find more of it where it originates than where it goes.
All right, so you're saying the back pressure at the sea level is because all the trees and cow farts are pushing it out of that pressure.
Bingo. Yes, chemical and biological cycles that take place on and within the surface of the Earth. For example, phytoplankton. Same thing as cows farting. Same thing as trees. The oxygen and nitrogen and carbon cycle. The evaporation cycle. You know, where the sun comes out, heats the water changes from a liquid into a gas and rises.
Yeah.
Yes.
Helium gas fields, methane bubbles in the ocean, and on and on.
And that's what's creating the higher pressure at the surface.
What, where the gas is produced?
You mean like out of the spout of a kettle boiling?
It's part of the answer.
That's what's creating the higher pressure
That's
zone.
part of the answer. Part of the answer.
I've already cited it. Would you like me to read it out to you again?
That's a new one. That's a new one on me.
Would you like me to read it out to you again? So the atmosphere is layered, corresponding with how the atmosphere's temperature changes with altitude. Now, because it's minus fucking 40 degrees in the Arctic, doesn't mean that it's minus 60 degrees with altitude. It gets colder with altitude.
It don't, dude. This is what I mean.
Dude. That's why
it
there's
doesn't.
snow on the top of fucking mountains, dude.
No, the reason why
people freeze to death mountain hiking all the time.
Now, the reason why there's snow on top of a mountain, dude, because of the air pressure.
It's pretty cold up there, isn't it?
What is the less
in the winter,
pressure in correspondence with the temperature, as I've just cited from your own model?
Yeah, you ever watch the Swiss Alps melt in the summertime at top?
I wonder why people decide in Italy when it's fucking hot in the summertime to go to the mountains where it's cooler.
That's a good question.
To get a suntan, dude.
No, they go to the mountains because it's cooler, because the mountains are at a higher altitude than it is at the beach where it's hotter.
And you get an amazing suntan because you're closer to the sun.
Yeah, you're going to get a nice suntan because of the reflection off of the snow, I'll give you that. But it's cooler with altitude. If you don't believe us, I tell you what, take a minute out of your life and fucking Google it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking like mountains and stuff. I'm talking about the stratosphere, like out.
Altitude. With altitude,
into space. Yes.
Yeah, with altitude, it gets cooler. With altitude, there's a gas pressure gradient where there's less pressure in correspondence with the temperature, as I've cited now 5 times, and you just haven't listened.
No, I have listened, dude. It's just it's like
You just
a
don't
point.
believe it. You just don't
believe. It's a point that we agree on, dude. And you keep clinging to it. I'm not talking about that zone in the atmosphere. I'm talking way higher.
Okay, it's cooler up there.
Let me find
Is there gases up there? Is there gases up there?
Why, yes, there are gases, and you might find slightly different gases too for some reason.
Wonder how they got there.
That's a good question. Surely it can't be gravity, because gravity pulls everything down.
It does. You're right. You're correct.
It doesn't, because the gases move in all directions. That's why in your container of gas, it's pressing upwards against the lid. Pressure is in all directions, dude. This is where we started the conversation.
And pressure is not the same as weight.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about some things, Jedi, whenever you're done talking to this dude.
Let me post this. Hold on.
You notice everything that we're talking about, right, is demonstrable, and everything that you want to bring up is hypothetical. Take note of that, dude.
Me or him?
Put that in your notebook.
Or him?
It's really funny, and everything we talk about can be pulled up in middle school and high school textbooks. Like, this isn't crazy.
Hey, look, I posted it in there. Look, 120 degrees Celsius. That's hot, dude.
Did you even look at the graph that I gave you? Did you even look at it?
I looked at it, but it's not the concept. It's not the concept I was speaking to. You went. You
test my fucking patience. You'll notice that 11 minutes past the hour in the troposphere, the pressure and temperature goes down. In the stratosphere, it rises a little bit. In the mesosphere, it continues to go down. But in the thermosphere, it accelerates upwards. So it's not a constant curve. As you can see, 11 minutes past the hour, where I gave you the fucking diagram.
Yeah, no, indeed. That's what I'm saying. You're just trying to take it off the conversational route for your own ends, but that wasn't what I was talking about.
What, the fact that you need a container to achieve any type of gradient in the first instance? Otherwise, you will have no fixed volume for the gas to exist in. You won't have a boundary for the gas to press against to achieve pressure, and you won't be able to vary and manipulate the temperature because it'll have fuck all effect apart from make the gas move faster.
I just posted something in the chat for you in regards to the temperature of space.
The temperature of space.
And that's what I was talking to. Not mountains. This gradient. Because your argument was it's hotter on the surface. It's not.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's
even
not,
at night time. Even at night time, it's hotter on the surface. Do you know why? Because the heat is still being released from the surface of the Earth. That it's gained from the sun throughout the day.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm not arguing that fact, dude. I'm trying to bring you back to the point of, like, with your dome around the Earth, so a known volume, and you keep saying that gas moves everywhere upon everywhere, unless it's held in a container. Why is there a higher pressure at the surface when I've just illustrated to you outside space is hotter? But you did answer that by saying this is where the gases are produced. And that's a
Yeah,
mix.
it's also what the sun heats up. It's also what the sun is actively heating.
You can demonstrate this in a container when you very manipulate the temperature and have it in a region, let's say it's on the bottom of the container.
Yeah, when I put a turkey in my oven on broil, I guarantee it's hotter at the bottom of the oven than it is at the top. Ooh.
What? No, it's not.
Yeah, and there's going to be a pressure gradient and a temperature gradient inside.
Okay, all right. Okay, so a hot air balloon, let's say, yeah. In that hot air balloon, where is the hottest air? At the bottom of the balloon or the top of the balloon?
Do you know what? I don't know. I would have
top of the
thought that the
balloon.
hottest. Okay, I would have thought it would be around where the heat is being produced, but I'll go with it's at the top of the balloon too. But do you have to keep putting heat into it? Because what happens over time if you don't?
Because it radiates into
Yeah,
radiates
because it
out.
cools down, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Cool. But we've
Into the
got a
atmosphere.
balloon, which is the container. That's helpful. Still going to need a container.
I'm trying to get your mind away from this. I'm trying to get you to like explain what still, and you have done it with this ridiculous idea. That's where the gas is produced, but it still doesn't quite answer. It still doesn't quite answer it, I do, because remember you keep saying gas moves in any direction completely freely.
It does move freely and randomly in all directions.
Yeah, so there wouldn't be a high. So there wouldn't be a higher pressure at sea level.
Do you
That was the
remember when I
idea.
brought up the ideal gas equals NRT?
Sorry?
What does T stand for?
Let me finish, dude. I'm just
What's
saying,
the
like,
T stand for?
dude, I haven't even got my glasses on, dude, to look up any of this stuff.
I said it to you. PV equals NRT. What does the T stand for?
I don't know.
I've told you several times.
Temperature, jeez.
Temperature.
Okay.
Do you understand what PV equals NRT is?
It just bolsters my argument, though, dude. When I told you it's already hotter.
No, you don't even know what we're talking about, so you can't really refute what we're saying.
Okay, so in PV equals NRT, you got the T bit. What's the P stand for?
I imagine pressure.
Thank you. And how do we solve for pressure?
I don't know, dude. I don't want to do this one because it's irrelevant.
Force divided by the area. The area is a physical boundary for the gas to press against, given in feet or meters. A physical boundary to achieve pressure. You need a physical boundary to achieve pressure, otherwise you will not have a volume.
Send your kids. We will tutor them in physics.
Okay, on that one then, like with these equations and the like, I tend to ask flat earthers this one. Is there an experiment I can do to teach my kids that the earth is indeed flat?
There is no scientific experiment that is going to demonstrate to you a what is question. Scientific experiments deal with the how and why of cause and effect relationships. The shape of an object is not a cause and effect relationship. So there's no scientific experiment that you can do to prove the shape of any object. You're in a category error.
Yeah, what can you demonstrate to your kids that you live on a globe? That's what I want to know.
Sticks and mirrors, dude, and pi. It's quite simple.
Oh yeah, sticks and mirrors. Okay.
And sticks and mirrors and begs the question.
Sticks and shadows and pebbles and geometry.
Okay.
This is why they need to send their kids to us, because they're going to be parents teaching them this nonsense.
I'm just saying, like, it may well be nonsense, okay? But what I'm speaking to is people have learned of this degree for 10 years, as Jedi said. Like, is there something that you can show and explain to the younger generation so they can prove it to themselves that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you can do the same thing that you just said with sticks and shadows and pi. You will end up with a radius of a circle. A circle is a two-dimensional flat object. It's only a sphere when you say it's a sphere, and the circumference that you've measured is the circumference of that sphere. But to take these measurements in the first instance, you're going to need a flat plane because you're measuring angles. Angles are described as the intersection of two straight lines.
So this measurement of angles with shadows can only be done if the Earth is a horizontal straight line for you to take your angle measurement off of. So your globe Earth starts with flat Earth measurements. Sticks and shadows require a flat Earth, and then you can make a circumference of a ball if you want to. Same thing the Chinese did. Same time that Eratosthenes did his sticks and shadows, the Chinese did this and come with the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth. So if you want a scientific experiment, which isn't a scientific experiment, just use the sticks and shadows, but don't invoke circumference of a sphere. Just invoke the circumference of the equatorial radius of the Earth.
So you ignore your observations that.
No, you embrace them. You change your premise, which you haven't established yet.
I hadn't finished the statement, dude.
Well, we know what you're going to say. You're saying that you change how you interpret it. No. You change your assumptions.
No, that's not what I was going to say. I said, so in doing the experiment, you ignore your observations that the sun is round.
No, you don't ignore your observations. You actually embrace them. You see the sun moving.
No, the sun is round.
Okay.
Okay, so what?
the moon is round.
Okay.
Yes.
If you get a telescope, you can see Jupiter is round.
In that instance, if the sun is round and the moon is round and Jupiter and Mars and all of these other things are round, does that mean ipso facto the Earth must be round?
Yeah.
No,
if I stand in a parking lot of a mall and look at all these other cars around me, do I assume that I'm a car?
What does this guy keep doing this for? Like, honestly,
your logic is broken, kid.
The chances of you looking at the sun or the moon or Jupiter or something up on its angle, the flat plane, is going to be like highly
Earth
likely.
isn't any of those. Earth isn't a planet.
It's not
how you measure it.
Oh, right, Jesus.
It's not measured to be like those things. You can say this: the sun's round and the moon's round. I wonder if the Earth is round too. I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can measure it. I'll see if I can measure a drop over distance to prove that the Earth is spherical. Oh, I can't. Because in all intents and purposes, the Earth is measured to be horizontal. That's how we get elevation angles. So things like the sun and the moon, to describe them as 45 degrees above the horizon. You're going to need a flat Earth to make that measurement in the first instance.
Why is that?
Because we're talking about angles, and an angle is an intersection of two straight lines. If the Earth was curved where you're making your measurement from, your horizontal line will be a curved line, and you couldn't measure an angle from a curved line. That's stupid. You know what an angle is? 45 degrees, 90 degrees, yeah.
No, it's just this one the flat earthers do, that you cannot measure curvature of Earth by the drop off. I always find that one hilarious.
No, what I've said to you is you're going to need a flat horizontal plane to measure elevation angles to sun, moon, and stars. Let's say the sun is 45 degrees above the horizon. You're going to need a flat Earth to make that measurement, because you're talking about angles. And as I've just said, and if you know the words follow along, an angle is an intersection of two straight lines. If the Earth was curved, you wouldn't have the intersection of two straight lines, and you wouldn't be able to describe the sun as 45 degrees above the horizon.
Okay, yeah. Again, irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Flat Earth proof, but that's irrelevant.
What?
Gotcha.
And by the way, right, children don't need an experiment like for like what you consider to be an experiment to show that the Earth is flat. Right? They already know. What actually has to be done to them is they need to be told that the Earth is a ball, because it's not evident. It's not self-evident. Right?
So
that's when you come along with your sticks and shadows and all that, right?
No, that's the thing.
Listen, children, your daily experience of reality isn't real. Look at these shadows.
Yeah, just explain.
Nice
things go.
job, man.
Things go over the horizon. They go over the horizon. You can't see them anymore. Why is that, Daddy? Because they're going around the curve.
It doesn't always happen. Like, you can see things shrink and then disappear.
Yeah, what about when they come to you and say, "Why didn't that boat go over the horizon, Daddy?"
Well, show me an example of that, and I'll show that to him. Go on. Show me a video of a boat going out to sea, straight line, and you can see it all the way to Australia.
That'd be stupid. You need a very, very powerful optic with a massive aperture to resolve.
Well, we have those. It's 2024.
Yeah, you can't see through the physical obstruction of the air and its particulates and water vapor. So you're just revealing how ignorant you are right now. So first about gas and now about optics. So
okay.
And gravity.
Yeah, the reason why I can't see it, Timmy, is because there's too much atmosphere in the way. Why did it disappear from the bottom, Daddy?
And that's just perspective, as explained within the Rayleigh criterion. It's reached its diffraction limit across the surface, and you won't be able to resolve the bottom of an object as it moves along that surface. It's explained within the Rayleigh criterion.
Right.
Sorry. Echo, I have a question for you. Do you acknowledge that perspective and therefore the law of perspective is a real thing? Before I ask you this question afterwards, do you agree that there's perspective and laws that the perspective is following? Do you agree? Anyways, I'm gonna give the example and then maybe you agree. Have you ever been in a major city, big city with tall buildings?
Yes.
Okay, so when you go in between two tall buildings, like skyscrapers, it's the best example in a major city, and you're gonna put yourself in the middle of the street, for example, or if it's a sidewalk, you can even use the sidewalk, and then you're gonna put your view, and you're gonna focus it in the rough middle between these two tall buildings. You will notice, due to perspective, or maybe you think it's something else, but I can tell you, due to the perspective, it will obviously look like as if the two tall buildings are getting closer to each other, and the higher it is, the more it actually looks like as if they're almost touching. Do you think these buildings are crooked, like like in Italy with the you know what I mean? Or do you agree that there is perspective and there is such a thing that happens? Well, if you have never noticed that phenomena, I'm gonna post a picture, and maybe that furthermore will make you understand that there's a merging point, where things just merge into each other. Therefore, they can also disappear. So if these very, very tall buildings would be, let's say, 3 times the height next to each other, they will look like for you as if they're touching, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then if you zoomed in with a high powerful camera, like a Nikon or something,
then they come back.
And you realize that they're not, yeah.
Yeah, and this is simple perspective, and this is why I brought this forward is to make you understand that if you live on a horizontal stationary plane, what you see is actually what you would expect to see, that bolts at some point will eventually disappear, and when you have a good camera, you can even bring them back, but there's also a limit to the resolution of the camera. So even with a good camera, at some point, it will disappear a second time, if it has the first time with your bare eyes or binoculars or whatnot.
No, indeed. That's what I'm saying. Like you can zoom in, and still see it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the worst thing about it, is
they always disappear from the bottom up, dude.
What things are on the surface? Of course they do. I explained this within the Rayleigh criterion. It's reached the diffraction limit. The bottom of the object has gone into the angle of 0.2 that your eye can no longer resolve. There's also other phenomena for a boat at sea, for example, refraction. That boat could be sinking, not sinking literally, but as in the refraction termed as sinking, where it's compressed downwards towards the bottom. So there's lots of reasons why things can appear to disappear from the bottom up. See, the thing is, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface too. You don't need a curve in the way to obstruct the bottom.
You got an example of that?
Yeah, I've got over 30 videos.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll drop them all for you, which you won't watch.
Which you won't watch.
Visit our home server, discord.gg/flat earth, and check out the sidebar channels for everything you need. You've got optics, vision, perspective. You've got stuff on gravity, Coriolis, long distance observations.
Gravity's
Okay.
an interesting one, Amish. Figure it's
Why is that?
That might end up.
Oh yeah, you
do you
got
believe
proof
that
of
there's
a
a downward
gravitational force? Cool.
We tried the gravity one,
Actually
but,
do, believe it or not.
but apparently the reason why there's higher air pressure at the surface is because cows fine.
Is because of temperature, that's radiant heat from the surface of the Earth, and where the gas is produced. This is all experimentally validated, by the way.
I know, but I already explained to you, dude, in my text I put in, it's, outside the atmosphere, it's hotter. It's 120 degrees.
Yes, the thermosphere. But the gas isn't produced in the thermosphere now, is it?
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It goes back to your argument where the gases are being produced is creating higher pressure at the surface.
Yes.
That's what I said, dude. That's what you said. So I'm not
awesome stuff. So this has got no. We don't need to talk about this anymore then.
So plants are breathing, cows are farting. That's why there's a higher air pressure at the surface. Cool.
Yeah,
You carry on. You carry on believing that.
In the sea.
Yep, it's one of the reasons. Another big one is the sun.
The evaporation cycle that makes clouds, that type of
He
stuff.
just left, Jedi. He just left.
Oh, good.
Good riddance.
Yeah, but Jedi, I wanted to bring something to your attention. I don't know if you've already heard of this. You might have not heard of this. I'm kind of figuring this stuff out, obviously, but when you guys were talking, I was doing a little bit of research, and I found this pretty interesting. Would you say that relative density is what we think is gravity? Like, would you say that there's no downwards vector other than the medium and the object?
No. So there's not just a downwards vector, is there? There's a vertical vector up and down, where we can make things move either up or down.
Sure. Relative to the medium, right?
Well, yeah, it's relative density, so the object and the medium.
Oh.
You might have heard me talk about
and relative to no medium.
Yeah, you might have heard me.
So we would say that
it's a claim, man.
You might have heard me speak about a boiled egg within a fish tank. When you drop the boiled egg to the bottom of the fish tank that's just got clear water in it, it goes to the bottom. Unless it's a bad egg, then it will rise. But if you make the water denser by adding salt to it, the egg will rise. Now we can make things move along this axis of up and down, but why there's an axis of up and down, we don't know because we can't turn it on and off again.
Beautiful. We would agree that there would be no just a downwards vector, right? Because what gravity's claiming is that there's a downwards vector to the center of the Earth, but there's not an upwards vector, right?
Yeah, there is an upwards vector though, isn't there?
Yeah, there sure is. We can demonstrate it with a balloon.
But that would be relative to the density of the object versus the medium.
You
right?
sound like a flat earther now.
Yes.
Sure, exactly. I'm trying to get at your point. I'm trying to show you your own point so you can acknowledge it and so I can disprove it. So we have an object relative to the density, it will go up. Relative to the medium, it will go up. Relative to the medium, if it's less denser than the medium, it will go up. Right? Like that. Go down, up.
Yeah. If you got
you would agree that there's no actual downwards acceleration.
What?
But you would agree that there's no actual downwards acceleration, right?
No, you can demonstrate it by dropping a pencil.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Beautiful. So we agree on that point. You don't think there's any downwards acceleration. Now, here's the problem.
Up and down.
Okay, sure. But
you're not getting our point. It's up and down.
Medium. Relative to the density object in the medium.
You want our point to be different, so you get your gotcha, but sorry, our point isn't what you want.
I want your point to be the same. I want your point to be illustrated.
I'm sorry, Matt. Womp womp.
No, listen. I want your point to be only the object and the medium.
Sorry.
Object, medium. That's all I want.
How about no medium?
Is that you? Is that you or not? Is that not your point? Object and medium.
Well, I mean, you can have an object without a medium, right?
Sure, but I'm just saying the object and the medium that's surrounding the object. Relative density, right? That's your point.
Sure.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Now, where we run into problems is where we have a vacuum. So, for example, here I have my Xbox controller and I have a Sprite can that I've drank out of, right? So this Sprite can is going to be obviously less dense than my Xbox controller, right? So if I put them both 50 feet high up in the sky and they both fall at the same time, you'd reckon that my Xbox controller that has more weight would fall down and hit the ground quicker than my Sprite can, right? This is also because my Sprite can is fighting against air resistance. On Earth, we have something called air. So when my Sprite can is falling down, it's also fighting against air. Now, I don't think you guys, I mean, I think we've done this demonstration
This is why we drop
even
things,
with the
this is
vacuum.
why we drop things in vacuum chambers. So we're going to have a bowling ball
Yes.
and a feather.
Yes.
And we're going to drop
Yes.
drop the bowling ball and the feather. Hold on. Let me still man you. And we drop the bowling ball and the feather, and they reach the bottom of the container at pretty much exactly the same time, right? Because there's no air.
But hold on, let me just finish.
And then we've got the Bremen drop tower vacuum chamber that's like 300 feet, right? And they drop different elements in a box, and they all fell at different rates.
Now, but I have this for you, right? So obviously we have Dave Scott at the moon, and we have a hammer, and we have a feather. I just posted it. So obviously, the only other thing that would be on the moon would be the downwards vector, the supposed downwards vector on the moon, right? So what he did was he dropped the feather at the exact same time, and they fell down at the exact same time. So what this would disprove is that the object's density in weight relative to the medium doesn't matter. There's an actual downwards vector. That's what
Is this the one that Brian Cox did, that Indio found out that they didn't drop at the same time?
No, this is the one on the moon where they dropped the hammer. He's picked up the 1969
feather
wherever it was. Yeah. So what happens when you uncontained gas in a vacuum chamber? Does that fall down to the floor at 9.8 meters per second square?
That's not my argument. I'm just talking about the objects.
I know it's not. So I'm trying to point this out.
But it's funny how Jedi's trying to like go to the other direction now.
I'm trying to help you. You've got your bowling ball and you've got your feather and you've got a fucking container of gas. You drop the bowling ball and the feather and they hit the floor at pretty much the same time. You uncontain the container of gas and the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Now, where's your downwards acceleration with the gas?
We're just talking about objects. We're not talking about gas.
So gases aren't physical then, no? Not a state of matter.
Well, it's physical, but we're only demonstrating this with objects. So where are you getting gas from? I'm not arguing the gas pressure thing.
Gas is an object.
It is an object, idiot.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't doubt that gas is an object. I'm just saying I'm trying to demonstrate this with like objects that are more denser than gas, obviously.
No, okay. So dense
solids
go down. That's great. Gas doesn't.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So when we observe gas not falling down to the bottom of the vacuum chamber, there's observably no gravity acting upon the gas. Otherwise, the gas would fall like the bowling ball in the feather, but it doesn't.
Okay. So you're doing this with gas only because gas is like super non-dense. But you're not doing this with a feather and a hammer because they clearly demonstrate that there's a downward
So now
vector
density matters. So now density matters?
Super non-dense. I mean, if you can show
right. So now density matters, Matt. You said before, so it shows the density doesn't matter. They both fall at the same time.
You're doing
but now
gas.
density matters because Jedi introduced gas.
And a hammer, and
that's exactly right, Squad. You peeled his deception back. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he used something that's like extremely undense, like gas. You can't actually paint gas yellow or red, right, Jedi?
What's it called? Is it called relative density?
Sounds like it.
Can you explain why they fell at the same rates, though? Can you give an explanation for why they fell at the same rates?
I don't think they really do.
No, and there's Amish is trying to point. Amish is trying to point out different elements actually do fall at different rates in vacuum chambers, like nickel, zinc, fall at different rates, dude. Ever so very slightly. That's why 9.8 meters per second squared is an average.
And
would you be able to
depends where you go on Earth. You're going to find the same object. The same object falls at a different rate if you go to a different place.
Why are you just interrupting me when I start talking? It's crazy.
Well,
can you give an
explanation? I think we need to teach you, Matt, because you're not going to teach us.
Every single time I start talking, it's crazy.
I don't know. I was waiting for my turn to speak. Yep. So the same object you can take all around in the same kind of vacuum environment. It'll drop at different rates.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Anyways,
Okay.
what I'm talking about is my
Well, it does.
video where we have the hammer and the feather fall at the exact same time. Jedi, what's your explanation for that?
They don't fall at the same time.
Well, I asked Jedi.
What? I've already told you. What's my explanation? I don't have one.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is just something that we can observe. It happens. Now, the cause of this is up for debate because we can't change that vector on and off again. We can't change the rate of fall of that object. We can't make it fall faster. We can't make it fall slower. We can't make it hover there in the atmosphere because we can't turn what is ever making things go up and down, even if there is something doing that. We can't experimentally validate it. All we can do is make things work along this vertical axis, up or down.
Who's this guy that's playing music?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, anyway, what this does prove to me, at least, I don't know about to you guys, this is me personally, that there definitely is a downwards vector if we have a hammer, right? Because we have one medium and we have one thing that's more denser than the other, and they're falling at the exact same rate. Downwards vector,
Down
no relative density.
And up too.
Because if you change the medium, you'll get a different reaction. That's why it's called relative density, dependent on the object and the medium it goes in. When you remove the wind resistance, these solid objects will go down. You won't be able to pour water down though, because when it's met with zero pressure in a vacuum, it will fucking turn to gas and move freely and randomly in all directions. But if you drop a ball, it will go down unless you change the medium it's in, like a swimming pool, turn that medium into water, then the ball will go up. That's why it's called relative density.
You know, this was first, the whole Apollo 15 David Scott thing was first actually a Galileo thought experiment, right?
That's brilliant.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant stuff.
Okay.
But the reason why we do it in a vacuum, right?
Do all
the reason why we
objects
do it
in a
in
vacuum fall at the same rate?
reason why we do it in a vacuum, right, is because there's no air resistance. But like I demonstrated it with a controller and the sprite thing, is there's no air resistance.
Shouldn't be any.
There's going to be
should never be any air resistance because the air should just be sitting on the floor like the other objects.
Force of gravity is not that crazy. You can move your hand up and defy gravity. It's not that strong either. That's the other thing that we don't get. Here.
Mass attracting mass again now.
Mass attracting mass?
Yeah. Okay, does gas attract
People think
gas?
it's like super strong. You can defy gravity. I just defied gravity by moving my hand up.
That's great. So it's not that strong. It is the weakest of the fundamental forces.
What's the flat earth is?
It's pretty weak, yes.
Yes, very weak. So it's not going to be able to stop gas from dispersing then. Being as gas disperses, the masses are getting further apart, so the gravitational attraction between the two masses, if it was there, would be getting weaker and weaker with more gas dispersal. If mass did attract mass and gas did attract gas, then gases wouldn't feel the limitation of that space, because when they're closer together, the gravitational effect will be strongest.
You made a little bit of an error here, so I'm going to correct the error. So the error here is when you're saying mass attracts mass in the sense of gases, and like you're right, everything is attracting. Like my Xbox is like attracting my TV, and everything's attracting each other. But we also have to talk about gravitational constant and the force when we have massive objects. So the attraction rate is going to depend on the mass of the objects. That's why we usually are talking about massive objects. So when we're talking about gases, are gases attracting each other? Yes, but is it negligible because they're literally small as fuck? Yes, so that's an error right there.
So that's not an error. I'm just pointing out to you if mass did attract mass,
and
gases would attract gases, but they don't. Now I'll give you the solid object.
They do. It's just at a very low rate.
Dude, you couldn't even demonstrate this to me if you fucking tried.
Show me that
It'd
they
be hard
do.
to. They're fucking gas. It'd be pretty hard
exactly.
to.
So you
But
couldn't, could you? It's just a fucking
it's
baseless assertion.
gas.
Yeah. You
What do you
couldn't
mean it's a baseless
demonstrate it. Though.
assertion? It's
You couldn't
gas.
demonstrate it, though, could you? So it's
It'd be
just
very,
a
very
baseless
hard
assertion.
to, I reckon.
Yes, it's just a baseless assertion that you can't demonstrate. You're now going to beg to me that it's very hard to do so, Jedi. Please forgive me. I can't demonstrate this to you. That's fine. We'll
Because
give
you
you the
made an error.
Dude, it's not an error. It's just your misunderstanding of what's
It is.
going on.
You're like, the
Now,
gases
I'll
are supposed to be
give you
attracting
the
each other.
Earth.
No, they're not
I'll
fucking
give
massive
the Earth.
objects.
The Earth.
Hardly.
The Earth's a massive fucking object, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, awesome. Which way does gas go? On the
Gas
Earth,
disperses
where we
in
are.
all directions.
Thank
Fine
you.
gravity. Up.
So you said the massive object of the Earth would attract the gas to it, but it doesn't.
Well, it does affect the gases. It's the only issue that we have. Well, the only issue that we have, although there is a downwards vector, because of the density, because the gases are so dense, they can still defy gravity. I told you that you can defy gravity by moving your finger up. It's not a strong force.
No, it's
you can
not.
defy it, and gases do defy it.
Strong force is defying the second law of thermodynamics. This non-strong force. You're fucking killing yourself without even realizing it, dude. It's not a strong.
No, I'm not. I'm
force,
totally on point here. There's nothing I've killed myself on yet.
It's not a strong force, but it's keeping the atmosphere here. It's not a strong force, but it's keeping the atmosphere here. That's what you're saying.
Yep. Well, yeah. Obviously, so would you agree that in gas? Wait, hold on. You said something. Can I respond?
Shush. So when the gas has gained altitude and is further away from the mass that you're saying is attracting it to it, so the gravitational force, which is weak in the first instance, is now fucking weaker. You're saying that this gravitational force, which is weaker, is now at altitude away from the surface of the Earth, going to turn the gas around and make it come back and not increase in entropy and disperse into the vacuum of space. You fucking idiot.
Does it come back? No, there's no fucking idiot here because it doesn't come back, does it? It just stays at a stalemate there because it can't go up further because of gravity.
It can't go up further. Just can't go up.
So who's the fucking idiot now?
You, because it can't go up further, apparently, according to you.
Okay, let's talk about it. Because you also made an error when you were talking to the other guy about how gas works and temperature, okay? So,
yes.
By the way, the gas pressure being made here is relevant, but like you said before, gas disperses in all directions and high pressure moves to low pressure, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter where it's being made because it's going to disperse and go in all directions. Now,
it does.
When we go up in altitude, do we get more temperature or less temperature?
It fluctuates. It goes up and down, as I demonstrated with the graph. Now, where's the gas produced?
Down here.
Where's the gas produced?
Not relevant, though.
It is.
It's going to disperse in all directions because high pressure goes to low pressure.
Probably expect to have more gas where the gas is produced. Especially when that gas is
relatively.
Temperature.
And then it's going to go up and disperse, right? Like you said.
And cool. What happens when it cools?
You mean when it
goes down? What's the convection current?
It's the convection current of what?
Go back to school, dude.
He's just saying go back to school. So either way, when gas is dispersing, right? It's supposed to equalize, but it doesn't equalize even in your own world. So
no, because we live in a dynamic system. The gas that we're breathing
now we live in a dynamic
is not going to equalize. You know what weather patterns are? High pressure.
Live in a contained system, according to you.
Yes, in a contained system, but it's also a dynamic system. As I tried to explain to you and the guy previously, the things that make the system dynamic are gas production, gas cycles, and what's that fucking T stand for again? Oh yeah, temperature. That's what makes it dynamic, you fucking ignorant idiot. That's why it can't reach an equilibrium, because all of these factors are acting upon the gases throughout the course of the day, month, year, fucking forever.
Okay, let's get the equations out, right? So if we have less temperature, or if it's colder up top, do we expect the gas pressure to become lower, or the relative density of the molecules to become lower, like less dense or more dense?
Mm-hmm.
What do we expect?
It's not a hard question, dude. Yes.
Hold on.
Temperature. So higher temperature, higher pressure. But the pressure is going to be the force that the now hotter gas exerts upon the walls of its container within that fixed volume. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to achieve pressure in the first fucking place. But if you want to talk about graduation systems, temperature, then yeah, hot temperature makes the pressure higher as compared to low temperature makes the pressure lower. You really should have.
Technically, Jedi. Well, according to you guys, at least. We done?
You should read the gas laws, which I've told you for the past 5 months. Go and read them.
Great.
You're not going to.
Let's
thermal energy.
Wait, hold on. So technically, we can have a near vacuum then in your world then, right?
What do you mean? Technically, we can have a near vacuum in my world. What, in a vacuum chamber where we've got a container and we've taken all of the gas out, and the container is separating the high pressure outside of the container to the low pressure inside of the container. Yeah, but you're going to need a container.
So we can technically have a container that's like nearly 1 million feet high, or 1 million miles away, right?
That's lovely. Where are we going now with this hypothetical situation that you can
great
demonstrate?
Then we have nearly out of space.
Insert your fucking bullshit into it. Just insert your bullshit into your hypothetical situation, you fucking clown.
Well, do we agree that we have less air density the higher we go? We always do, almost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. So technically, we have near outer space out there as well, and we do see black out there as well, which means that there are barely any air molecules up there as well. So beautiful.
No, the reason why we see black is because it's dark. It doesn't mean there's no fucking
because the
gas
sun's not
there.
illuminating other things as well. Well, I forgot. Yeah, the sun's also not illuminating things up there as well.
Clown. No, it's dark outside. That must mean because it's nighttime, there's no gas, according to you. Fucking idiot,
What do you mean?
Man.
Because it's nighttime, there's no gas.
Well,
no, that's also that's not.
You said it's dark. It's dark up there. There's no gas. You said it's dark. There's no gas. So
I corrected myself. It's dark up there because the sun's not hitting other objects that you can clearly see.
Idiot.
And also we do have high altitude balloon videos showing that the moon is not above the surface of the Earth. So that's also a defeater for you.
What do you mean the moon is not above the surface of the Earth? What are you talking about?
In a high altitude balloon video, we can see that the moon is in that outer space or in that black space that we see, Jedi.
But not above the surface of the Earth.
Nope,
so not must be underground.
You want me to go get it for you?
Dug a hole.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to go get it for you or something?
Position? You know the moon has a ground position, even within the heliocentric model. That bit that is directly underneath the moon. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like you've decided to pull shit out of your ass today and call it fucking candy and try to give it to me. What the fuck?
So in the heliocentric model, is the moon above the surface of the Earth, Jedi?
Yes, the moon has a ground position.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
No, it is not.
Yes.
What are you talking about? There's no up or down in space for it to be above the surface of the Earth.
You don't know what ground position is,
do
you?
Distance from the surface of the Earth, not above the surface of the Earth, because there's no up or down in space, if you knew that.
Oh, it doesn't know what a ground position is. And now wants to not talk about up and down.
A ground position is relative where you are compared to where you see the moon.
Remember this.
Fuck.
You can never use the words up and down again. Just remember
that. Or length, width,
no
and height.
And down in space. Do you agree or do you disagree, Jedi? Is there up and down
There's no height in space. It's literally part of the definition of space.
Oh, so this guy doesn't know what height is compared to up or down.
Length,
so do you realize to have an up or down, you have to have an inertial reference frame to have an up and down?
Space.
You not know that, T-Dub? There's height, width, and length in space, right? There is just no up or down.
That is space.
Because everything
That's space.
Yeah,
dude.
but there's still no up or
down. In reality, not in your imaginary universe.
Out of my imaginary universe, what?
Matt's big crescendo is there's no up and down in space. Haha, flat earthers. There's no up or down in space. Wow.
There isn't.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
But we're not dealing with space, we're dealing with the floor, and up and down is relative to the floor. But you can't use up or down again, remember that. Inwards and outwards according to you. Come on, what crazy bullshit have you got now?
Wait, actually, this is funny. I think you were wrong. You might have to change this up a little bit. Now, I'll give you the time to change it, Jedi. So, if the temperature at the top of the container is higher than at the bottom, gas molecules at the top will have higher kinetic energy and thus a lower density. Do you agree?
Have high pressure where the heat source is in the container. Yes. Doesn't matter which way round your fucking container is. That's like if you've got light on a ceiling or a heater on a ceiling, because the gas is hotter, there will be more pressure. That's because of the temperature.
Is that above the Earth,
It's
Matt?
because of the temperature? Is that what you just said?
What? No, I said it's because of the fucking cow's eyeshadow. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, great. So you're wrong then. You'd have to, so because if there's higher temperature up top, you said that there's less, it gets colder up top. You said that to that guy, right? Did you not?
Dude, we're talking about inside the container in your hypothetical situation where we've got a heater on the top of the container. Now, the last guy, the sun, X amount of million miles away, he thinks that the closer he gets to the sun, as in he goes to the top of the mountain or gets in an aeroplane, he's going to get warmer. But the closest point of heat is the surface of the Earth, which the sun's heat radiates from. He didn't understand this, and now you don't. Weird.
Well, I do understand it. I don't know about you.
Okay, so this is your model that I'm citing at the moment. Your atmospheric model, as I've cited and I posted. It's not my model, it's yours, because it's talking about the atmosphere wrapped around the ball that's flying around.
Do you think I disagree with my model or something? I don't disagree with the diagram you posted. Never said I did.
Okay, cool.
Did I?
So we have a gas
I'm just telling you how it wouldn't work in your model. That's all.
Yeah, but we have a gas pressure gradient that's directly relevant to the gas production, where that takes place, and the temperature. We've two pressure gradients. One's vertical with altitude, and one's horizontal away from the tropics, north or south.
So technically, ladies and gentlemen, we can have a container that is 15 million miles away or 20 trillion miles away.
Yeah, technically we can have a container that's got gas in it, but you're going to need a container.
We can have it 20 trillion miles away, so we can have
I
some outer
swear,
space.
like
A little
you, Jekyll, and Trig all think that this was ever a point of contention for the flat Earth, and that right? It just you're winning on this. It's just we thought of it before you. Like you're late to the show, bro. Why are you riding Jekyll so hard this way? It gets to the point where you say, then you go to Jupiter. It's another high pressure system, and you're upside down. Gas pressure goes.
Can you be upside down on a ball again?
Now it's a different up and down.
How can you be upside down? How can you be upside down on a sphere? How does that work?
No, you'd fucking fall off. Jesus, man.
Don't fall off either, idiot. What the hell? For you people
well,
fall
I mean,
off.
show me you standing under a fucking ball.
What is Newton's first law? What is Newton's first law?
No, I want to see evidence of you standing under a sphere.
Object will stay in motion. Can you prove Newton's first law?
Thank you. So if I'm on a sphere,
can you prove it? No, prove
cosmological
it
space. Why would I be falling off? What force would be causing me to fall off?
But can you show me?
Sorry, I thought we were talking about reality.
Oh, so I don't have a force that would be causing me to fall off. Thank you.
Can you show me that first law in reality? That's what I'm asking you. Right. So like the first law where object will stay in motion until acted upon. Can you show me where an object stays in motion and is never acted upon by an outside force? Can you show that to me to prove it?
That's not what Newton said. Oh my goodness, you're so wrong. That's not what Newton said. Newton said, right, that an object will remain uniform or in motion unless acted upon by another object. So we are not required to show you an object not being acted on upon at all. That's not what we're required to show you.
Oh, okay. So no demonstration of your law?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No demonstration that an object will remain uniform. So an object, like a ball, will remain right here, right, on the ground, unless something acts on it, some external force acts on it that would cause it to move. There's no demonstration of that.
The other part of it.
What other part of
The
it?
other part where it stays in motion in a straight line. Yeah, like an object with inertia will remove in a linear path until after the pond.
Is it hard to understand?
No, that part I'm cool with. I got to kick the ball.
Then you understand it. It's Newton's first law. I don't understand why you guys do this upside down thing. Also, there's no up or down in space.
Maybe I don't have the
up or
first
down
law
on a
right.
ball.
Maybe I'm looking. Maybe I'm thinking of. Maybe it's not in the first law. But yeah. So I heard Jekyll arguing earlier in the chat that, or was it Manifest, right? That nobody says antipodal, right? Is that, or do you say antipodal now?
I never said that. What are you talking about?
You can say
It might have
antipodal.
been, man.
You just can't say upside down, because when you say
somebody
upside
was there this
down,
morning.
okay, the term upside down means that you have an inertial reference frame to have an upside down, right? So you have a down to have an up. So when you're saying upside down, you're saying that someone is against the inertial reference frame.
Standing upside down relative to the person who's at the north.
I want to find out like your pronouns and verbs.
That's not okay. You're misclassifying it, Jedi. It wouldn't be upside down. It'd be antipodal. That's what it would be.
But that's what I said. Sorry. Yeah, antipodal. Yeah. It can be described as somebody being upside down relative to the person that's at the north. So relative to that person who's standing up front on the north, the person in Australia relative to that person in the north is upside down relevance to that person.
Okay, Jedi. The only reason we don't say upside down is because there's no up or down in space or on a sphere. That's the only reason why we say antipodal. We can have an argument about that, dude.
I know. I told you earlier, not 5 minutes ago, that you can no longer use the phrase up or down. It's inwards or outwards.
I can.
You can't. You don't have
the center of the earth.
You don't have up or
Down is
down.
towards the center of the earth.
You don't have up.
You said you believe that there's no up or down, though.
You said that.
There's no up or down on a sphere, so you can't say that we're upside down.
No, there is a
We're on a sphere, and you don't believe that.
There is an up and down, though. There is a concept of up and down, though.
Of course, there's a concept of up and down.
Like, look, what do you feel? Like, what do you feel? How do you feel now? Like, you feel that I'm laying on my couch and I feel the pressure on my back. And I feel going down, right? So there is the concept of down. So I know where down is. I know where up is. So I don't need like NASA or whoever scientist telling me that, oh, no, you don't know where up and down is. You know it because of this and this theory. Another theory backdated with other 10 theories.
Dude, we don't need you monologuing, dude. We don't need your monologue. I'm sorry, we don't need it.
I don't see what it was a monologue. It was pretty much.
You don't need it.
This isn't a therapy
You
session.
don't need
Facts, right?
Pretty factual.
We come here to have a conversations, not therapy sessions where we're helping you out, cry out your problems.
No, it's not a therapy session. It's literally when the teacher comes into the classroom and starts saying something, right? Basically, the teacher, your physics or your math teacher, enters the classroom and he starts to speak, and everybody tells, no, it's boring. Fuck off. We don't need you to monologue. No, you need to monologue. That is how we used to talk. And that, yes, we do. And that is how in law, in court, and that is how lawyers also go in court by monologuing. So monologue is needed. Period.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think that's good argumentation to just say lawyers monologue, so I'm just going to ramble through this conversation.
No, I'm not rambling.
Exactly.
I'm just saying there is a concept
when you have a debate,
what was he rambling about?
You bring your evidences, your sources, and your citations.
Well, my feelings. I don't need evidences.
A ramble is well known for not having.
I don't need sources for something which is self-evident.
Nothing. That's why it's a ramble.
I don't need sources for something which is self-evident. I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Period. It's self-evident.
Or flat Earth evidence, or like, are you just going to keep monologuing over and over again?
Okay. My proof and my evidence for flat Earth is self-evident. How do you perceive it? Flat. How do you feel it? Non-rotationary, non-moving, basically. Period. It's
When you
flat and
say it's
non-rotating.
self-evident, that's just saying.
Period. It's self-evident.
When you say
yeah,
when you say self,
it's like the water is wet. The water is wet, right?
Yeah.
When
Right,
you
okay.
when you put your hands in water, you feel wet.
When you
You
say
feel
it's
the wet.
self-evident, it's just like saying I don't have a justification for it. Well, then just believe whatever you want.
No, it's not that I believe. I know you believe in the globe. You're the one believing in the globe.
You're just saying it's self-evident. You just believe it. Yeah, sure, whatever. Like believe it.
No, you're the one believe. I know it's
You just
flat.
said you just.
I
You're
know.
just.
I perceive it as
you lack
flat.
justification. And it's just
Listen,
self-evident
I
to you.
perceive it as flat. I perceive it as non-moving, unmoving. This earth. But no, you believe in this spinning ball that
Sorry,
spins so
can you
fast.
remind me what your
which is
justification
curved.
was?
So you
Remind
are
me-
in faith. You act in faith.
Remind me what your justification was.
I know what's right.
Self-evident.
You believe that. You believe. You believe.
All right, brother. All right, man.
You believe.
Guys, let's shout
His
in.
justification is reality, dude.
That's not justification.
Well, that's our reality.
Is
It's
that the best
flat and
logic we
no.
have here? It's just
Well,
that I feel like it.
I'm sorry.
Well,
that
but
don't
you
have any
believe in the
logic.
globe. I'm not the one believing in the flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat and non-rotating. So how do you justify your globe?
Justify them.
Gravity, just a theory.
Dude, right, without the rambling bit, can you give Jekyll the justification for your belief?
In the flat Earth.
Yes.
Well, I said it. It's self-evident.
Okay,
And
so
it's not, I don't have to justify something which is self-evident. Like me talking right now, it is self-evident. I don't have to scientifically prove you that I am talking right now. You are hearing it, right?
that would be
So,
stupid. That would be a
period.
category error to use science to
No,
figure
it's like the water is wet. The water is
Okay.
wet. Like
But not ask dude.
It's not
trying to
wet.
have a
Holy
conversation
shit.
with you. Just trying to have a conversation, right? I'm on your side. I just want you to break
Right.
it down for Jekyll so he stops attacking you on this. You say it is self-evident. Can you perhaps give an example?
Yeah, I can. When I look at the horizon, I see a flat plane. Especially when I was a sailor. I used to be a seaman, and I used to make long journeys outside of the shore, right? And what I saw around me was just an infinite flat plane of water. Water finds its level always. So yeah. I don't need a theory such as gravity to justify why a ball is capable to curve water. The water bender, like Avatar, basically. No, it's simple. It's flat. Simple. The only idiots admire complexity. The clever man admires simplicity, right? That's what the wise men admire, simplicity. Only the stupid admire complexity, right? If you like,
Right,
look,
okay, I think you made your point. You made your point, I think.
You can.
Like, I heard about 3
You can
points.
tell something. So you can tell something with such difficult wordings and difficult measurements and everything, and they will look at you as a god, basically, right? That's what NASA did. Because of this atmophysical, metaphysical, astronomical.
You've got to be succinct, right? There's other people trying to have the conversation, so you just need to say a few sentences and then let the next person go.
No, but it's flat. But in the end of the day, it's flat. So I win the argument. It's self-evident.
All right, you know what? I don't want to debate this. I'm done. I'm out.
Doctor, all right, Jekyll, no worries. I was going to try and hand it back to you. You could have stopped at 2 minutes ago when you spoke about the horizon and it appearing to you like a flat extending plane. That was the question I asked you. I didn't need you to go into anything else because I want you to try and help Jekyll understand your point of view. It's what I was trying to do, dude. You didn't have to go on for another 5 minutes.
No, I'm sorry. I can be pretty argumentative.
I did hear 3 things, right? One was infinite distance. You saw infinitely far. Water is level, which is I mean, out of the 3 points you say, I think water is level is going to be your point, right? Clever men admire simplicity. Now, the first thing is, I mean, you obviously didn't see infinitely far, right? So maybe we can just put that to one side for a second. clever men admire simplicity. I mean, yeah, I mean, this, it's Occam's razor. The one with fewer assumptions is going to be the one that's probably correct, right? But it doesn't mean it will be correct. The only argument there I see is water is level. Now, to get to the meat of that, we just need to ask, what do you think level means?
For me?
Yeah.
Okay, level, it's basically, right, look, you take a glass, you fill it up with water. What does it look like? Flat. It takes the shape of its container, right? And it also balances it, basically. It's balancing inside of the container, right? It's flat. It doesn't have to be like, yeah, I agree that there is mountains, like the earth is level, first of all. That's why they call it like water level.
Can I say something
And
about water real
basically
quick?
level is a flat plane. It's a leveled flat plane. It's not bending.
Someone wanted
It's
to
not
say
like
something?
I mean, that's not a bad one, Jekyll. Like if I were to say go up to the second level, right, that would just be like a certain elevation, like a single elevation.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with him saying water is level, meaning planar, like it's a reference for a horizontal surface. But because I think we do use that. Obviously, we use that in our everyday lives to mean something's flat, right? The question would be, in your example of a glass of water, if the Earth was a ball of 6,378 kilometers, how much curvature would you expect to see in that glass of water?
none. Like there is no curvature in a glass of water. Like water, it's flat. If you put water inside of a glass, it's flat. It doesn't have to have like mathematical, scientific, like proof, evidences, sources. Basically, no. You see it yourself. Like
Well,
you cannot. Like the thing is, prove me that you. Okay, if you want to play the proof game, I can play it too.
No,
Prove
Hey,
me. Prove me. Show me the
doctor.
source. Show me the source where you are breathing oxygen right now.
Doctor, just ask him how a water level works.
Yeah, how does the water level work?
It establishes a horizontal plane of reference. But let's just answer my question.
Whoa, no.
I just answered the question, and my question wasn't answered.
No. How does it work?
Brother, I love you.
What is a water level using in order to make whatever you construct level? No matter how long you make the level, you can have like a 3-meter long water level.
Yeah, a tube with two ends and water.
Okay, it's filled with water, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's a little air bubble in it, right?
And a water level?
Yeah.
You're thinking about a bubble level?
No.
Speaking of bubble, why is there bubbles in space in NASA videos?
I do have to say my question wasn't answered. So if the Earth was a sphere, right, how much curvature would you expect to see in, let's say, a couple of inches wide glass of water?
I don't know. I have to get
you
a water
can.
level out to check it.
It would be very small, right? So appealing to what you see in a glass of water isn't going to be that helpful. Appealing to what we use for a horizontal plane of reference isn't going to be that helpful at any sort of local scale, which is why I'd say a lot of the brainier flat earthers don't just say, look at my glass of water, right? It's flat. They usually do a few tests over distance, right? At least.
Yeah, we got the water level that forms a horizontal plane of reference, and what we should do is take that water level, like the communicating vessel of a water level, and take it to like a large body of water and use the water level to see if the water slopes or not. Sounds like a great globe idea.
Yeah, good thing is that we use water to let you build anything level, because water is level and globers are just delusional people. That's all.
Right, but if you
Probably have
go
never
to
built a desk or something.
if you go to two ends of the lake, right, and you get a cup, but you poke a hole in the bottom of it, and you kind of put it in the water, it'll do something different than a water level. That's the complicated idea of the globe, anyway. So we get these water levels and we put them up against water to see if water's level. And bada bing, bada boom. I don't know. You tell me, Jekyll.
Yeah, but how do you explain okay, a pressurized gas does need a solid container, right? So how do you explain this? Our atmosphere. How is it an atmosphere possible in a vacuum? Also, the thing is, you know why you know.
Yeah, but see, you got it all
I
wrong.
found out.
You think that there's air and gas that you're breathing. The air and the gas just allows for the electricity to permeate through, and that's what sustains us. Is the energy.
Yeah, but no. I want evidence of
I'm
this.
not
I
really
want
sure.
sources of this. Give me the source of what you're saying.
Self-evident, dude. Haven't you ever gotten your
No. You have to give me a
EKG or
source.
heartbeat?
No. You're the one proving. You're the one saying, "I source." So give me the source.
I mean, have you
Give
go to the
Give
car
me the lamp source. You either give me the lamp sauce or the soy sauce or the orange sauce or the tomato sauce or the mayonnaise sauce. Which sauce you want? Which sauce you want?
Where's the globe source?
I want the mayonnaise one.
I want to have the mayonnaise, please.
Yo, same man. I love mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, by the way, it's like my favorite sauce, basically.
Put it all over my globes.
Yeah, to be honest, man, all over, even that's the thing. Why did NASA?
Guys, we're not talking about mayonnaise. We're not talking about fucking mayonnaise. Get it back on topic.
Yeah, okay, okay. Sorry. I apologize. We just wanted to cheer up the air, but yeah. No joke. Apparently, in the 21st century, you cannot even joke anymore. What a dystopia.
Let's get back on track.
Well, did have a question. I don't remember what it was. He was too busy forming horizontal planes of reference. What was the question, Jekyll? You don't get to the mic in 3, 2, 1. He's a flat earther.
His ADD kicked in.
So give me the source.
I have one I just thought of. It's ice skating rinks. Do those have to be perfectly level? Or
No.
can they be, curving?
Yes.
You know for sure, you just saying that.
Well, I mean, there's no law that dictates that you gotta, ice skate on a perfectly flat rink. When you said they have to be, I don't know what you mean exactly, but they don't have to. They don't have to be. You could. This is the cool thing, right? Like you could say, I'm going to build a ice skating rink, and you could dig a hole like 5 feet on one end and 3 feet on another end, and 1 foot in the middle, and then just pour the water in there, and you get an ice skating rink. Because
So you're saying does the water freeze level, or do you know?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
No way.
Now, why would it freeze level and not curving? That's kind of odd.
I don't think it's odd at all. I think it's what we use all the time, every day. Everybody knows water's level. I don't think it's even a little bit strange. It
So
only comes. Yeah.
when a big body of water, like a bay or something like that, freezes over, would that be curving or would that be level?
I don't know. I haven't measured it a day to freeze, but I guess if it were to freeze, it would have to slow down and stop moving enough to freeze over, and then it would be level.
Yeah.
Lakes, I know lakes freeze. I don't know if bays freeze.
I got to do my own research on this, but it's something I thought of, and I can't imagine where you would have a curving, sheet of ice like that.
Well, the only thing I could say is that, like, the reason I was even like thinking of it, I was thinking, okay, well, there could be air pockets in the water that then collapse the ice in certain areas, while other ice areas are frozen. There's like nothing that dictates that, unless it all froze at once, right? I was literally thinking, like, you could find deviations in the ice probably.
Yeah, but I would think they'd be relatively insignificant over the entire sheet of ice.
Yeah.
Like overall, it'd be pretty level.
Right, and the thing that we would implement to confirm, a change in the elevation is we would then bring in a tool that establishes a horizontal or level plane of reference to find out if something's higher or lower. So yeah, I mean whether the ice freezes to be level or not, what we're going to use is we're going to implement geometry and level being a straight line between the 2 points to find out if there's anything rising or falling below that reference. So. It's like
And
it's the whole Glober's thing where they get stuck on it. They're going to use levels to find out if things are level or not. Yeah.
so, what if you had like a 10-mile long frozen lake and you took say, a black swan photo? Do you think the Globers would be yelling refraction, or would that be taken away from them?
I think there is. Well, unless you're being real specific, I think there is a demonstration out there with lights of different colors being at different distances on a frozen lake, and all of them appearing at the same elevation and visible, which predicted on a globe. I think even the first one was should not be visible.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, I'm getting into photography, so I'm going to explore all this on my own, but yeah, good info.
Yeah, you may have even come across it and seen it, but unless you listen, you can't really. You may not know that it's on a frozen lake. Like you may have even seen the video before with blue, green, red. I think it was a yellow one. Lights, like LED lights at a real a significant distance. But just looking at it, would just look like the ocean. You can't really tell it's a frozen lake.
Do you know where it was done at?
No,
Okay.
Sasha would probably say Bolivia, frozen lake.
Well, I'm in Texas, so I'll have to go up north to do anything over a frozen lake.
Any Globers in here?
Yeah, but they're shy.
Damn.
Yeah. Most people
Hey,
know
Leaf,
the
you
Earth's not
there?
a globe. I mean, it's just like it's common sense.
I see Leaf's mic's lighting up. Mike, Leaf, you there?
Yeah, he was talking a second ago.
Oh, right.
Man, I would.
Because he was in here a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I know Leaf from another server too. 'Cause I think.
Was he on the fence or what?
Oh wait, like no, I guess
Goldie?
that's not the same Leaf. Never mind. It's weird. There's another Leaf with exactly the same the rubber duck profile picture that I know on another server. That's hilarious. Oh, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole about the whole thing with ultra zoom or mega zoom cameras being discontinued and what that means for photography and who's going to pick it up. What are some of the next contenders? Who's going to fill the market void? It's so funny. I watched probably about a dozen videos about this amazing shakeup in photography. Not one person connected it to NASA in Flat Earth. None of it. Not one person even mentioned that. I don't get it. This is the weirdest thing ever. Like who does this? Who has a peak market product? Like they've got a legal monopoly and they just back away from it for no reason. I
Yeah, it's weird, eh? Convenient.
Wait, they're not discontinuing the P1000, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 900.
Holy shit.
But apparently they'll still take service calls for the 950 at some point. That's going to end too, though.
Well, it could. I mean, it could be something reasonable where somebody bought them out and they're going to rebrand it before they put it back out. It could be.
Yeah, apparently that's NASA.
What do you mean?
There's been a team up between Sony, or not Sony, with Nikon. Yeah, Nikon and NASA.
Yeah, they signed a contract with NASA
I'm glad
earlier
I
this
got
year.
it.
I was thinking Sony because I was looking at other things that did like back in when I was doing this, looking this up. I found out that at one point Sony had been teamed up with NASA to create virtual reality in like 2015, and then it just abruptly disappears.
Yeah, the this is what I see in the future, and if that's the case, if NASA bought out Nikon or something, in 3-4 years, the Globers are gonna, we're gonna, post a video or something with our Nikon P1000, and they're gonna be, look at you, you hypocrite! You're using the same technology that proves the globe to deny the globe.
Yeah, that's a good take.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, well, how do you explain satellites and P1000s then?
So yeah, if you see a reasonably priced P900, 950, or 1000, you should pick it up. Those will be appraising.
Yeah, I might sell my P1000. The only thing I like about the P1000 is when I go to like a friend of mine who's a glober, and he's got his telescope all set up, and he's like gonna like show me how the Earth's the globe, right? And I just like kind of like pull out my camera and embarrass his telescope. Not every telescope, obviously, but the ones you get at Walmart or wherever they bought it. And I'm just like, all right, kids gather around. Everybody ditches him and his cool telescope and his goggles for my push this button to zoom in on Jupiter device.
It's mad though that they're like Crit's saying. I mean, they're developing a market for ultra zoom cameras. It was obviously selling well, and instead of continuing on that branch of products, they just decide to totally discontinue it. Looks like Nikon's joining the only other industry to regress in technology with NASA.
Well, I mean, so they suddenly we have new images from NASA, things that have never been seen or observed before at such great distances. Right at the same time when zoom technology came out is when the Hubble telescope comes out, right? Like, quite a coincidence, right? So and now, if it is true that they're going to buy them out, they're just going to sell it off as how far they're. I mean, they're going to be standing on their porch, zooming in and saying, "Look, we just went to Mars." I'm just going to zoom in and show us the picture. I still remember when I showed my sister the P1000 and I zoomed in on Jupiter and then Jupiter's moons, and she's just like, "This is ridiculous. That can't be true. You got to be faking it or something, right?" Because this thing that's 280,000 miles away, I'm able to just go tap 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 tap, and there it goes, right into view.
Yeah, I think I got a picture of Jupiter and its 4 of its moon and Saturn. I took with a mobile phone.
Well, I think Jupiter's got like 6 moons or something. I saw more than one.
It's got like 15. It's got like 15 of them, dude. It's shit ton.
Yeah, I saw a bunch. I mean, they didn't look like. I mean, they look like little crescents to me, like all the same crescents.
I ain't got my phone on me. I posted it. I'm gonna post it in the chat for you. I did use a mini telescope as well, but I just held my phone to a mini telescope and I was able to take a picture of Jupiter, 4 of its moons, and Saturn.
Yeah, the only reason I would think of selling mine is, I give it to my wife. She uses it to do like, family stuff, take pictures. But I don't really need it to look at the sky anymore, or long range or anything. And it's kind of heavy and kind of complicated. They have these point and shoot cameras that are probably better.
Yeah, it's kind of why I'm glad I got the P900 just for the size. But if I could, I'd actually get the 950.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
he's sold
950
on to
looks
it
good.
anyway.
I broke like 3 of this crappy factory tripods that it comes with because the damn thing is so heavy. It starts like weighing down the
Well,
tripod, so
the
it's like tilting it
1000's
forward.
like a cannon. It's a ridiculous size. You almost need to take it about in a backpack. Whereas the P900's like still normal camera sized at least.
Yeah, I've broken a couple of the tripods with the P1000 because it's so heavy. I start zooming in, and the whole tripod starts going forward. Then I go, it's dark, right? I'm like, I'm in the dark. I'm trying to see the sky or something in the dark, or something long distance in the dark. And then I go to try to fiddle with the knobs to get it, and I break it. Sick of this camera.
Yeah, I got one of those really hefty tripods for the P1000, so it doesn't move.
Yeah, but you want them. Yeah, but you want to be able to move it because the things in the sky move like quick.
Yeah,
Hey, what's
yeah, it's
this?
kind of annoying.
What's this I've been seeing about some Antarctica challenge that the Globies are now putting out? Does anyone know about that? Brett, you must have heard about that. What are they saying? Go on a cruise to Antarctica and prove the globe or something?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
It's like McToon and whoever else, some preacher, pastor guy in America.
Oh, what a dick! So the
Yeah, I
same guy
watched.
who was, yeah,
No, I watched the videos today. I've been putting it off for a while, and on another server they were really talking about it. Yeah, and basically it's some preacher dude, and then the 2nd of August of 2021, he came across a post that his friend Wendy had made on Facebook. And the poor guy's been like just in a free fall, spiraling over flat Earth ever since. He describes it like his wife is angry at him. He's lost sleep. He can't figure out what to do. He thinks of experiments, but then there's always holes in them, or always some pushback to it. It's like has he listened at all? Like who here has said the sky will prove the ground? And then going to Antarctica. Like he could do something locally, quick and easy. Just demonstrate the curvature of the Earth locally. You don't need to go anywhere.
So did he have any detail, like where he's going, what company's taking him out there? Does he have anything at all, or is it just a vague, we go to Antarctica?
Yeah, apparently he's like a millionaire or something like that. So he's got money to burn, and he's gonna charter that trip thing, that cruise, Antarctic cruise.
Right.
And that's
So just
what
go into the usual cruise location, and then how's that going to prove the globe?
then apparently you can see the 24-hour sun, and Flat Earth has an explanation for that, or doesn't have an explanation for it, and Globe Earth does.
Okay,
And
he's
then
talking about the 24-hour sun.
yeah, and then interview the Globers and the Flat Earthers. So one of the guy had said on the other server that this won't work for Flat Earthers. Why are they doing it? I go, shit, Flat Earthers, they won't work for the globalists. They think they've done this already, and they're still not convinced by it. I made a joke about how they're like, Southern evangelicals, talking about gay people. You got these globalists who make YouTube content all about flat earthers every day and twice on Sunday. They don't care about the sun. They only care about flat earthers. I go there, and nothing will change that. It doesn't matter if you bring them to space. It doesn't matter if you show them a photograph of Earth. It doesn't matter if you go to Antarctica and live stream a 24-hour sun. None of that matters.
It's gonna be great though.
The only thing that matters is that you've got a Wendy who posts something on Facebook that they think is wrong. There's like this guy, I forget his name. I written it down earlier. Like something Liam Wilson or something.
Well, it's
He's
funny
that.
because. Sorry, go on.
I would say, yeah, that's what this whole start. This is his origin, his super villain origin story. That he talked to Wendy on Facebook, a friend of his,
Triggered,
mind you.
triggered by a soccer mum on Facebook, no doubt. Viral for years. Well, Indio posted a clip of him today talking about it somewhere, saying that he was getting so many messages from Globers saying, let me pretend to be FE and we'll just lie and say that we went there and did it, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no doubt.
Why do they even need flat Earth? Just go do whatever they're going to do.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
like I would go to Antarctica and film the sun, but those pesky flat Earthers didn't come with me.
I can only
Like
go with flat earthers.
They want to bring the flat earthers so no one can say anything about it. They want to bring your people, so your people can't be against
your
you, right?
people.
Yeah, the tribalistic
They want to bring
You need
your
to be
people.
a card carrying flat earther.
See that
I mean, would you
tribalism
rather
right
a
there.
Glober go, or would you rather your people go? Which one?
Do
Well,
whatever
they're the
you want to
ones
do.
talking about going, so yeah, they should go. Why the fuck are they trying to bring us into it? You want to go and fuck
You guys
around
are
in
already going. A lot of your flat
Antarctica?
earthers are
Go
already
for it.
going, so that's great.
No one.
Who's
Yeah.
And this is what I hope.
Zero.
I hope they point the cameras right at their faces and they see
Who's
it right
going?
at their faces.
Zero.
Who's going?
No one's gonna go. They invited a bunch of anti-flat earthers. They
Are you
poisoned
going,
the
Matt?
well.
You gonna bring your Xbox?
I'm not going. I'm
You
not
should
going.
go. You should go. Why wouldn't you go? You'd love to go, surely. Finally, the globe
Well, I already
preacher's
know
been
that there's a
waiting for.
24-hour sun there. It's just for the flurfers and don't believe it.
The flurfers. The bloody flurmen.
It's called the final
But
experiment
it's
too.
not. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for the Globers unless we believe it. They're desperate for us to believe the same thing they believe. Otherwise, it's not. It's not
Yeah,
satisfying.
and when they see it, and when your flurfers see it, you can't go against them, or
Oh
else
my
you're gonna start a
god, you
civil war.
guys!
So you guys are
Like,
kind of fucked in
yes,
this
the
situation.
flat earthers agree with me. Yay!
Yeah, they
This is
weren't
where the
listening
whole
from
daylight doesn't come from the sun stems from.
What's
they
a cool
weren't listening
story?
globalists weren't listening from the
Flat
first part.
earthers.
This is a global thing, not a flat Earth thing. That you can point to the sun and actually be looking at the Earth. That's a glober thing, not a flat earther.
Yeah, but Matt is hanging on the idea that a flat earther said to him once or twice before, "Well, show it to me," and he was not able to show it to them. So now it's the flat earther thing because somebody said, "Well, just show me what you're talking about."
A lot of you guys don't just accept that we have the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It'd be better if you just accepted it and then took the L there, but you don't accept it. You don't just accept it. Videos aren't good enough for you. Dave West says it's fake, right? So if we send people that are flat earthers and they see the 24-hour sun, then you're required to have an explanation for it.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be my explanation.
So it'd be another thing that the
over.
Globers have validated that you
Yeah,
can't
how about this right
disprove.
here? So you've got Dave McKeegan, Fight the Flat Earth, Micktoon, Woofy, and Cheeky. Let them go. Okay? They go.
Oh my god.
And if they come back and they let go of this topic and they move on with their life, that would be some sort of explanation that the globe would have. That they were able to prove the globe to themselves.
Is that the
But
real
they-
list?
We already know that the
Could you
24 hours
imagine
exists
being?
in Antarctica.
Could you imagine?
You guys don't.
Could you imagine being stuck on a boat with those guys for like 2 weeks? You'd jump off. Say fuck that. The
I turned
captain's
into
truck
flat
off.
earthers during those 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're calling this right here 5-0. So they invited 24 people on both sides, and they think now it's a win because 5 of the 24 are the globe side, which is not the globe side. These guys don't know anything about the globe. They're just anti-flat earthers. They don't give a fuck if it's a globe. All they care about is that someone's wrong on the internet.
Yeah, if they have to utilize
And
the
those super
horizon
cats.
to get an elevation angle because they get lost on that Antarctic, they'd rather die. They don't want to do it.
And that's what it's all about for us, man. It's disproving the flat Earth.
Just go down with the ship. Do not use the horizon to get an elevation angle to find your location on the flat Earth. Don't do it. Let's just go down with the ship.
How is going to Antarctica going to change the fact that the lakes aren't curving?
Say that the links aren't curving or whatever you want to say. That's not the topic. If
That's just
Antarctica has a
the
24-hour sun, then you're gonna have to make a model to explain how they're getting 24-hour sun and
are we?
people in Florida are
A
getting
model?
24. Like
We're
you're gonna have to
make
explain
a model,
everything.
eh?
It's gonna be a
We're gonna have to
struggle.
get
You've got 4 models or 5 models right here. Cognitive dissonance, models of cognitive dissonance. They'll go there, think they've seen the globe by looking at the sun, and still talk about the flat Earth. This won't even convince the globalists.
Yeah. No, the thing with the YouTubers like McToon and Fight the Flat Earth and them, like their whole livelihood depends on this argument continuing online. I don't think they have an interest in trying to disprove flat Earth completely.
Well, the thing is, they although like there's there's a lot of the Globers make a lot more money than the flat Earthers about the flat Earth discussion, which is
Yeah, they
pretty
do.
funny.
Yeah, no, that's why.
Like
That's
Professor
why.
Dave
You've got
literally
censorship
blew up.
on your, yeah, because you've got
Professor
censorship
Dave
on your
literally
side.
blew up
Well
from
done.
this.
Yeah, well done,
Yeah,
Matt. You've got
you did.
censorship on your side. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Well, I don't think it's censorship. I think there's just not a lot of flat Earthers
Well,
who are
yeah, it
interested in
is.
flat Earth
No,
content. I think
it's
there's just more Globers that are
shadow
interested in
banning,
seeing flat Earth as well.
demonetization, and censorship. They keep monetized channels, whereas flat Earthers are demonetized and thrown down in the algorithm.
Well, I
Both are
think that
talking,
there's just
both
not
are
enough
talking
flat
about
Earthers.
flat
That's I
Earth.
think what it is.
Both are talking about flat Earth, but one is promoted and given monetary gain.
Yeah, when you're given the position of the #1 search result in YouTube by default, anytime someone types flat Earth, of course you're going to get 1 million views. If anything, it just shows how many people are trying to look into flat Earth that they'll actually sit through one of these retards like Professor Dave with no personality, no chat, and no comedy, just because they're trying to listen to flat Earth.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do think there might be a little bit of like censorship and all that, but I really just think that there are not enough flat Earthers that are watching flat Earth content. I think there are just a lot more Globers who think flat Earthers are dumb. I think that's the reason why we have so many views.
Yeah, well, a combination of both. There's definitely a lot of globies who think flat Earth is dumb because they've never actually spoken to flat Earthers. But 90% of people who come in here and actually speak to us say, "Wow, it's not what I thought it was. It's not dumb at all." And
Well,
it's not dumb, or you wouldn't be here.
About that. I've sat here. I don't think there's.
Yeah, but imagine if flat Earth went away though. All of your heroes like Professor Dave and shit would have literally nothing to fucking talk about.
Well, Professor Dave does other things. He talks about creationists. He argues creationists. So he does a lot of content that's not related to flat Earth. I mean, the last content he did about flat Earth was like 2 weeks ago, recently, right? But other than that, he hasn't been really on flat Earth that much.
He's also an actor, right? Plays creepy guy and drug dealer too, and all that kind of thing.
Here comes the defamation. Here comes the defamation.
Oh, it's not like you brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson.
True, you can look it up on
IMDb.
IMDb.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with it. Yeah, he's played the creepy guy or whatever you want to say, but attack his arguments, not his character, right?
Well, if you make any arguments, then...
Like, I mean, everyone's a weirdo. Einstein was a weirdo.
Which character?
Isaac Newton was a weirdo. I mean, every genius is literally a weirdo.
The Globies are weirdos. That's
true.
Hey,
can you let me answer my question?
You guys haven't had a genius
Can't hear
scientist
you,
come up yet.
telepathy. And Matt talks over everybody. So get your mic cleared up a little bit.
Let me ask a question. I've got a question. Let me ask.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
You ready? No. Everybody? Maybe I should just go for it. Okay.
All right, ban this.
So
somebody ban him.
You're gonna ban me? Why?
No, what's your question? What's your question?
Holy shit!
All right, dude.
Okay,
seriously, that's your second chance. If you don't go now, you are getting banned.
Holy shit, dude!
I don't have that power.
Go ahead, ask your question, dude. Ask your question, dude.
Understand, we get trolled all day here, so.
All right, here we go. This is as good faith as it gets. All right.
Oh,
so
boy,
if you're on West Coast America, and you watch the sunrise in the east, right? It's not going to be reflecting off of water, right?
Oh crap! He debunked flat Earth, guys.
Okay, how about
this?
No, he's just curious.
Get your thought out. Do the whole thing. Do the whole thing. What's your
right,
point?
so stop interrupting. My point is that when the sun rises in the east, you can see that the sun, at the very first minute of the sunrise, it's actually shining under the clouds and not on top of the clouds. And then after that first minute or two or three or whatever it is, it will then revert to how it normally is, where it's always just shining on top of the clouds and not on the bottom of the clouds, right? And then it'll do that all day, and then at the very last few minutes of the sunset, it'll do that again, right? It'll shine on the bottom and not on the top. And then it goes away, right?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
like
They can't
usually when I ask this, the flat earthers will tell me that it's reflecting off of water or whatever, but it's not
Yeah.
doing that on the west
So
coast.
you
It
got a
can't be doing
question.
that on the
It
west.
can. It reflects off the surface. It doesn't have to be water. Like it could be trees and rocks and sand.
Okay, all right, but that
So
doesn't
your
explain why
observation
it's
ends with
not
a
shining
question.
on the top of the cloud.
Does your observation end with a question or some sort of understanding?
Yes, I'm gonna yes. So you could say that it's reflecting off of the land, and then that is why it's shining on the bottom of the clouds. But it doesn't explain why it's not shining on the top of the clouds.
Okay, how about this? Let's
Right?
look at the surface. Which one does if you're going to use the sun, which reflection matches which model here? The curved one or the flat one?
Well, it seems impossible on flat Earth.
No, I posted an image here in the side chat.
Okay, I'll look.
Let's use the
Oh,
surface, the actual topic here.
Okay, it's still loading. Hold on. All right, I see. All
I mean,
right.
because of
Really?
divergent rays and shit like that, like the angle as the sun is low on the horizon,
I see.
it would be at such a very low angle, such an acute angle to the surface that, given that distance and everything, the rays can still go both under and over the cloud
But that
layer.
doesn't explain why it's not on top of the clouds.
No, they don't.
During sunset and sunrise, when it's way off in the distance, the angle there would still be, whereas it could go underneath the cloud layer as well.
But it's not explaining why when it does that, it's not on top. It only explains
Okay, how
why
about
it
this?
might be on the
Let's
bottom.
get to your explanation. Let's listen to that.
The what?
Instead of okay, so you've been given answers that you've not on. Let's hear your explanation.
Well, I mean, I don't right. I mean, like there's all these details that NASA wants to say where like we're like zillions of miles away from the sun, and
how far?
Like I don't know any of that. I don't a zillion. I don't know how many. Right?
Zillion miles away.
Wait. So would you say that you don't have an explanation for it?
Well, I mean, it's just in my mind's eye when I visualize it. It makes more sense on the NASA story than the flat Earth story, right? But
Right,
like that
but if you
doesn't
don't
mean that I
understand
know
a bunch
anything
of
about it.
things-
Right? I don't know that. I can't figure this out.
Right. So, I mean, you could just say that that's an unknown for you then. You don't know why the sun is appearing to do what it's doing, but that's not going to change whether or not there's curvature and motion of the surface, right? You would still have to measure those to confirm whatever your assumption is about why the sun is appearing to illuminate the clouds in the way that it does. So have you looked into curvature or motion?
Well, in terms of curve, what they tell me is that it's so big that I can't see the curve, and like that makes sense on some level, right? It could conceptually be that big.
So,
And then in terms of
so they
motion,
can't.
if we're in a vacuum, that does make sense that it wouldn't appear to be moving in the same way that like you think it would be moving if it weren't in a vacuum, right?
Okay. So you're saying that. Okay, so then you agree with us that we don't experience any curvature or motion as people on Earth.
Right, but I agree. Yes, that is
Right. And then they tell us,
to be honest,
but it's just so big. But it's just so big we can't measure it. It's just moving in such a way that we can't detect it. Right. So those are positive claims that require substantiating. So, what evidence do they give you that the Earth is actually curving, other than just saying you can't see it curving? How would you know that it actually is then?
Well, I mean, like the thing that I'm describing, that does sort of give some sort of credence to the idea that it's a ball instead of a flat disk or whatever you want to call it.
Nah, because you're still just observing the sun moving above level Earth. That's what you're observing. I mean, you might say that angles don't make sense to you if you're picturing a certain thing in a model that you're imagining, but that doesn't change the fact that
But
we're
it's not
still
just
just
imagining.
observing.
I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes. Like I've seen the sunrise.
Yeah, but what you've seen that occurring on a flat, motionless Earth. That's all you've seen. So you'd have to say the sun is doing something above a flat, motionless Earth if you're just going by what you're actually seeing. But
No,
then
but
you
that's
could
the
say,
point.
but if
But
I
hold on.
imagine the curvature,
Hold on.
yeah,
Let me
you have to
explain.
substantiate the curvature. Because
Let me
remember, that's
explain.
the positive claim.
The point is that on flat Earth, the sun would never, ever, ever be below the clouds.
Well, we only
Even if
have
it's
a
very
flat
far
Earth right
away from
now.
you,
Because
it's still
remember, we
like
don't. Yeah, remember,
right.
you're saying we don't observe curvature. So how do we substantiate that there is curvature? Because if we can't do that, then you can't say this makes more sense with curvature and not on a flat Earth, because all we have is a flat Earth right now, unless we can substantiate some curvature. So who's measured that? Since we
How
can't
do people
observe
that believe in flat Earth explain SpaceX?
Hold on.
He's talking to him.
Oh, sorry.
Question.
We
It's
can do
part of
it
the
that
point.
later.
Every time I bring
Hold on. Did you get my question? Who's measured it since we can't observe it?
it's not relevant to my question, bro.
It is, because in your assumption of what does explain that phenomena, you're assuming a curvature.
No, I'm not assuming a curvature. I'm saying I'm
Yeah, you
saying
would
that
have
it's a.
to. For you to say it makes more sense on a globe and it doesn't work on a flat Earth, that's you assuming a curvature. If you're not
That
assuming
isn't
a curvature, if you're not,
Yes.
then okay,
Yes.
welcome to flat Earth. That's occurring over a flat
No,
Earth.
you're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I am. But who? What does it matter, right? Like, so what?
Well, because
Like,
it's the crux
you're
of the
saying
entire
like, measures
discussion.
it.
Because that is
No,
the
but
decider as to whether or not it's a ball or flat curvature.
What does it matter who measures it?
Well, to know that it exists.
I know, but you don't need to have a real measurement in order to know that the phenomenon of what I'm talking about happens, right?
No. But your claim for a cause of that phenomena or something that is causing that phenomena is a curvature. So yeah, you have to substantiate that exists for it to be a possible cause. Don't you?
All I can do is just like appeal to this like intuition in my mind where I've got the geometry moving around in my where
Right,
it's like
you
a
don't have
ball
the geometry though. That's the part you're missing.
like that makes sense on a like if you have the proper scale.
You don't have the geometry though. That
Yes, I
doesn't
do.
exist.
What are you talking? What are you talking
who
about?
measured it? Who measured it? The curve that you claim to have.
I did. Like I'm the one with my own eye. I saw the sun shine at the bottom of the clouds, not on top of
You
the
didn't
clouds.
observe curvature. Remember, you say I can't observe
And then
curvature.
no,
So nothing
hold
you
on. No,
see
I'm not.
could be
I'm
curvature.
observing that effect. I can't explain the effect otherwise. How do you explain that effect?
That's a
How do you
fallacy.
explain that it does that only in those particular moments of the time of the day? If
That's
it
called a
happens
begging the
during the middle of
question
the day,
fallacy, my
then
friend.
you could say, "Oh, well,
friend,
that's something else entirely."
down.
But it just
That's called a
happens to be
begging.
at that one moment where the geometry would suggest this other model.
Bro, there's no geometry. You haven't evidenced any measurement of any curved geometry, and that's a begging the question fallacy. Saying what else could it be?
Like, listen,
So you
when
need to
you're
substantiate curvature.
when
You're
you're
saying who
standing,
measured it? I measured it. That this is dependent on my
You didn't
observation.
measure curvature.
This is
You didn't
my
measure
observation.
curvature.
My
You
observation.
didn't
It's
measure
not someone
curvature.
else's story.
Yeah, and your observation of the sun is not a
imagine
measurement
you
of
have
surface curvature.
imagine
Is
you have
it?
a blanket of clouds above you, right,
No,
during the
well,
sunset. During the sunset, right? Just like
someone
you're
else's
talking
story.
about.
Someone else's story. Someone else
Hold
said a
on.
story. Like it's irrelevant, bro.
Just like you're talking about. So you have a distant sun that's low to the horizon. You can see it, but there's clouds above your head. To your point of view, it's between the clouds and the surface of the water. That light right there, like, doesn't. There's nothing there that says that it's a globe. It's again, it's more of an angle and perspective type of an issue. Just because the sun is actually higher than the clouds doesn't mean that when it's in a distance that the light can't get underneath the clouds for you to see it and for also to illuminate the bottoms of those clouds.
Not on top of the clouds. It's explicitly not on top of the clouds.
We know
explicitly.
that the sun has a higher altitude than the clouds. Yes, but when you see the sunset,
Very first minute.
and it's at a very low
For the very
angle.
first minute of the
Okay, let's
sunrise.
get back on topic. The surface of the Earth.
Did you
Yeah,
ever
the
look
very
at that
first minute
picture?
of the sun.
Did you ever look at that picture that Chris
Yes,
put in the
you
chat? The one that you said wasn't
know.
loading.
Well, the claim is the
So
sun can only illuminate the top of the clouds on flat Earth and can't illuminate the bottom of the clouds. And our Glober friend presented an image of the sun that he says is showing illumination of the top of the clouds. Is that right? Is that where we are?
yeah, he said.
I'll
Well,
go
he's
get a photo.
the guy has a the guy has a model. He's saying that the sun goes below, right, physically below the clouds, shining its light up onto the clouds. So the thing that would falsify that for him was that if a sunset were to occur where that did not occur, then that couldn't be the cause of it. So if we saw a sunset where the bottom of the clouds were not lit, then telepathy would be like, yeah, that can't be the cause
All
of
right.
it.
I want definitive proof that the tops of the clouds are not lit and the bottom of the clouds are lit.
Yeah, you at least got some pictures of this observation you're talking about?
Yeah, you ever see that photo of the mountain that's shadowing on top on the bottom of the clouds?
Well, just post your
Like
observation of
it's
your clouds.
yeah.
There's a famous picture of Mount
Yeah, I'll
Rainier,
do it.
which
I've never
people
seen this
think is the bottom of the mountain being projected
that's
to the underside of the clouds, when it's really the peak of the mountain that's being projected onto the top of the clouds, as seen from underneath. And you know this is the case because you can see where the cloud deck meets the mountain.
What did you think of? Yeah, that's a good point. What did you think of Crit's picture that he asked you about like 5 minutes ago with the curved surfaces and the light being shown on it, telepathy?
I thought that was incoherent. You need to be a bit more like
I said, what do
ABCs
you
or
think
something.
about the picture that he shared to you?
I didn't understand. What's the point?
The point is
The
you
one
look at the propagation of light as it reflects off the surface, and it reflects off of the surface from the horizon to your feet. So if that was a curved surface, you would not be able to see the light reflecting by your feet.
What is it that they Amish? What is it that they say that all curved surfaces have with a single source light? It goes to a point of that light. What's that called again?
You mean like
Can't
the
think of the term.
diffraction limit, where your eye or the optic can't see? It can't have it can't resolve or differentiate
No.
two images.
The specular highlight. That's what I was thinking. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, specular off a shiny
Okay, so you see the
surface.
photo I just posted? Do you see the photo that I just posted?
Yeah, that was the one I was describing earlier.
Yes, okay. So the angle of the sun has to start from below the clouds to hit it so that it shadows on the bottom of the clouds, right?
No,
It can't
no,
be
dude,
above
no.
the
Look at the
cloud.
cloud deck. Look at the cloud deck. It's cutting off the top of the mountain. You see that?
Okay, hold on.
So what's
So
happening
you
is
interrupted me. You
what's
interrupted
happening
me.
is the
You
peak of the
interrupted me.
mountain. The
You
peak of the
interrupted me.
mountain
You
is
need to shut up
poking
and let
through
me
the
finish
cloud
my
deck.
question. Hello.
Well, you're wrong.
Blah, blah,
You're
blah,
wrong.
blah,
I'm
blah.
cutting you.
Blah, 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 blah.
All right, you can go on mute while I talk to the audience because you're wrong. The peak of the mountain is poking through the cloud deck. The peak of the mountain is being cast down onto the top of the cloud deck, forming a shadow. That's not a shadow from underneath. Now I can unmute you. Oh, I forgot which one you were. Sorry.
Aha.
Oh, okay,
No,
I think he's
he
gone.
left. Yeah, he
Well,
left, yeah.
I guess he's another dissatisfied customer.
They watch one video, eh?
Dude, clearly that cloud deck is cutting off the top of the mountain. Like, come on, guys. Why can't you see that?
Yeah, you get these. No,
It's a
you can see. I'm sorry, I don't want to jump around because you got you got the cloud deck in the background of the mountain, lower than the peak of the mountain, showing that the cloud deck is lower than the peak of the mountain. He also didn't want to address the. When you have a spherical surface, it pulls the light to the center with a single source called the specular highlight. It'll show up on the surface of a spherical surface. So therefore, with the if the Earth were a globe, would have a specular highlight and not have the sun reach to your feet on a lake or the ocean all the way from 93 million miles away. It would go to that point. But what he was describing was the light going all the way, to his
Yeah,
feet from the sun. Yeah.
that guy just failed as soon as Amish debunked his photo, which was
As
quite
soon
funny.
as you said that, Amish, if you look at that shadow, it's kind of narrow for that mountain as well, right?
But you can tell, obviously, when you're looking at it, that you can see the clouds underneath it. Like,
yeah,
and you can see it getting
That's
cut
one.
off
Yeah,
the
that's
mountain top. But
Is it
just
over?
quickly, there was a guy
Crit.
in chat. There's a guy in chat who's asking a question. David B. He's saying, "I still want to know why SpaceX exists if the world is flat." Anyone want to take that for David B?
I can talk for a minute.
no, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, go ahead,
I was
Dave.
gonna
I don't
just
want to talk
ignore
to him.
that one, but go ahead, guys.
I do want to just address one last thing about the mountain and Mount Ren. So, people have asked the question from the ground, what's going on here, and you can point out these things. People have just gone to the top of the mountain and shown that what is being said right now is the case. That it shows that the Earth's not a globe, but it shows the sun above the cloud deck and the shadow being caused with the from the cloud deck being below. People have just gone to the top to show that what we're seeing is sometimes an effect of perspective with the lines converging to a point, as well as the actual position of the cloud deck below it. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, yeah, what is even SpaceX? I mean, SpaceX is an aerospace defense contractor. They've got classified contracts like Lockheed Martin, and they have to do everything by the book. They have probably in-house government people providing oversight. They've got classified networks. If you look at their job postings for SpaceX, all the cool stuff requires a top secret and above clearance. They're not talking about it.
It's another public-private partnership. It's really no different from NASA. It's just gives them the a little bit of a separation, I suppose, because when NASA does all the work and it is government, we the taxpayer do have the right to their information, since we're paying for it. But if they put it under this cloud of a private company, then they can keep a lot of that stuff from us, saying it's proprietary and shit like that.
Yeah, and it gets a little worse, right? Because for them, Lockheed, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, they all have this contractor stink on them because they make satellites and nuclear bombs and drones that kill people, right? So they needed a new entrance for peaceful space. And they got this dupe, this chump, Elon Musk. The rest is history.
This David also measured, apparently in chat, he measured the light to be curving with the Earth. I don't know how. Did you even care about
What?
the SpaceX thing, like David? Like, why'd you even ask that to just be like lights curving with the Earth?
You talking about me? Or a different David?
Yeah, you.
I'm just saying, like, the atmosphere curves light. So, I mean, the whole angle cloud thing, I don't understand.
So light curves at the same rate as the surface, just enough to
So if you
match the
hold
surface.
a,
Like, let me
if you
or I
hold
could
a
say it
sphere
this
and
way:
you have light into that
light
sphere,
curves,
it's going to curve.
light curves to match the surface so as to make things appear flat. Is that right?
No, I don't think things appear flat. I mean, guys, you have a large hill to go up, because what percent of scientists actually believe this? Like 1?
Why do you think you see curvature when it's mathematically, geometrically impossible to see curvature?
Yeah, I don't understand you
Somehow,
guys. Like,
like
I get the
consensus.
government hiding things, but like SpaceX, how many employees they have?
They're not
Like, they're
hiding
all going to be
anything. There's
paid.
nothing to show. There's no curvature to show anybody. They don't have to
So
hide anything.
so all the employees of SpaceX are bought.
No, as I was just explaining before, there are very few that actually work on the mission critical stuff, and they're not talking.
So using
What do you
planetary
think
motion
SpaceX
to
does?
slingshot to Mars, all those things, that's all crap. Like Elon's idea go to Mars is just all BS.
How do you verify any of it? How does anybody verify any of this?
It appears to be BS. I mean, 20 years ago, wasn't he? Over 20 years ago, wasn't he supposed to be like already there, colonizing it, retiring? Never even gotten on a fucking rocket yet.
Well, yeah, it takes a while. But and how do you explain Starlink? How are they? Are they floating in the atmosphere? Like how is that?
Maybe they're on balloons like all the others that we know about.
So why can't somebody take a telescope and see those balloons those SpaceX satellites are attached to?
I don't know. Why can't anybody actually see SpaceX and just see lights in the sky and not devices?
Why is a lunar eclipse always round?
One topic at a time.
I get how people can think the government's covering things, but when you start getting private companies involved,
You think SpaceX is private, huh?
Yeah, you think it's private. You don't know about their cage code, right? Do you know what a cage code is?
no clue.
Yeah. So do you know what the system of award is? The SAM award system is? Do you know what DSS facility clearance is? Do you know what KMP are? Do you know how to get facility clearance and your personnel cleared? SpaceX does. They're not telling you how to do it.
But what's that got to do with flat Earth, though?
Well, I mean, like I said, they're working on the mission critical stuff with technology that you can't verify.
But every other government in the world says the Earth is round.
You can't verify what they're using, can you?
Is there a government in the world that's saying the world is flat?
Flat Earth is exactly what we should have answered at the moment the SpaceX question came up.
Well, it's trying to get him to realize SpaceX is a government contractor. There's no line of demarcation between SpaceX and NASA. When NASA shut down, when the government does a shutdown, SpaceX also shuts down. They are not separate.
No, they're separate.
So are you guys flat earthers, like flat earthers, or the Gleason model? Like which
No, we're
model
the
do you
real
guys
deal.
believe in?
Screw Gleason.
Actually, oh, okay. So like, how would you guys explain the Eratosthenes experiment on the flat Earth scale?
He made a wrong assumption. The assumption was that the sun is close and the rays shoot off in parallel fashion.
Right.
That's not true.
So when all
the sun is close.
When it was
You're right, sorry about that.
and when it was repeated in 2020 with Greek high schools and then Australia at the same time.
Yeah, they made the same faulty premise that the Earth was far and the light was effectively parallel, which is not the case. Nobody witnesses that.
What do you mean? It's closer and farther apart.
They assume that Earth is 93 million miles from the sun, and the sun is like so big that its rays would be effectively parallel. That's the assumption. Nobody's proven any of this.
So you're saying the distance of the sun has a
Why are we
different
talking about the sun
effect.
again? What's it?
No, he brought up the sun, sir. Don't think that I did.
No, you brought up sticks and shadows. You did. Sticks and shadows is a sun observation.
We're talking about curvature.
Let's go back to David. Let's try to get one person to a full conclusion here.
Yeah, Crit, you can take control, man. I got stuff I need to do anyway.
Well, either way, all these guys, they ask a question, they ask questions, but they're unwilling to listen to answers. They just want to talk over your answer. Because what, they don't want to hear? Are you covering your ears going, nah, 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 nah? Ask your questions.
Yeah, they want to hear what the cute flat earthers have to say about this.
But you have no proof that satellites are held up by helium balloons.
Yeah, we got proof. We can show you video launches of rockets deploying satellites with helium balloons. You want to see proof of that?
Yeah.
Well, videos can always be doctored, and this idea that they're just part of the government.
It's a video from Echo 1 and Echo 2. These were balloon launches by the government.
Do you think we've gone to space?
We?
Yeah, who's we and what space?
You got
Has mankind been to space?
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Why did you mute Jesse?
Who was that?
You don't know what outer space is, or even what it's supposed to be. So why are you asking?
Jesse
Jesse
was
went
contradicting
crazy with one
what he
person,
explained
and
earlier.
then three of you guys.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Well, who was talking about the going to space?
Okay, are satellites
Gordon?
deployed into space?
No.
Okay, show me where that they're deploying satellites with helium balloons.
Okay, no problem. Look in the text chat. Someone's gonna give you something to post.
Do you remember last year, like with the China fucking spy balloon? Like, there's a good example of one.
That's not a satellite. That's not a satellite.
You mean the NASA balloon that went haywire and they just called it a China balloon?
They track
he's saying that's not a
that
true
all the way
satellite.
from China.
So what? It's not. That wasn't. They were lying to us then. The governments, when they said we got a Chinese satellite.
No, they were
we're
telling you
tracking
the
it.
truth. That's
They
not
were
a
they were lying
satellite.
then, or they're lying
Good.
now.
A satellite
You wanna
orbits
tell
the
me-
Earth.
You want to tell me that they fucking okay? China is surrounded, like off its coast. We've got military bases, naval bases, and carriers completely
Yes.
surrounding it. And supposedly they freaking watched this thing leave China, followed it before it got to Alaska, then went down south through Canada and across the entire United States.
Yes.
Why wouldn't, if it was ever a threat of any kind, they allowed it to happen.
They had balloons
bullshit.
during the Trump administration
They
too.
could have shot the thing down long before it ever reached any mainland.
It's just that the Republicans found something to attack Biden over, so they went over this whole balloon thing.
So it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened during Trump's administration too.
Is it a conspiracy theory then?
What can no? There was no conspiracy
It was a
theory.
spectacle for all to see. That's why it got televised for everybody. That's why they let it drift across the entire fucking United States towards the East Coast, Washington, D.C. area, and all that shit, just to get people fucking talking about it. It was a spectacle that they allowed or did themselves.
But you can see real guy, right?
But that's still not a satellite in
space. Right? I hear you, but when you can see like the balloon, right, and then you can see the strings and the thing hanging from it, it looks really similar to what you would say a satellite is.
No,
or would you not say
no,
that?
it isn't.
They've been calling balloons satellites since the 1940s.
A balloon is not a satellite.
Okay, guys, what is off the balloon? How is that different?
They're
than
literally
what you
called
imagine a
satelloons.
satellite look
No,
like?
They're not.
I
am curious of what's the motivation of this mass cover up?
Okay, hold on. We're doing one
What's
topic
the
to the full
difference? How does
conclusion.
one appear different? How did one appear different than what you picture a satellite to look like? The thing hanging from the bottom of the balloon.
The satellite doesn't have a balloon on it.
Before
Okay,
anybody
besides the
supposedly
balloon,
went
what's
with
the difference?
space, the military was launching sataloons for telecommunication purposes. They would launch a balloon with a piece of equipment to it, and they would bounce signals off of it for radio communication. Like
They also put repeaters on them.
it's the exact
What
same
did you see on that satellite that told you it was not a satellite?
You know,
Everything
James,
else on it looks like a satellite,
the
right?
father of the
Except for
satellite program. Listen, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm going to go in a minute, but the father of the satellite program was James Van Allen, and he coined the term sataloon.
So this is related to Gordon's question. Like, what's the motivation? Like, this would be the massive cover up of the history of the Earth.
I got a worse idea. It's delusion. It's mass delusion. That's even scarier.
But
why would all the governments of the world go along with
my
this?
friend? The guy
Look,
who says,
you guys are trying to deny that sataloons even exist. They
No,
do exist.
my point
they have
is,
existed.
what's the point in this one example? What would be the advantage for them making us think
Who's
it's
them?
actually a space satellite when it's really a balloon satellite? Like, what's the motivation?
That you just to believe it. You believe anything they tell you. You'll see a photograph.
Why? I'll tell you why.
Why
I can
hide
point
it in
to a
the first
document to
place?
tell you why. The document is NSC 5918, I believe. It's under the Eisenhower administration,
But what
declassified
advantage
document.
does that give the
It
government?
says exactly. This document spells out the entire space race and the satellite program specifically to be psychological warfare, to put America in a more technologically advanced light than the rest of the world, so that everybody would believe we're more advanced than we are.
What if they could
And
launch
why
a
would
balloon?
China
What if they
and
could launch a
Russia
balloon for
and
like,
India and Japan?
dude? What if they could launch a balloon for like $2,000 to $5,000, but then charge the government or charge the taxpayer like $25 million for each one of those? Would that be a reason?
So it's a money grab.
That would just be
I
one
don't
of
know.
many possible reasons.
Yeah, you just need some kind of a reason that already coincides with your worldview
No,
to even look at the evidence that
You don't
everybody's
need any
already
reason.
shared in the chat. You won't even look at the
no,
evidence until
because
you have
your evidence
There
is
could be
all
no
the
reason
evidence.
for this, guys.
conspiracy.
Yeah, there could be no reason for this at all.
Like when I asked the question about SpaceX, you went to conspiracy. You didn't go to facts. You
No,
went to
no, I
conspiracy.
didn't. I went to facts. The fact is you can't validate their technology because they keep it behind classified programs, like I was telling you.
That's not true.
That's not a conspiracy. Yes, it is true. Do you want to see the classified job postings?
Have you watched Elon's presentation on SpaceX? He lays out everything they
Do you
do.
know anything about the classified community?
All right, spill out.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, I've watched the Elon SpaceX
He doesn't
presentation.
You watch TV, cool.
Well, Elon's a scam artist. Like whatever he promises doesn't come true.
Can you tell us something that you know about the classified?
What does he promise that hasn't come true?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Try to stay focused.
Like
a bulletproof
nobody
fucking,
thought
a
he could do it.
bulletproof
They did
truck.
it.
How about that? A bulletproof truck that can off road.
It stops 9 mil.
Here, this is what you got going
He
on,
was
Dave.
talking about classify something. Let him elaborate.
You've seen it on TV. That's your whole worldview. Nixon called you out before you're even born.
The guy's
No,
a
I was born in
fanboy,
69, by the
so
way.
can't really tell him much.
He said the American people don't believe anything till they see it on TV, and they put that on the CIA
But
headquarters.
yet you guys are posting YouTube videos.
Okay, so this is how he got you. He got you by just showing you whatever they want to see, and you saw it on TV. Just say it. Just say that's your worldview. You won't believe anything.
No, I mean,
flat
I'm a
earthers
chemistry
say.
major. I understand science.
Yeah, no one's gonna believe you, dude.
I don't believe
Why
that.
are you mixing it up with geometry then?
I also have a math minor.
So you don't know the difference between geometry and science, but you have both of those degrees.
Oof.
I understand the difference between math
geometry
and science.
geometry and science are interconnected. You can't have one without the other.
Oh, so you're gonna? Oh, really?
Yeah, like refraction, lasers, all the whole optical side of physics.
So I can't study the shape that something is without using the scientific method.
Yeah, that would be crazy. People
Wow,
if you didn't use the scientific method, they would laugh at you. They would laugh.
Yeah, so tell me how you're going to use the scientific method to determine what shape something is. Give me the dependent variable to start with.
Crazy. That's how you find the circumference of the Earth.
Really? You use the scientific method? Okay, start with the dependent variable.
They made a hypothesis. Excuse me. If we could have a cordial debate, I would be down to talk with you.
Sound like an idiot.
With you. But you guys, anytime any of us wants to talk,
I don't need the whining.
when we disagree with you, this is.
I just need the dependent variable. I don't need the whining.
This shit. So, if you
don't know
find
what the
shape,
okay, all right. I'll just take it that you don't know what the scientific method is, and that's why you said that it's interchangeable with geometry.
I mean, the scientific method that has 99% of scientists believing the Earth is round.
Okay, so do you know what it is?
Yeah, same one. Yes, we do know what it is.
Name me a prominent scientist that believes the world is flat.
All right. So you're telling me that you're going to tell me that you can use the scientific method to work out what shape something is.
Yeah, you can also
100%.
use actually video footage of the round Earth from space.
Okay, so tell me what the dependent variable is. in your scientific experiment now that you're going to use to determine a shape? Well, science major?
Yeah.
With a minor
This
in
is
math?
ridiculous. Like
Who doesn't know
gravity
what either is?
exists.
You're
Like
getting dunked by flat earthers, David.
no, I'm not
He's just
being
running
dunked.
off.
You guys
He
are
just now says
ridiculous.
gravity. Just gravity now, he just said, just because he just has to go somewhere else.
Wow, you're going to use gravity now to work out what shape something is.
No,
Crazy.
I'm going to go on the scientific community, which like probably over 99% believes the Earth is
Oh, appeal
round.
to consensus. Where does it say that in the scientific method? Can I get a
How bold
citation?
and stunning.
Like you guys are the ones that have to bring the facts when the vast majority, like probably.
You don't understand the burden of proof either, and you're a chemist?
Yeah, so appeal to consensus, so logical fallacies. Is that what you think science is? Is that what you got out of
Because
your degree?
as a scientist, you read scientific journals, and everybody believes the Earth is round, and they have
we know
ways
they
to
believe
show
that.
it.
So
They
do
have
you.
video footage. You guys debunk video footage by going to conspiracy theories
Has the
about government
consensus been wrong?
cover-ups.
Has the scientific consensus been wrong before?
It's
I thought a
evolved.
mathematician and a chemist would bring more to the argument than this, David. I'm disappointed.
No,
Yeah.
it's common sense, guys. Like
No, it's not.
you guys are
haven't
the
provided
outliers.
any sense at all. You haven't provided any sense at all. Your entire worldview just hinges on logical fallacies that you call science.
No,
'cause
my
you don't
my
know what
entire
that is.
worldview goes based on science and
Yeah, why?
believing
We're not
science.
using the scientific. The whole point of my line of questioning is you're not even going to use the scientific method to figure out a shape, dude.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
literally
do
talking about
curvature
scientism when you talk
calculations.
like this. You're literally
Like
talking about
your way of
scientism when you
debunking
talk
me
like
is
this.
the fact that even though I have that background,
You
I don't do curvature calculations.
I don't
So
have to
you're
debunk
assuming
you.
that I'm,
You
you know,
don't
that just
have
means the
anything
world
even
is
that
flat because
rises
I
to the
can't do a
level of
curvature calculation.
being worthy of debunked. You don't have anything to debunk.
Nobody uses curvature in any application anyway.
Like, so all the
Well, except for
scientific
rocket
journals
science.
that ever have talked about this are just all BS.
They're not actually using curvature. They calculate it.
You go get one. Go.
Yeah, give an example. Yeah.
Let's see
Rocket
these
science.
scientific journals.
Yeah, your
I mean,
choice.
you
You
don't
pick
even
the
have to have
paper.
it.
Pick any
This is
paper.
so
We will
settled
talk about it
science.
in
Like, this
lifetime.
was settled hundreds of years ago.
Good. Pick any paper, David. Any paper. We'll dissect it together.
Yeah, just anything.
If you don't have one now, we can wait a week or two and you can come back.
Put a
He's
pin
going
in
to
it.
use like
Well,
thrust.
you
There's so
still have
many,
to go to
though. It should only take
conspiracy
them a
because
few
the fact
minutes.
that everybody
Like,
says it, you have to say is because of a government cover-up.
You can't
if
even
you're
provide a
look,
citation.
if you're a scientist, you can. If you're a scientist, you've got access to all those journals. You know, I know there's paid subscriptions and shit like that, but you've got that, right? Like, it would just take a quick little search in your little computer and a couple of minutes, and you would be right here showing us dozens of these papers.
And you can just copy paste
Pick one.
the screen,
Well,
so you don't even have to
honestly,
share
guys,
the link.
probably not modern ones because this has been settled a long
No
time
modern
ago.
ones. You can get me yesterday's latest paper
It
on the
probably was
curvature.
done in
Show
the
it.
Gutenberg press.
Okay,
It's been so
and
long
get
that
us
we settled
anything
this
you want to
scientific
use.
issue.
Yeah, past or present, just bring us whatever it is you want to use that you think establishes the Earth as a sphere, and we'll just take a look at it. Because so far, you haven't given
I'll tell
us
you what,
anything.
every
You're
damn
just speaking
photograph
in
that's
these
ever been
broad
taken from
generalities.
space.
Okay,
Okay?
well, provide us one in
Photos from
particular, and
space.
we'll recognize it.
Gish galloping. Look, listen to you, Mr. Scientist.
It doesn't know that.
Because
Gravity
there's
photos
a
from space is all you
conspiracy
got,
of
dude.
people that put out fake photographs. Really?
Gravity and photos from space.
We don't listen to fake scientists.
So all the people living on so what's happening with the space station? They all are just lying. They're all shills.
Get
You
the
haven't seen the best, have you?
next, one topic, dude. Which one do you want to talk about?
No, I mean, guys, it's just it's
you
such.
abandoned.
I mean, guys, where's the direct measurement of a curving ocean or lake?
I don't need to
Rich
do
said,
that
pick
because I have
something.
fucking common
It doesn't
sense.
exist. All right.
You don't have common sense because you've
Pick
never
something.
sensed the
Gravity.
curvature. You can't see it.
You do
Buddy,
realize like 99.9% of the world think you're all nuts, right?
Okay, that
So
doesn't
you-
matter either. It's an ad hom and an appeal to majority. Dude, do you have anything other than fallacious reasoning, scientist?
He hasn't flexed any of his so-called scientific background. He's a total troll.
May I ask a quick question?
He's a LARPer. He's just making shit up. That's what they do.
Quick
Yeah,
question.
he said every
Oh,
single
God.
photo from
You guys are
space, and then he
crazy.
excluded every single photo from Earth. So he's conceding that there's no evidence from Earth that the Earth is a globe.
On that, actually, quick
Well, the
question for you,
space station,
gentlemen.
the people on the space station, they're
David,
paid to shut up.
Okay, quiet down,
David,
dude. So
David.
you've said photos. All right, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna piggyback off of that. So, David, you're appealing to photos from space, right? Is it not the case that okay, you're appealing to that, yet you're not citing anything preceding the time that we allegedly went to space, right? Is it not the case that we would have had to know the curvature of the Earth before we went up into space in order to actually get up into space?
Yeah, we already knew that it was a curved Earth before we went.
So can you cite that, please?
Can I look up the NASA?
Fuck.
Yeah, now
Why are
you're
you
back to
assuming it's
Satellines.
NASA? Did the
I'd
Greeks
like to
have
ask this
NASA?
chemist about gas and gravity, but that can wait.
Okay.
Something he should know about. Maybe let's go there.
So what
Yeah,
about
can you
gas?
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate gravity being a force that contains gas?
No, because gravity isn't dependent on gas.
I love the honesty. Say it again, brother.
What is your point? Gravity is not.
Why would gravity be dependent on the gas? No, the gas would be dependent on the gravity. Can you show that?
Yeah, exactly.
What I don't
Come on,
understand
man, you
what your
guys
line
ruined
of
it. That would have been
questioning here
funny.
is about gas and gravity.
Okay, so gravity has no effect on gas.
No, of course it has effect on gas. It has effect on
Okay.
anything that has mass.
Okay, can you demonstrate that then? With an experiment, because you know what science is, right? So I won't have to walk you through what the experiment is, and you'll be able to just provide one, right?
Yeah. There's
Okay, go
multiple
ahead.
ways to do that. Obviously, dropping a freaking ball.
Oh, is this a scientific experiment?
It's
We're
been done,
talking about gas, not solids.
Yeah,
You're
you've gone
field
to
chemist.
solids now. We're
It's been
asking
done by
about
Newton a long time
What's
ago.
the formula for the velocity of the gas molecule?
Don't go there yet, dude. Just
Okay, sorry.
what's the experiment that you're going to provide?
To prove there's gravity?
Yeah, that gravity affects gas. So you've given me a solid object now. You've already jumped off of gas. So can we reset this? Give me the experiment that shows that gravity contains gas.
No, never said that. Gravity doesn't contain gas. Never said that.
Okay, never mind then. All right, so no vacuum of outer space because you don't have a gravity container in order for that to be possible. All right, so we can just scrap your pictures from space. Thanks, that's all I needed.
What?
Go ahead, Amish or whoever.
What?
He doesn't. He
Just
doesn't
say.
know.
No, that's it. He debunked outer space and he doesn't realize it. So I'm good.
So
David, he's saying that if gravity is containing the atmosphere, you're saying that it doesn't do that.
No, David is saying that outer space is not a place you can take pictures from. David's saying it.
I never said that. I'm asking
No,
you,
indirectly
are
you
all those
did.
pictures made up?
Indirectly you did.
Indirectly, I did.
David, if you tested gravity is affected on gas, how would you test it on Earth? Because gravity would always exist, even if you put it in a vacuum, gravity would still exist. So could you be able to test it outside the gravitational pull of Earth?
Yeah, I mean the fact that we have planets in motion around the sun is a proof of gravity.
But that's the problem. Can't test it because there's no scientific method or paper on it to be able to show that. Even with astronauts, there's no paper that's published that you can find.
There's no proof that planets have any mass.
Yeah, there's mathematical formulas that prove that.
Maybe we should go back a little bit. So the reason why you're being pulled into this conversation was having to do with one of the big flat Earth talking points about the second law of entropy, or thermodynamics, entropy, right? So, gas pressure. We have gas pressure here on Earth, air pressure, right? 2 or 14.7, something like that, at pounds per square inch at sea level. But I always screw up the decimal on that. Somebody correct me there. Maybe I'll lock it in this time. Anyhow, if space is a vacuum. Deep space being at like 10 to the negative 17 torr, and entropy exists. High pressure moves towards low pressure. We should not have a pressurized system here on Earth, according to the law, that law of entropy, right? It's your side's explanation that it does have containment, because flat earthers will say, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Your guys' rebuttal to that is that gravity acts as the container. That's why you were asked about that.
Okay.
I thought it's an atmosphere, though.
Yeah, but David said that the gases are inert and not affected by gravity.
No, I did. I said I acknowledged that. I mean, anything with mass is affected by gravity.
Right, now we're looking for the scientific experiment that can be done to demonstrate such a thing.
I mean, I don't have it off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean that the next level is, yes, the Earth is flat. Just because I don't have that particular thing at the top of my head.
Has it been done? Do you think?
Don't know.
That's just not a measurement of flat. That's just a place. The place that you say they took pictures from to prove that the Earth is not flat is a second law of thermodynamics violation that you can't go and take pictures from. That's all.
The universe has a fixed volume, right?
A fixed volume of the universe?
Yeah, because the first law of thermodynamics, like matter cannot be
created or
created
destroyed.
nor destroyed.
Yeah, should have then.
You got some thinking to do. You're not going to come in and just gish gallop about what about SpaceX? What about this? What about that? Like, we're not simpletons. We've had some pretty deep conversations about this over the years. And if you want to have one, we're here to have it with you.
No,
But
I get
stay
it.
on topic. Stay on topic and start citing some sources.
No, I get it, guys. But when it push comes to shove, like, it's a far leap to say, and I get what you're doing with the whole science and prove it and show me sources. But on the other side, on your side, to coordinate a worldwide conspiracy to that effect.
No conspiracy. It's delusion. Delusion.
What do you mean delusion? I mean, what's the point of it? Like,
the point of a delusion? People want to believe something because they like it. I don't know.
so you're saying like 99.9% of people in this world are deluded?
Oh,
Over this,
is
yes.
it really that surprising? Look at your fucking community around you, dude.
That's the
Well, look at
atheist
the
logic.
voters. Who
if you
votes?
think
Look
about
at
it.
your average voter.
Well, I mean, look at you. You can't even reason. You just go to the same majority fallacy over and over again. Yeah, that's how you get deluded.
But everybody thinks differently than you guys.
Not really differently. You guys
It's
say the same thing.
what's there's a quote that's pretty good for that. Like, it's no measure of good mental health to be well adjusted in an insane world.
Yeah, personal incredulity is not really a good argument anyway.
No, I mean,
Have
I
you
get
guys ever gone on
logically it's not a
TikTok?
great argument, but I always go back to that because I always just wonder, like, I come in peace. Like, it fascinates me, this community, because I don't see how, given that this has been settled in science for a long time ago.
Prove it.
It just
Geometry is
surprises me
a
that
shape
people
is
still
settled
think-
science.
Settled
Hold on,
science
guys.
says no scientist ever.
I got a quick question for the flat people in here. Have you guys ever gone on like TikTok to debate like Professor Nixie or like
Yeah, hold on, dude. We're one
Planet
topic.
Peterson?
Yeah, hold on. We're doing one topic to the end.
No, I'm just asking if you guys have ever done that.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you
type in
keep
text.
saying that it's settled science, but you never tell us how the science was settled. Even after we've told you that science would be a category error for a shape anyhow.
He said you could just get 99.9% of people to just nod their head up and down, and then it's settled.
That's it, eh? That was the process for settling the science.
So
Sounds like it.
I would like
Okay,
to. I
so
would like to
let's flip
read
it the other way.
read an
Can you
article
cite
that you
a
guys have.
scientific study that proves your point that's peer reviewed?
I'm telling you, it's not even under the purview of science, dude.
Yeah, do you guys have something that we could read that shows like, hey, the Earth is flat that we could read? Like if I showed you an article on Eratosthenes that's
Actually, yes. There's a 120-page NASA
Yeah,
document that states repeatedly that the Earth is flat and stationary.
yeah, it's like the whole server that we
Wait,
got with all kinds of talk content. Okay, let's try to keep
you
it on David. Okay, like a lot of rescuers, a lot of people trying to derail and get David out of the hot seat.
where's the document that NASA says the Earth is flat and stationary?
Okay.
Hold on.
Post it in the chat, and then let's not talk about that again because we're going another direction.
Yeah, stay focused right here.
The refresher, David.
Should just
What
be
was
able to
done
look
to
it
settle
up.
it? What was done to settle the science of the geometry?
Yeah, because if you want to put it back on us to make some sort of counterclaim, then I guess I'll take that as your concession for the so-called settled science of the globe. And we can just move on from that. There is no so-called settled science for the globe.
I mean, it's all I ever was taught in all my science classes in college, so they're all just lying to me, I guess.
Well, where is the settled science? What was actually done? Because all you've said so far is that
I mean,
everybody
honestly,
thinks
guys,
it.
we didn't study that settled science because it was settled. Like, it
How?
was
How do you
not
know that?
even
If you don't know what they did to settle it, then how do you know that that's the case?
because sometimes I just trust that all of this stuff was done properly, peer reviewed, like we do in the scientific method.
Okay, so you have a faith.
And there you have it, though. You were asking about some grand conspiracy, and it was told you about people being deluded. This is how people become deluded: is by not questioning, by not being skeptics, the way that you're supposed to be in science. Okay, like you're supposed to be the biggest skeptics of all, but in modern science, you guys just say, "Oh, well, I just believe what some other guy said to be true." Like that's antithetical to the scientific method.
But scientists generally don't then also say, okay, well, if I'm seeing, i.e., a photograph, they don't assume that this has been doctored or that there's some grand conspiracy. Like,
Right. So
No,
I mean,
but
I give a
if you don't check people's work and it goes unchecked for long enough, then all of a sudden you start going down the wrong damn path, and you think that you're going down the right one, but before long you're far from fucking home.
There's this perception too that we're offering like some kind of alternate universe of physics or something. Not the case at all. We're questioning the
Yeah,
theoretical stuff that there's no actual like scientifically testable hypothesis for. And that all has to deal with like outer space gravity and stuff that you'll never use in your field in chemistry ever.
yeah. I didn't want to like entertain the topic change. Like when the other man had chimed in and asked, "Well, where is the stuff that I can read about the flat Earth?" Nothing changes in the physics. It's up, right? Like in normal physics, up is perpendicular to the horizontal, right? Like the map that you go on to get to the store is in that direction, which is a straight line from point A to point B. These things that you're saying would change physics. It's just not the case. It's you utilize your
but
reality
that's not
in
actually
your
true, guys,
way.
because like just look at going from Newtonian physics to Einstein. Science does adapt. Science does change. I
where's
get
the
that.
science for either?
You guys literally tried think that you can use the two interchangeably because of this delusion.
Dude, he just went from the Easter Bunny to Santa Claus.
Yeah.
What? So Newtonian and Einstein, that's all like so That's all makeup.
Well, you never gave us any scientific experiment for any version of gravity, so I guess so.
So all the all of these people are also deluded. Einstein, Newton.
Yes, they
What
were
is it? I
fucking
think they're just
deluded
asking
because
you
they
if
just
you're
talk
deluded
about
right now,
shit.
or do you have something you can put forth? Right now, they're just asking about if you're deluded.
Yeah, you know what? Einstein wrote a book called The Cosmic Religion. Have you ever read it?
No.
He said the greatest scientific minds are minds of religion, people who contemplate the cosmos.
And on top of that, he was a mathematician. Just because he worked something out mathematically doesn't mean that it is true to reality. Like he didn't do like
Well,
he
you
didn't
don't.
do any actual experiments to prove his theories.
Well, you don't know his mind. You know, he may know more than he has ever revealed. But if you read his book, then you might know that there's something behind it that he understands that others don't understand. But he still promoted something in order to throw people off. You know.
What's the book
But a
called?
lot of what he predicted has been verified, though, right?
Fuck the niggers. I hate the niggers. They're so
Bro,
fucking like to steal.
ban him.
What was that?
The
It's a freak
CIA,
out.
man.
Thank you.
No,
They
I mean I'll
tried
give
to.
you guys credit. You're well
Fuck
knowledgeable about your
niggers.
subject.
Rape niggers. Kill.
Yeah, these are the people we have to deal with. Also, they don't want a YouTube stream with like 12 people watching to be available to the public. They're trying to get it shut down.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's what
It's
happened.
past the
So
hour. I posted Einstein quotes on religion.
they're in on it, wouldn't they? And David, in your worldview, those people would be in on it.
No, I mean I don't have any animosity. I'm actually curious, and not because I tend to be probably too trusting. I get it. So like I'm not going to be falling down this rabbit hole, but I appreciate that you guys have researched it well.
Oh, you don't want to think outside. You don't want to think anything different than the guy next to you because they'll
Yeah,
think
that
you're
might be
crazy.
dangerous.
Oh no, believe me, I think differently in a lot of
Oh,
areas.
no, you don't. No, you don't.
I mean, you don't
But
know
what
me,
about all the
but
scientists and what they believe?
what?
Yeah, if you were a little bit too concerned about consensus and
No, I
all
mean,
that stuff
I'll give you an
to be a
example, guys. I'm religious, so I ultimately believe there's a creator. Now, how he created it, I'm not sure, and that's not necessarily a theory that's well supported in science. But it's not like I just follow the science.
Well, here's the
Well, I mean,
thing. He
even
will
it's
never reveal how he created the Earth in
even there, you
general,
have
you know?
evidence. You have a creation in front of you, so you have evidence of a creator. You have a creation.
Yeah, and this is
So
for your eyes only, basically.
I mean, that's actually a common misunderstanding too. Like people are under this impression that like all scientists are atheists or some shit like that, but it's not even close to the truth. Like the vast majority of scientists do have a faith in some kind of God or creator.
Yeah, I don't know. It's vast, but it's a good chunk. I mean,
Yeah,
well,
but
I was
usually
just
they
pointing
are
out that
not
it's not an
working at the top positions.
I was just pointing out that it's not an exact equivocation because when you say I believe in a creator because we have a creation here, right? Therefore, the antecedent for a creation is a creator. That's not so far fetched as saying, well, I believe in this thing called gravity that I've never, I get that you're comparing it, but that is not necessary because we have other explanations.
The Hebrew Israelites believed in a flat earth. You should try to read Genesis, the creation story, as a flat earther.
yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, and then
that's I get it when you don't have other things guiding you. Like as we progressed,
There is
we
no other thing that needs to guide you. Either you believe the word or you don't. Every
no,
theory that comes from them is a lie. End of story.
So was this just to say, David, that like, what was this to address? The trust issue, or the consensus issue, or the I believe things that I cannot prove issue? What is it that you were really touching on?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. What'd you say?
Can you hear me better?
Try again.
Go ahead.
Yes, I might be can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. So when you brought up that comparison, well, I'm religious, right? I believe in God. You were saying, is that to say that you can't, that you're too trusting, right? Or that you believe in things that you can't prove? What was that? What was that in reference to, in relation to the topic
The
of
point was,
letter?
I think people were assuming that I just take science as my only piece. Like I only, whatever the majority of the scientific community, I'm never an outlier to it. Like my point is now I'm much more liberal in that than, like, I don't believe in a 24-hour creation, things like that. I believe that God created the universe somehow, don't know exactly how. And so science to me you don't have to do one or the other. I had a philosophy professor who was like, science can only prove the observable. And so it has no business trying to disprove God. And so
Well,
I'm just,
natural instead of supernatural.
Right. But
What tool would you use to adjudicate a supernatural event?
that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't have the business. So like to try to use science to disprove the existence of God is
and
a
similarly,
fallacy.
Yeah, you know, but
similarly, what was talked about earlier, like a question of geometry, a mathematics question, is not one which can go through the scientific method. It is not a science question.
you know,
No,
the usual problem of scientists in general is they have a high pride of how they are thinking, right? So they might become deluded in their ways of thinking and think of them better than others, and therefore their formulas also determine the outcome of what they are presenting to you. So it could be like it has been, like for with Einstein, for example, and Tesla. He knew that his fellow colleagues were in a delusional state. You know, he knew what was going on with them because they overthink everything. They go beyond something that isn't there. They imagine something that isn't there. They cannot somehow step out of this, you know? And if you try to reason with them, then they go into denial. It's like they make up their own barriers for whatever reason, for their pride to just not to be broken.
Well, like when their model fails, or what what they predict doesn't pan out, and all of a sudden they have to come up with a patch, a band-aid, like dark energy or dark matter, in order to maintain their scientism belief. Like that's ego and pride, and it's not science when you have to do such a thing. If your predictions didn't pan out when in testing, then your shit was wrong. Start over.
Yep. Yep.
Well, I mentioned this, Luke, to somebody earlier. If they claim that they only know 2% of the universe or 5% of the universe, and they don't know 95% of the universe, so how do they know that they don't know 5% if they don't know 95%? Meaning they don't even know what the whole is. So how are they able to quantify it down to knowing only 5%? How ridiculous is that? Right, to say we don't know 95% of all things, how they work, where they are, if they are there, etc. But we know 5% of the whole.
It's unthinkable for them to be wrong. Like how could we be wrong? We're we had such a great idea. Like this has to be right, and so they'll make something up in order to make them appear right.
It's imagine being in one room of a mansion. You don't know you're in a mansion. You're only in one room, and you're saying, "Well, I only know 5% of the whole, but I don't even know what the whole is. I don't know if there's 5 rooms, 1,000 rooms, but I know 5% of it because I'm in one room." Absolutely ridiculous.
I was like, so given that, like, I guess the part that gets me is if is what is the motivate? So we discussed, and you said it's a fairy tale, but just the going from Newton to Einstein, right? So what is holding back scientists, that because I believe that people do push scientific theories. They change things, they so what is causing this one not to go to the forefront?
Because nobody agrees with their models they're putting out. Because it
But
somehow
nobody agreed
contradicts a
with.
previous model they inherited or learned from
I
or
think it's pride.
observed.
But when this was first brought up,
The
he
peer
was
review
about
process might
put to death.
the
Like
peer
the
review
idea.
process might as well actually be like a cock blocking fucking process.
Yeah, it's
Put it
gatekeeping.
that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
But there's
It's
been times in history where, like, to say that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe was punishable by death. Like, but it still prevailed. Like the idea that
Where
it
did they
wasn't
kill?
prevailed.
Who did they
yeah,
kill?
well, every extreme comes with an agenda usually, especially if it's fresh, you know? Especially if you have people who are power hungry and try to push something out. Then you see such extremes. The same in the media, basically, which is basically soft, non physical extreme, but a psychological extreme right now.
But
So
there's
they're pushing through
109
media
different
a
countries.
doctrine on you that isn't basically true.
But we're not all the same country. Like, you would have to
It doesn't
control every
matter.
country in the world.
We don't
I mean,
presume to understand geopolitics the way the news presents it.
Okay.
yeah. So if you compare, for example, America and China with their representation of space and such, then you have NASA. You only see the curve. You know, there's only um, let's say 1/4 of the Earth always visible. There's nowhere to see the whole Earth. But China goes to the extreme where they show the whole Earth and their team and their satellites, in which they fly on, you know, and going from the Earth and such. But you don't see this here in America because it's not promoted here because the media doesn't share it.
Yeah, we could speculate all day on a lot of this. It won't get you anywhere. David Weiss says that what if this entire space program is just one giant blackmail operation? There's one or two small handful of countries in on it, and they use space technology to control other nations.
Yeah.
You get them to lie to their own citizens, and you know that they're lying. You have blackmailable information on them. You give them the technology, you boost their space program, you give them next generation 5G telecommunications, you give them sweet deals with like the US economy, and then you give them the space program. Yeah, you made them, you
Yeah,
own
man.
them.
Yeah, true, but it only works on the government level, you know. It doesn't work on the military level, for example, because they know they cannot be bribed with this. They know how things work, and they don't. They are not compromised. However,
I know most of the
they are
military, they seem to be deceived too.
sure. That's what I was going to, but they can't be bribed too, right? So every man in a specific state of being is being buyable.
If I wanted to take out a country, David, I could if I could do it right. If I could get the propaganda for it and just show you right that I don't know, China is a leader of flat earthers. The rest of the world would be like, let's get them. These guys are idiots. Let's take them over. Let's just walk in there now. It's for their own good. They're going to hurt themselves with their archaic ideas. Let's go in there and save the people from the flat earth country of China. I mean,
No, I think people would just laugh. I don't think people would care if they exist or not.
We've heard people say that the flat Earth disclosure was orchestrated by Putin. We've also seen people say it was orchestrated by CIA, by Trump, the Q movement. We've seen all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, they lash out at everything.
Oh, I get it.
And that's not just people who come in here saying that. That's literally like our United States government saying shit like that.
And we have them on C-SPAN calling for social media companies to censor us.
Yeah, I don't understand why that. It's not a threat. Like this philosophy or theory is not a threat.
Yeah, well, they had a meeting in front of Congress about how they were going to censor flat earthers online.
What would happen if everybody stopped believing in NASA and SpaceX and Mars, and they all said everybody started thinking it was all bullshit? What do you think would happen if you think it's not a threat?
We'd have a different government.
No, we wouldn't. I mean, that's the part. That's the stretch you guys take. Like, I don't understand what would be different.
Corruption.
These other
Corruption would still
congressmen
exist
are
in
yelling.
government.
These congressmen are yelling across the room, calling somebody they disagree with a flat earther in the United States government. They're calling each other this.
No, I get it. It's used as a mockery. I get it. But I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, I get like people who, if we look at conspiracy theories, you look at JFK, right? That makes sense to me because there's a reason to bury. If the CIA was involved, there's a reason to bury that, right? Like this one, I just don't. I guess I still haven't seen the motivation.
You're like a Trump fan, right? So imagine if I could prove to you that
No, I
Donald
hate Trump actually.
Okay. Then you're.
Are you more conservative leaning?
Right.
I'm a never Trumper. I'm a never Trumper.
So imagine you could prove that Trump was a flat earther. Would anybody elect him? Or imagine you could vote for, or you could prove that Biden was a flat earther through and through. Had posters on his wall. When he'd be done. The opposition would be done.
Oh, you're right. It's just like when they go after RK about anti-vax. Yeah, I get it. Because the most society, you guys fascinate them in not a good way. And I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just like, you guys know that. You're a fringe belief.
They fear us. We're like what they call like the gateway drug is marijuana. They're afraid, like, if people listen to flat earthers, that people won't believe in the establishment or them anymore. It could only get more and more out of control for them. They won't have their hold on you if they listen to flat earthers who tell you that they're lying to you, that they are not to be trusted.
Yeah. So what'll
this
happen?
is the reason why it's called government.
Yeah, what'll happen is when some guy comes on TV and says maybe you all should stay home for 2 weeks, nobody will believe it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see the through line of why this was the one big one that they picked to control us all.
You need to spend a lot of time thinking about this then, because the implications are freaking astounding. I'm surprised this is such a block for you, man.
I mean, despite our differences in experience.
Okay, so no, I'll give you an example. I believe the people that use Starlink, they're using something that's not held up by balloons, but is actually rotating the Earth. They are getting internet. We can all agree that they're getting internet. So whether if you came to me, it would shock me if they were held up by balloons, right? But it would still, the internet would still be there.
Have you seen the Starlinks?
It has nothing to do with balloons, dude.
Yeah, how many universities lose their funding and have to shut down entire academic departments over this?
How many universities have ever espoused flat Earth theory?
Well, that's what we're saying is what happens when everybody wakes up out of this delusion? What happens? You asked that question. So my follow-on question in response to that is just thinking about the universities. Think about the media. Think about government institutions and our history books and how we think about the state and the space race and everything else that goes with that.
Okay, so do you think a lot of scientists mock 24-hour-a-day creationists?
I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, but I'm just saying. But yet universities like Liberty University are still established universities that kids go to all the time that
Now, what about
exist.
flat Earth?
Matthew
You're not
learns
going
is
to
a
touch flat
global
Earth.
comes in here that he's a university mathematics professor at a Christian college, and he's in here all the time.
But what I'm
Yeah, like
saying is
what you
they
can't
still
like what you
exist.
can't do. Yeah, with the 20. Yeah, what you can't do is disprove or prove a 24-hour Earth is possible, right? Creation, meaning you could say everything just came into existence all at once, or you could have a story, right? But what you can do with this topic here is you can prove, right, that a straight line can lie within a horizontal plane of reference. You can prove the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere, Earth. You can prove these things. Now, as far as 24-hour creation. You can't really prove it. You can't time travel, but we can right here in the here and now, prove that level is horizontal, or something else, whatever topic you would
No, I
want to
get
pick.
that, but my bigger point was there are it would not be a damning completely. You could create a university that had this theory, and it would still exist.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
there's no flat Earth
you,
theory.
no, but you could have you could say, you know what, this university, I'm only hiring people that believe in flat Earth, and there
It's
would be nothing that would tear that university down.
I wouldn't say that, man. Freaking, there would be a huge stigma attached to that. It would
Oh,
be at least the way that things are right now. Like, yeah, that university would lose all of its credibility.
but there would
It's not.
still be people that
If,
would
if
go.
they claim
Yeah,
to be a flat Earth university.
Oh, it would, but just like people that believe in 24-hour, there's universities that teach 24-hour day creation, which a lot of people can't stand, and they still exist. It would still exist. But you don't see it.
yeah. So I mean, the thing is,
Do those
things are either.
Christian universities maintain credibility, and how do they do so? Because uh, they actually uh, had to abandon a lot of like their biblical like scriptures and shit like that in order to fit in with with academia. Like that's where you see a lot of these Christian um all scientists and stuff like that. Like they have to be in a state of basically cognitive dissonance. They have to believe in contradictory things, like two things that contradict each other at the same time, both to be true. It's kind of a weird area to be in.
Well, I mean, look at the Creation Museum. The Creation Museum. There's a bunch of scientists that work for the Creation Museum, and it's a very popular museum.
David, can I ask you a question? You said previously, I guess, you had a chemistry master or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not currently a chemist.
Okay,
I
okay.
used to teach chemistry, and I have a math minor,
Are
but
you
it's not my main vocation.
Are you looking in the chat right now? Because
No, I did not look in the chat yet.
okay. I'm posting something that might help you for your understanding. I don't know if you have looked at the periodic table, just in the box. Everything is just learned in a specific way. So I found this recently, and it helped me a lot to actually explain how elements work in the real world, based on frequency and such. So if you look at that and copy and post it, you can take your time and look at this. I hope this helps you eventually understand it also.
How is this related to the topic at hand?
No, not really. And it just came to mind for you.
Okay. Okay.
You're talking about like elements that you would add to like a volume to make it go up or down relative to something else's density and volume. Or I could just look at it and just see that these elements. Like I wonder what makes things go up or down.
I'd be curious to just get a chemist's take on Walter Russell's diagram right there.
The one that's in chat?
Yeah. I don't know much about it. Don't know to subscribe.
And I had to do some more research on what the premise is.
Good job calming down and meeting us eye to eye eventually, by the way. You came in pretty at like almost an 11, and I'd say you're like around a 5 or a 6 now. It's a big change.
Yeah, but he also just equivocated. He said, I'm going to have to do some research on it. But what he really meant was, I'm just going to have to read it and study it and take it for what it says without doing any kind of critical thinking or research. So he's right back at square one. He's Biden, guys. I'll tell you.
He already said earlier that he trusts other people in science, so that's just the way it is.
What's your globe proof, David? Evidence, like at this point, I'm just it's definitely not the pictures anymore.
Just to throw in there, when he was saying he trusts those people, that was when he was at still like a 8 or a 9, maybe even a 10. I think that's one of those copes, basically, like when he's just fighting flat earthers. Now he's talking to flat earthers.
Yeah, and still knows that he trusts that science is settled because he's never said no, it's not settled.
That's true.
No, I'm just not. No, I got a moment of thought. I'm thinking like, how else could you use the globe lie? Like, I wonder like everyday situation. I say you're going to go, I guess fight with another country, right? Like you want to. I guess they threaten to shoot something at you. They'd have to shoot it over the curve of the earth, so they can't reach it. So I guess you could use it then. Like, why would they lie? But they can just shoot you anytime they want. There's no curve there. I mean, I guess also consequently with that, they could, you might feel safe in your area because the Earth globe is, blocking anybody from spying on you at a distance away. But really, there's no Earth curve there, and you can just pull out some infrared goggles and they can watch you and see everything you're doing. I mean, that would benefit. That would benefit someone.
So, how do you guys explain Qantas Flight 28?
27 and 29 are my specialties. So,
Well, I mean, the plane that leaves from Santiago that goes to Sydney. How do you explain that?
I don't know. How do you explain it?
I mean, it doesn't work on a flat Earth map
I mean, how does it work on a globe?
because they go down by Antarctica and then go over to Australia.
Right. So Antarctica is only possible on a globe.
No, but taking a trip from Santiago and going to Sydney via Antarctica is only possible on a globe.
I mean, could you show me why that's the case?
Well, pull up a flat Earth map and show me where Sydney and Santiago are.
Did you say they go over Antarctica or by
No,
Antarctica?
they go by Antarctica.
Yeah, that's right. What?
On a
So
flat
they
Earth
didn't,
map, they're on
they
opposite
didn't go
sides of
over
the Earth.
any. They didn't go over any South Pole or anything, did they? They just kind of
No.
like.
No,
Right.
just like they do in the North Pole.
So still failing to see how this.
Because if you look on a flat Earth map, Santiago and Sydney are on opposite sides of the Earth.
How far away is that?
That would be tens of thousands of miles.
How do you know how far away that is? That's what I'm asking you.
How far do I know? I mean, I can look it up and tell you how far it is.
Yeah, how do you know how far it is? By looking it up. That's how you.
My point is why would they go that direction if it was a
What
flat Earth?
direction? What direction is it? I'm
They
asking you
leave
like
from
basic stuff.
Santiago, go down by
Okay.
the South Pole, and then they go to Sydney.
Okay,
No,
so they
not
go
down
east.
by the South Pole. They're very, very far from the South Pole in your model. They don't even go over Antarctica, which is very large in your model as well.
Okay, so why wouldn't they go through North America on a flat Earth map? That would be the closest point to point.
First off, we don't argue
Have you
any
ever
specific
seen them
map,
do
and
that?
secondly, you'd be wrong even according to the AE map or Gleason's map.
I mean, have they ever taken that route that you're saying they should take?
They
The
take
one
it
that you
every
said,
day
why don't they take it? The one that you said, why don't they just do this?
because the the Earth isn't
No,
flat.
that one, the one that you said, why don't they just do this? Has anybody gone that route ever for any reason? Is it like the route that you just avoid at all costs, or do people go that route? That you're,
So you think that a airline, which is always trying to save money on gas, is going
Yeah.
to go from South America through North America to get to Australia?
Look, this is purely speculation too, but and it really doesn't matter because we don't claim that map to be the real flat Earth, like
Okay,
or anything
what
like
map
that.
do you
But
claim?
hold on, dude. You want to just listen? I was there was a video years ago that I thought was intriguing. Anyway, it doesn't mean that I'll stand by this as being what's happening, but it's the concept of like a circle city. Are you familiar? You have any circle cities like where usually it's like a capital city where like the capital will be the center and around the outside of the city there will be like a highway, right? And instead of going through the middle of town, cutting through the radius of that circle city, or the diameter across it because it's stop and go traffic that's very slow to get across that way. Instead, you have a high speed highway that with no stops that goes around it, and it's actually faster to go around the city to get to the other side.
Okay, that's
This
great, but
this
there's no
concept
traffic
could work
in the air.
if you have jet streams that are if the wind is going at a much more rapid speed than what they tell us or than we know, they could be utilizing that because airspeed is really all that they know. They don't know their ground speed when doing that. So like let's say that they had a jet stream where they were hitting like 1,000 fucking miles an hour or something, and then they could do another 500-600 on top of that. All of a sudden, your distances are thrown way off. You could
That
cover
would
way more
work
ground.
if they didn't
Yeah.
go in both directions using the same path.
Interestingly enough, like these jet streams do sort of like where there's one at one level going one way, then there's another at another layer just above or below going the other, or right near it, next to it. Like these, when you look at, I believe like Flight Aware or some of these where they show, they, I don't know if you can find it anymore, but they'll actually show these like these patterns
I think they took it down like a year or
slayed
so
out on
ago.
an azimuthal equidistant map, and they don't all go in just one direction. They go in both directions.
I think Can you show me the map that you guys believe in?
I was asking you why you believe in that map.
No, I want to know the name of the map that you guys
I want
believe
to know the name of your map.
Well, I asked first.
Oh, shit.
As flat earthers, we have not been able to map the world.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking, like, generally speaking, what is necessary to make a map, and how do you know where you're going on a map? To know that the route that you're saying is necessary is the only path you can take. I mean, I can't imagine you're saying that you can't possibly
It's
take
not the only path that you can take, but it's the
any other
cheapest.
route. I mean, I can't imagine that's the only route. Like, how thin of a route is that? Like, does the airplane have to stay within these two parallel lines? Is that the only route possible?
It's not the only route, but it's the cheapest. That's why the airline takes it.
Yeah, I mean, if you
So how did you
take
build your map? What did you use to build your map? What's necessary to build this map that you have? What are the parts of a map?
You guys don't have a map. You don't have a map with
That's why I'm
scale.
asking you. What are the parts of the map that you need to make a map? So I want to make a map real quick. What are the parts that you need? I'm asking you.
Well, you would have to know like distance, bearings, that sort of stuff.
All right, distance and bearings. Is that how we know the distance is what? What's the distance?
In miles or
That's yes.
kilometers?
With the Luca just mentioned, they only know the air.
So you guys don't have a map. You don't have a map.
I'm asking, how do you know the distance if you only know the airspeed?
Because airlines do it every day.
So are you matching the airspeed to the ground and saying that's the distance?
It would
That's
be
only possible on a
impossible
flat
if we used a flat Earth map.
only possible
And they definitely wouldn't go to the pole. They would go over North America.
May I interject
saying
here?
if you're matching the air to the ground and saying, well, that's the same distance up in the air as it is on the ground, that's only possible if on a flat Earth with parallel horizontals being parallel to each other. If that's your claim of a globe proof, that's pretty interesting. That the distance to that location is the same on the ground as it is in the air, and that's how they know the distance on the ground because of the distance in the air. Then that only works on a flat Earth. But that's why I'm asking, how do you get the globe map?
I don't know exactly how they get the globe map.
All right.
But you can't even show me a flat Earth map.
Well, that's the thing, actually, is that all of your maps are taken essentially with a flat baseline. The way that they get latitude, and longitude is by latitude is by taking elevation angles to Polaris, and longitude is elevation angles to solar noon. So, in order to do this, it requires and what's the right word here? Basically, it assumes a flat baseline because it's using triangles. Like, so you using a sextant, you have to have that flat baseline. You assume the floor to be flat, and then you get an angle off of the floor to that light source. Again, latitude being Polaris, longitude being solar noon. And that's where they start when they create any of these maps. Is they're plotting your location under a star or under the sun.
Okay, can you
think of this? You have two formulas, and it's basically how the GPS works. You have two
Can you
formulas. You have
explain?
the flat baseline on which the operation is working, but you have then the additive, which is the compromise for the formula in order to represent it visually on the globe map, which is the GPS. This is why you have curves and such on flight paths and such. So if you take in consideration that the radius is basically the up from the north to the radius is the plus part, and from the equator, from the north to the equator is the plus part in the northern hemisphere, and the southern hemisphere is then the equator and the minus part, which is then added because of the contraction, in terms of looking at a flat plane. Usually the radius wouldn't be 6,300 and something kilometers, but actually it would be 12,765 kilometers. But since it has to retract the flight path and such and reverse this in order to make this work, they have to manipulate the formula in order to make the GPS make work how it works basically.
So, can you explain to me why they've never been able to make a flat Earth map?
Because I don't want to. They don't want
No,
you
no,
to
no.
know.
Everybody needs a map.
Yeah, sure, they have the map. Don't get me wrong.
No,
Military and such, they
Who
have
has
the
the map?
maps.
you can.
Who has the map?
Many people will argue. I mean, I'm not a cartographer, but that every map that you have is a flat Earth map based off of that process of just finding your latitude and your longitude. Every map is a flat Earth map. The Mercator is the most commonly used map, and it's the one that they just so happen to wrap around a ball to create your globe for schools. It's not accurate to like for navigational purposes or anything like that. That's why even on the bottom of the globes it says not for educational purposes.
So,
Like,
can you show me the map
it's
that you guys believe in?
Say again?
Can you show me the map that you believe in?
I mean, if you look at the United Nations flag, basically, then it's basically any map that shows a representative of this.
Can you show me a map that has scale on it?
it does have a scale. It gives you directions on how to properly read that map. But secondly,
Where's that?
What?
What
Like
map are you?
on the Gleasons, it tells you how to read it.
So you believe in the Gleason map?
No, dude, this is actually where I was. Look, I've already tried to tell you multiple times. We don't have a map. We have not mapped the world ourselves. We don't have a model that we're going to let you strawman us with. If your whole hang up is the Earth can't be flat because flat earthers don't have a map, then good for you. Like,
No,
we're not going to allow you to. We're not going to allow you to fucking pigeonhole us into some freaking argument that you want to have. No, just be straight up on its face. We do not have a map or a model that you will use against us. Like, we don't have one.
Okay.
We haven't gone out and done it.
We'll move on. Is the sun round?
Probably, maybe, possibly.
Are all of the planets round?
Probably, maybe, possibly. Like, we can't really tell, but it
I
has
mean,
no bearing on.
we can observe
Listen,
some of them.
it has no bearing on what the Earth is. Like, I agree too. If
understand
you want to say the moon sure presents itself as being spherical. Okay, it doesn't mean that it for sure is, but if I'll go with it. It's pretty it's pretty convincing. That it's spherical.
So
Never seen the other side of it, but I could imagine that it would be.
So
Now,
every
it
other
really doesn't
planet
matter.
in our solar
It's the
system
same
and
as
moon
saying
is round.
if you have a disco ball hanging from the fucking middle of your goddamn living room. I don't know why you would, but I'm not gonna sit here on my couch, stare at my fucking disco ball, and say I live on one of those, or my living room is one of those. My
But you
living room.
acknowledge every other planet and moon in our solar system is round.
No, see, this is the problem though. You're hung up in this idea that that I mean, I bet you also would think that we're talking about a disk flying through space, right? That's not what it is. The Earth is like the ground floor, okay? And everything that's above your head, whether it be the birds or the clouds or the freaking planets and the moon and all of that, are literally above the Earth. Okay, that's it. The Earth is the ground, and they're above it.
Okay. So it would still be flat, just
Look, yeah, you could have everything in the sky could be a ball. I mean, even the birds could be fucking balls for all I care. Okay, like
Yeah, but it
Earth.
could also be just a hole in which light pokes through. You know, we don't know.
okay. So explain this then. How come every time there's a lunar eclipse, it's round?
It's a pretty good
Wow.
question.
Never been flat.
You know the way that like the shadow of a sphere moving across another sphere becomes very warped and oblate. It doesn't come across in a
But it's never anything
it doesn't
except
come
round.
across as a perfect circle like that. Like
Yeah, here's the thing. If if you have two bodies that would be spherical and they come about and overlap each other, then if they would be spherical and emit, let's say, the moon or the sun, their own light, and a second body comes in front of it, you would see the second body and its corona from this body beforehand, but it's never shows this. It never shows this on a lunar or solar eclipse. We always see just a shadow moving in front of it.
So when the Earth's shadow goes onto the moon, is it ever anything but round?
Yeah, and that's what he's saying, and that's what proves that it can't be two round objects or spherical objects. That
Yeah.
there's never anything on there besides a circular shadow. Therefore, it can't be two spheres. That's the proof.
well,
It's not
and in any case, also though, like if you're going to put yourself in the shoes of a flat earther and actually visualize it, we don't think it is the Earth getting in the way to create the shadow on the moon.
What do you think it is then?
Don't know, but it's not the Earth because the Earth is the floor and the
Okay.
celestial bodies are above it.
So how can we predict a eclipse down to the second?
The Saros cycle.
Well, you see, the lunar and the solar eclipses actually work in reverse in terms
Well,
of
you can't
shadows
just say
from the
solar
Earth
cycle. What does
that is
that
being
mean?
projected of some of those luminaries. You know, if the sun is in front of you, then it becomes a lunar eclipse, a solar eclipse. Then you have the moon actually in front of the sun, but their own representation, it should be behind, you know, but it doesn't work this way.
For a lunar eclipse, it would be behind. Correct.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but you know what
that's
I
what you
mean.
were
You
talking
know,
about.
there's
Was lunar.
something up with this that doesn't add up.
No, it adds up every time.
No, it doesn't
So,
actually.
like
Can
you
you
were talking
show
about the
me a
lunar
time
eclipse.
where there was a lunar eclipse where it wasn't round?
The eclipses
Can
are
you show
not
me?
predicted
Yeah.
by anything having to do with your heliocentric model or globe stuff. It was I forget the name of the actual ancient
You
civilization
said
that.
it wasn't the Earth.
No, listen. As far as predicting eclipses, it's because of repetition. It's because of studying the patterns that we see in the sky. And it's not exactly the Babylonians, but it's like during their time. Like there's another ancient culture that came up with the Saros cycle, which is what NASA uses still to this day, and will tell you on their website that that's what they use. This was an ancient flat Earth culture. Like they had a flat Earth cosmology. They studied the stars very very closely and came up with discovered the patterns. Okay, recorded and discovered the patterns, and they're uh, able to use that still to this day. That's what they use to this day to predict when there will be an eclipse.
Okay, so what's causing the eclipse?
Well, we can figure it like why did you ignore what he said when he said we can work out what it's not, right? Because we can demonstrate that two spheres will not cast upon the other one ever a circular shadow. Therefore, we can rule out that it's a sphere casting a shadow onto a sphere, causing a circular shadow. Why would you dismiss that?
Why couldn't it do that?
It
All
just
right,
doesn't do
you
that.
could do a
It just
simple like
doesn't do that.
you could do this in your room, right? Like, okay, get like a bright light and a basketball, and then you have your wall, right? Like, if you were to take the basketball and put it between the light and the wall, yes, you'll get a perfectly circular shadow on the flat wall. But now this is the harder part. Now, if you had a rounded wall somehow, like where it's convex, and as you brought the basketball through the light, it would actually warp and create an oblong shape at its edges. Only when it's centered, perfectly centered in the light and against the wall, would it be spherical. But as it approaches and as it leaves, it would be more like football shaped, like oblong, like that.
But you guys can't tell me
That's
what
what
it
you
is.
expect.
Though.
That's what you expect to see from a sphere casting a shadow on a sphere.
Then what is it? If it's
Don't
not
know.
the Earth, what else could it be?
Don't know. We don't have to give you all the
We
answers
know
to the
what's
universe.
around us, correct?
Just because you have a story that you believe in,
Hey, but
and
we
we
know
can
what's around
falsify
us.
that story, doesn't mean that we have to replace it. Falsification is
Do
independent
you
of replacement.
do you think that we know most of the bodies in our universe?
No, not at all.
No.
Okay,
No.
what bodies are we missing?
Well, especially the bodies that causes shadows, for example.
Oh. we can time it to the second, but it's not Earth.
But if you have listened to me previously, then I asked about the coronas and the radiation that should illuminate the second body, you know, but it never happens. It only is your illumination of the body that brings a source of light.
Lou, are you going to bring up the Selenilian at all? So we're talking about the lunar eclipse.
I mean, you be my guest. Like, yeah, that's another thing to add as well. I mean, if you'd rather I talk about it, sure.
Yeah,
So
I don't
there's
know
a
if
type
we
of
all heard
lunar
of it.
eclipse. There's a type of lunar eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse, also, which it's also dubbed the impossible eclipse, and that's not by flat earthers. That's like from heliocentrists. It's called that because it doesn't make any damn sense in their model. It shouldn't work. It's a lunar
Yeah,
eclipse
I
that
posted it.
during either like right before sunset or right before sunrise, or right around sunrise or sunset. And it's you get a lunar eclipse where you as an observer can see both the sun and the moon above the horizon in the sky at the same time, yet you get a shadow on the moon. So I mean, the way that this is supposed to work is that the three bodies are in alignment, but they're clearly not if you're able to see both of them. And then on top of that, the shadow approaches the opposite way that you would expect it to.
So this is saying that it's due to refraction. I've never even heard of it.
No,
That's what they
not
say. Yes, that is
necessarily.
what they say.
Because the eclipse comes from the wrong direction. That's what. Hold on, let me read this. Some call this the impossible eclipse. Flat earthers claim that such an eclipse should not be possible
Look,
to
don't go
occur.
to a look. Yeah, when you do this type of research, don't go to a like debunking flat Earth website. Just look up what a Selenilian eclipse is.
No, this is space.com.
Why are they throwing flat earthers in on their explanation? They're throwing us under the bus instead of explaining it.
Yeah,
But it's atmospheric refraction that makes this selenion possible. Atmospheric refraction causes astronomical objects to appear higher in the sky than they are in reality. For example, when they see the sun sitting on the horizon, it is not there really, it's actually below the edge of the horizon, but our atmosphere acts like a lens and bends the sun's image just above the horizon, allowing us to see it.
And
Yeah,
what and
that's
what
their
what flips it
explanation that the sun isn't really there. The sun has already set, but
what
you
flips
still
it
see it,
upside
and it's
down?
still daylight.
In their explanation, what flips it upside down? I mean, you might as well read the whole. I guess get everything explained away.
Let me see if I can. The effect actually lengthens the amount of daylight for several minutes or more each day. We end up seeing the sun for a few minutes in the morning before it has actually risen, and for a few extra minutes in the evening after it is actually already set. The same holds true for the moon as well. As a consequence of this atmospheric trick, for many localities, there will be an unusual chance to observe a selenium firsthand with Saturday mornings to blah blah blah. I'm trying to.
And if you want to believe that in order to hold on to your explanation of why eclipses happen,
Hey,
that's
but
fine.
do you think that this is a more plausible explanation as opposed to something else in our universe that we don't know about is now causing eclipses?
I don't. But you're welcome to. Okay, like because there's going to be kinds of problems here. So now you guys are saying that the sun isn't where it appears it is, and neither is the moon. But then it's only in this case where you're going to throw that under the bus. You're gonna tell me otherwise when you're looking at the sun. Like, I can point at it, I can take angles to it, I can measure things with it, I can tell you what the universe is and the distances. Like, it in every other case, it's where it is, but in this case, it's not where it is. It's just refraction. It's the magic word that is used over and over and over again when flat earthers throw a wrench in their fucking gears.
Kind of like when you say that there's something else in the universe that's causing eclipses.
Well, we don't know. Maybe it is some other
That guy grinds up your gears more than what they're saying.
Well, it's just something else, right? Because we go through the demonstration of getting two spherical objects, right? Never getting the circular shadow that they say. So, I mean, are they saying the moon is flat? I don't know. The Earth is round and the moon is flat, because you're going to have one thing like the wall be flat and the other thing be spherical to get this shadow. And then you say, okay, forget that. I'm just going to go watch an eclipse. Let's go watch one of these lunar eclipses, and I'm going to see which way the shadow, see the circle shadow for myself. You go to watch one of them, and then you see the sun and the moon as proposed by the flat Earth. All these flat earthers, that the sun and the moon are up in the sky somewhere, right? Going in and brought down due to perspective. And then you see them. Then you go to affirm this prediction that NASA made about this shadow. And what do you find? You find that the things that are supposed to be below your feet are still up in the sky, like the flat earthers said. At what point are you going to be like, I just accept the reality as it presents itself? I mean,
if you accept that as an explanation, it's because you want to accept that as an explanation. To get that eclipse, it requires a perfect alignment. Okay, to have the sun be actually set, but refracting over the edge where it's just barely, like where it's you still don't have an alignment. You still have a triangular shape between these three bodies. Like, there is no alignment going on there. One of them has to be well set, not just barely set. You know what I mean? Like, they have to. It takes quite a bit of time. If you have the moon visible, in order for the sun to be making that alignment with the Earth and the moon, that sun has to be well set. Like, it would have to be refracted much more than a minute or two or a few minutes.
I think it would be like 6,000 miles vertically.
So if there's a flat Earth, where is the edge?
No.
We've never been there. If there is one, but I would tell you it's the
And
same
where
question
would
that
it
you
be
should
though?
ask about. It's the same question that you should ask about your model because in your heliocentrism and your guys' belief in what they tell you about the universe, they tell you that the universe itself has a limit, an edge at any given moment in time. They tell you that it's expanding. So like, what happens when you get there? Do the physics change? What happens? Can you fall off of the universe? What do you fall off into? Like
But
these are
but
it's the
we've
exact
been to
same
every
question that
corner
you
of
have
our
for us.
planet.
Well, why do you think there needs to be an edge? Unless you want to answer
Well,
all
if it's
the
flat,
edge of
there
the
has to
universe
be an
is.
edge.
Well, I mean, where have you experienced edges before? With and what
Not on a
what?
ball. I'll tell you that.
Okay, have you experienced edges to things in your life? Like what? Why are you saying the Earth needs an edge?
What you said it was flat.
What would right? So what needs the edge? What's the edge
He didn't
for?
want to listen to what I just said to him. It's
Hey,
literally the same
Okay.
question. We don't know, and neither do you.
but
You can you
we've
can
been to
you can
every
think of
place on Earth, right?
you can think of the Earth as being the universe. Okay, like just put it that way. It's the floor to the universe.
Have we been to every corner of the planet?
What planet?
The planet
We
Earth.
ain't been to any planets.
Have we been to every corner of our planet?
We're not a
Name
planet.
something that yeah yeah. Name something that needs an edge. I still want to know like what needs an edge.
Okay, but a ball doesn't have an edge, right?
Okay, I'm
The
just
Earth
asking
is
you what
not a
needs.
planet.
Yeah, what needs an edge? Like, why do you need an
You
edge for
guys are
something?
saying it's a flat Earth, so it would have to have an edge.
What purpose? All right, what
So does your
purpose would the edge
universe.
serve? What would
Okay,
the
I don't
edge
care
serve?
about the universe. Let's just drum it down to the planet.
No. See, yeah, you don't want
See, yeah,
you don't
see,
want to see how it's contradictory that you don't have those answers
hey,
for your own beliefs or your own
you don't
model,
even
but you
have the
still want
answer for
us
the
to give you
planet.
answers to it. You're looking for flat earthers to give you the answers to your entire cosmological and worldview.
No, I'm
You
looking
want us to
for.
fill in the blanks for
I'm
you
looking.
in your
Okay,
own
one,
model
you
and
guys
your
don't have
own.
a map. You don't have scale to the map. You don't know
Yeah,
why.
I'm asking you what. I'm just answering you a simple. Well, I asked you how do you make the map. You didn't know. I mean, you had some of the basics, right? But then you'd have to go on from there and verify the distances with speed and speed over distance. But what I still want to get an answer to that. Why do you require an edge for something? And like, what
Because in order
purpose
to
does?
have something
Let me
flat, there
finish it. Let me
has to
finish it.
be
Let
an
me
edge.
finish it. No, a flat thing doesn't have an edge, right? But
It
what
goes on for infinity.
an edge would be a change in elevation, right? If it's flat, then there wouldn't be an edge. Something flat.
No
If
No,
the
such
Earth
thing
is
as
flat,
it would
infinity,
not.
but
The edge is just until you reach like the supposed firmament. God damn,
I,
guys, like what the hell?
no,
yeah,
I don't know what
yeah,
you're talking
yeah.
about. So I'm
No,
asking
and
you, why would you
that firmament might as well be the edge of the universe, also.
well, why would
Like,
you require a firmament then? Why would you require a firmament? Why do you require an edge? That's what I'm asking. Why is the edge necessary? You're saying somebody might be chiming in saying the
Hey,
firmament is
so if
necessary
I
because we have
walk,
gas pressure.
west forever, there has to be an edge. The Earth is only so big, right?
West is just a
West
direction.
forever is a circle.
Yeah.
So you
What
say the
what
Earth is
purpose?
round.
Let me ask you again. What purpose? I mean, I don't know. I'll ask you one more time. I don't know if you think. What purpose does the edge serve? Like, what is it
Because
performing?
it proves that there's no
You know,
edge because
what
the Earth
what
is round.
purpose is it serving? The edge of something. What purpose is it serving?
It's the ending of whatever object you're talking about.
Okay, and what? How would you differentiate? If it's all flat, like no elevation, which I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you have a flat table, right? What? How do you know when you're at the end of the flat table?
When you fall
You
off.
fall off of it.
So there would be a change in elevation, right? So you're saying that the reason there has to be an edge is because there's something that's changing in elevation, right? So why would an edge be required?
Really?
No, is that
No,
that's
not
how he's determining what
necessarily.
an edge is.
It's not a change in elevation. It's stopping. There's nothing past the edge.
Oh, so then you
Many
are
of the
talking about
flat
the end
Earth
of the universe.
models use the what is it, the UN map that they have for their logo. So it would be Antarctica would be the edge that goes around all the way around, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
what
don't
purpose?
we don't want to stick to that as like
I'm not
solidly.
saying that.
We don't want to. We don't want to.
I'm
We
not
don't want to
saying that
like.
that's
We don't want to
So
like
it's
say
definitive or
for
anything.
sure that
interchangeable,
that
but
You
it
don't want
also,
to actually
it also doesn't
pick a
have an
map.
edge. So it's what exactly?
What purpose does that edge serve? Again,
It would be the entirety of the traversable Earth. Where is
what
it? Doesn't
purpose
end.
does it serve? I don't know why you got like what's
The
a
edge helps
like
prove
what purpose does a hammer
that
serve?
it's
Don't
not
tell me
a
to be
sphere.
hammer shaped. Don't tell me the
The
purpose of a
edge
hammer is just to be
proves
hammer
that it's
shaped.
not a
That's kind of getting
sphere.
tiresome from
It's
both
like
of you
super
guys saying, well,
easy.
the purpose of a hammer is to be hammer shaped. That's not a purpose. What's the purpose of the hammer? What's the purpose of your edge?
pound nails.
The edge is the
Fucking
end of the
retarded.
Earth.
Oh
Yes, it's
Jesus Christmas!
it's the containment, the end of the container, whatever we are
Why
in.
is
It's the edge of
what?
the
So you're
container.
saying? Are you both agreeing that
Everything
containment
is
is something that is required? Are you both agreeing that
You think
containment is
there's
something
no
that is
edge.
required?
There's nothing
So there's no
containing
need for
anything in
containment. That's what you're both saying. There's no need for containment of a perimeter.
There should be a need for containment.
Is or is not? I didn't hear that.
Water needs a container. It flows from the flow. What do you mean? It's
So you have a ball, or you have the
what
ball
keeps
Earth
the
idea, right?
gases
That
around us
right. You
instead of
have
just
so we,
dispersing indefinitely. I mean,
okay.
there has to
So
be
we
an edge.
do. So yeah. So
There has to be a container.
Right, but that's and to my point, that was what I was saying. That's why I did the analogy of talking about in that heliocentric universe. The same is true for them also. Like it's just that they don't bother to question it because it's so far away. It might as well not matter. Okay, well, same thing for the flat Earth. If we can't go there, if we can't reach there, we haven't been there. We might as well think of it as
This
being
is a long way of just saying I don't know. Just say you don't know where the edge is,
you
or you know
don't
nothing about
fucking
the
know.
edge.
He's
You don't
afraid that he doesn't
fucking
know.
know.
It seems
I
that.
don't think the Earth's flat. You're the one asserting it, and you don't know where the edge is. Just say I don't
You
know.
don't.
That's
You don't
your
know where
pie
the edge of
hole.
your universe is, dude. It's the same fucking question.
Yeah, you don't know where the edge is. Just say I don't know. Why do you find it hard to say I don't know?
I've said it about 1,000 fucking times. It's just that they keep on repeating it over and over and over again, thinking that they got a gotcha there. That's
So
why
you
I keep
you
trying to
feel
reiterate that you don't know either for your worldview.
look, lunatic. There is no saving the optics here. If you just say I don't know,
Lou
that's good
said it like
enough.
Lou said it like 6 times. He said, "I don't know where the edge is." He said,
No, he's
you know,
trying to tell everyone
I don't
that,
know.
well, you know, there's reasons why it's okay for me to say I
I
don't know.
have said it. I have said it over and over again, and I've also every time reiterated that neither do you.
What?
Yeah, but the
Well, because
premise
it's not
is,
there. It exists,
Jekyll.
lunatic. It's very
Yeah, but
simple.
the premise is, Jekyll, the edge, right? This edge that you're speaking of in whatever way, whether it be up, down, left, right, it would be a demarcation of some kind of a change. Whether that change be in pressure or elevation, it would be that's what an edge would be, some kind of a change. So I was asking, what is the reason for this need for an edge for this change? And a nice woman said, well, we know that water lies flat or level, whatever, right? And we would need a container to hold in the water. That would be one thing, right? Or you could say gas pressure. Well, we know we have gas pressure, therefore we have that volume, which would demarcate the end of a contained volume, a perimeter. So there is a purpose served. I'm just curious of why he understood, like the earlier gentleman, he understood that there must be a demarcation, some sort of a change at a specific place to contain a system, but then said, we don't need that in the next sentence. I'm curious.
I don't get it. So you're saying you need an edge or not?
Yeah, I mean, an edge again is a, how do you define an edge? It'll be a change.
Boundary to the point where your flat Earth no longer goes any further.
Yeah. I mean, why
Can you
is that necessary?
can you also openly admit that the same is true in your worldview?
What kind of boundary are you talking about on a sphere?
Do you
Now wait a
do you think
second.
that the
If a
universe
flat,
do you think
if
that the
okay,
universe is finite?
do you think
Finite, it's a sphere.
The universe
no?
is a sphere?
No,
If
the
the
Earth
Earth
is a
was
sphere.
flat, if the Earth was flat, what do you believe? There's a certain area that if you go beyond it, you'll just find more realms that have not been explored. Don't you think that? So either you believe like the government is hiding that because they're like using resources or whatever the hell beyond what we know and what we can travel to. I mean, is that what
Tate,
you're
have
asserting?
you ever even tried green tea? What is your problem?
I love green tea. It's amazing.
Okay.
Where's the edge?
Right. So when
Because
somebody,
keep on,
I'm just pointing out when
we answer the question and then you just say it again. You just keep repeating it like where's the edge? Where's the edge? And every time it's a gotcha.
Well, you don't really answer it.
Why do you think?
what
Why do
I'm
you
trying to
think
point
I
out,
keep on asking you where the edge of your fucking universe is?
yeah, what I'm trying to point out to you guys is when you guys say where's the edge, what you're conceding to is that you require an edge for observable reality. What's up, dude?
Well, I think if no, okay, so
Glow
like the
tard over here
Antarctica
from
theory, right? The Antarctic
Guardian.
theory that the ring is what contains all the water, and then beyond that is off limits for people to explore unless they're like closely monitored and approved by the government, right?
I don't know. That's a cute idea, maybe, but I'm just
No, I've seen that a couple times. So,
Yeah.
but if people went past that, then they would have potentially discovered something they weren't supposed to discover. Right?
Well, what's at the end of
It's
this
all
this idea
all
that
that
these guys have? I don't know.
all that's in a world of speculation. Like nobody fucking knows because we can't fucking go there. Okay, uh, like for all that we
Well, when
know
you
is
say we can't go,
Okay, I have
the
a
warm
question
the
actually.
warm. Listen,
Yeah, cool.
the
Get out of here.
places with liquid water, like this is where humanity is made to thrive. This is where we exist. You go too far from there, you're not going to live very long.
that's just a belief.
We're
I
stuck
have a
here.
question. How is this belief in flat Earth changed your life, or what do you think this knowledge does for humanity?
Well, nothing changed on either side just now. Everybody in the room said, "Listen, I require some sort of a change here, right? This is what I would call an edge, and it's required to have containment, whether it be of water or gas." Nobody's
No. Here's what I'm asking
disagreeing
a
with
very
anything.
specific question that has. I'm asking like, has coming across this potential knowledge either impacted your life, or do you think if people in the world accepted this, it would provide a change within their life? I have one change that I think it might provide, but I'm curious what you guys think.
Yeah, I think it makes life easier, a little bit better, honestly. Like other than having to, like I could choose to not deal with you fucking globers on the internet, like who are a pain in the ass, and then it would be nothing but benefits. It makes you basically like take a step back and get a clearer view of reality itself, and you're less likely to be deceived. You're less likely to be deceived in other areas of
So
your life.
how does it benefit your life? Is what I'm asking. Like, what does it change in the way you look at life?
Hey, I do want to go back to the whole question of the edge, to the
Oh God.
Glober that was asking that.
That's played out, dude. Go
I
ahead.
know, but I did want to. So your line of reasoning, let's say flat earthers did claim an edge,
I
which they
don't even
don't.
think he's here. I don't think he's here.
Oh, he took
Are you still,
off?
are you still here, Edger? Oh shit, that's a bad thing to say by somebody on the internet. Guy who had the
Okay.
question. No, he's gone.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, just go
Me.
ahead.
Talking to me.
So what about it? What about your perspective? Besides being open to the idea that you might be being deceived in other areas, what
No,
else has
yeah,
changed?
no. Like I said, I mean, dude. Okay, so if you are less likely to be fooled or deceived in other areas in your life, you see clearer. Like it's. I mean, I don't even know how to describe
You're
all
like
the different
it's
benefits
like a
that you get, but
hypervigilance
you
is what
see
you're saying
clearer.
basically.
Um, you can make more rational decisions of your own life and do better for yourself if you aren't in the cloud or under the veil, of deception. If you don't have the
Such
wool pulled
as
over your eyes.
such as like give a personal example is what I'm asking for.
Well, the first page of the Bible makes a lot more sense.
Okay, that's one that I agree with that one. Yeah. What else?
He's under attack.
Crypto, I think you're hot, Mike. And I mean, one thing I guess I can comment
Oh,
on
my
since you're
sorry.
doing a report. No problem, buddy. But like since you're doing the report, I guess one thing I can comment on is I guess in the past when I was out and about and like people were talking about silly things like we're going to Mars and we're going to put our hope in this or our hope in that. I'm detached from that in a way but I'm also depressed now when I hear them say it. It's like you're watching somebody believe in something isn't true, right? But they believe it wholeheartedly. But I can detach from all of that false hope and deal with what is real and what is known, and that the truth can exist, right? And then I can focus more on what actually matters instead of this nonsense stuff that they have us thinking about. And constantly, I go to the gym. The guys will be talking. They'll be talking about a NASA tattoo on their arm. What does that mean to them? That's some kind of hope that they have in NASA to like propel humanity. That's not what your goal should be in life. It should be to enrich your life with the people around you. So it helps you to pull away from the nonsense and focus on some of the things more important. That could be one.
So it takes you away from some of the anti-human rhetoric, basically, like we're destroying the planet, or is that what you're saying? Or like, and we gotta put our hopes in like being able to colonize another planet. Is that what you're saying?
You're
Yeah,
not
right.
getting
So
waste energy
even if that
on
was
stupid things like things that are unattainable or are not even real. Like it.
Yo, the flat brain community, how are you guys? Did you guys get any IQ? Well, since the last time I
so they're detaching. They're detaching
no
from things
way,
that
bro.
have any impact
No
on.
thanks. It's me, man. How are you, bro? It's been
I
such
will
a long
say when
time since we.
I will say I have no idea. So and I'm kind of I'm open to hearing about it, but like in the grand scheme of things, it
Yeah,
doesn't impact
honestly,
me much
same,
on
man.
whether or not it's flat or sphere.
Yeah,
But
no.
if
Honestly, yeah, like
if it
same. Like even if it's flat or spherical,
is
like it doesn't
somebody
gonna affect
mod
any
in
of us
here?
guys. Okay,
man. I
like
listen to
it's all about it's all
Just turn
about
them all the
like
way
knowing
down.
the
So
truth, you
you
guys.
guys are
Okay.
Okay, are we allowed to do that here?
Moderator.
We just have to think about it, guys. Okay.
Okay,
If the Earth was
so
really
one
spherical,
thing when the
then
guy
all
brought
of
up
us would need to have like
the
spherical
beginning of the
brains.
Bible, I was like, yeah,
But
like
everyone
when I
in this
saw it, I was like,
voice
yeah,
chat
that
has flat
kind of be
brains. So
interesting.
like,
It can kind of
Somebody shut
logically
this guy
speaking,
up. He just keeps
the
talking
Earth,
over
the
people.
Earth is flat, man.
Yeah, it's really annoying
No,
because I was actually halfway
I'm
through a game. So I had
bringing
to
up a
quick
point,
cut
man.
this idiot up.
I'm bringing up a point, you guys.
Any
Let me speak, man.
moderators?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just
just
getting
because I'm a
to it.
flat earther, you're gonna mute me, huh? Because I'm a flat earther. Yeah,
No,
go
I'm not.
ahead.
Nobody
No, I'm
wants
not
to
Show
listen
show
to
your
your stupid
bias,
shit.
man. Show your bias to you round
This
earthers.
idiot,
Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you,
Do it. My
don't worry, I'm
arguments
not going
cannot
to mute
be
him. I'm just going to ban
disproven.
him.
All right,
You're
look,
pathetic, guys.
Bin Laden, shut up.
Wah, wah, go
No,
cry,
you
go
he's
cry,
don't.
still
Bin
he's
Laden.
still lighting
Wah,
up.
wah.
Yeah,
The
give me a
flat
sec.
brain
Come on, you
community
can hear
will
me dealing with
always
this,
win.
right? I literally had
You're
to quit
never
a game
gonna
just to
win.
ban this. dickhead.
All right,
Bye. Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry it took me a while, but I
Thank
was in a
you.
game I
No,
literally
it's fine
couldn't.
as long as
Yeah,
it
I
got done.
couldn't for some reason without quitting the game deal with this idiot. So
Oh,
yeah,
he
whatever.
just popped back in under the pseudonym of Matt Gravity. Just get that guy.
I don't think he did.
I didn't. Come on, don't even try that.
I'm more than happy to ban that. You already
It's
know I'm more than
nuclear
happy to ban
time.
that.
Let's
It has to be,
go.
like it has to be for some reason. I can't just ban Matt for no reason at all.
No, it's the Saudi guy, just under a different name.
Matt Nuclear,
It's
teach him
not.
about the moon. Teach him about the moon.
It's for
No,
mod
I
evasion.
have something even better, Mick. But I'm gonna let them talk to this new person, whoever it is, and after
Me.
I'm gonna demolish them on the moon.
There was a point she
the-
just made that I wanted to address too when that guy came in, but I forget what it was.
Well, I was talking about it kind of if the Earth was flat, it would be, and it could be proven. It would be a very strong. For me, it confirms the idea of the firmament, right? And it confirms, but the firmament might be metaphorical or like an illustrative idea that was given to us. So I don't know, but I guess the flat Earth and the whole and dinosaurs. I mean, sorry, dinosaurs kind of fall in the same category for me. Like I don't know whether or not dinosaurs were actually real. And seeing as most of the original fossils were like falsified just to gain traction, and I mean, I could see them being like some type of prehistoric
a
flood thing, you know, like where
yeah.
before the flood, where there was like Nephilim, and because in the stories of the Bible, at least I'm a Christian,
No
there was
way.
all kinds of monstrosities being created before the flood, basically. Um,
Well, this isn't
Like
flat Earth
animals,
related,
yeah.
but interesting. I always think it's kind of an interesting fact, right? Is that you may already know this, right? But did you know that lizards, right, like are the only creature that never stop growing until the day they die? They're always growing larger. So if you imagine a world that the Bible depicts of people living to be 900 years old, etc., these lizards in a oxygen-rich environment, which are the only creatures that never stop growing to this day, right? They always adapt to their environment and keep growing larger and larger. Would
Well,
be enormous.
I
So
mean, even the
no
story
issue.
of dinosaurs, though, they used to say that they were giant lizards, but they abandoned that like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Like now they're more described to be more like birds. Um, yeah, their stories are inconsistent. They change over time. One generation gets old and they believe what they were taught as kids, and another generation is raised on a whole nother story, and somehow people just freaking just let it slide, let it go.
because I could see a motivation for hiding a lot of things or putting out falsehoods as just, or people just wanting to believe these things as a desire to reject God in a way, and to think that we're just like masters of our own fate, and we can just, and in a way we can solve almost any problem, but there's a lot of like anti-human rhetoric that's like in the world right now, and a lot of we're
Yeah,
bad and we need to reduce, and families are terrible, and it'd be better if you didn't have kids, and all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah,
And it
no,
just,
it's this transhumanist basically is what is transhumanism. The transhumanist agenda essentially is trying to well, their thing is like merging man with machine and stuff like that. It's a technocratic, like futurist ideal, like where essentially, if humans are going to survive, it's going to be because like these biotechnology companies allow it to happen. Like that's that kind of cyberpunk future that they're trying to push for us. Um,
yeah,
like
I remember my
truthfully,
dad. Sorry. Go ahead.
well, I mean,
yeah, they tell you we're overpopulated, but the trends are actually that people aren't reproducing at a fast enough rate to replace themselves. We're quickly, very very quickly, um, uh, almost like scarily, like
Title
becoming
collapsed. Yeah.
right.
possibly, yeah, put to like
Yeah.
extinction
So
level.
either we're very quickly deteriorating, or we've been deteriorating at the same rate, and the Earth is not old. I mean, you could have the same.
No, 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 no. Not that we're deteriorating. We're not replacing ourselves. And only a couple generations of this, and we're gone. We're done.
Oh, that's another. Yeah, that's
It
another
happens.
aspect.
It
I
happens in
thought
a
you were
minute.
talking about the. I thought you were talking about the entropy that the human body takes in, and the increase in growth of the brain, et cetera, et cetera. Then we're not going to be able to live within the system because we're going to absorb too much energy. I thought that's what you were
I
going
mean,
on.
they're saying like the fertility rate, like the sperm rate, like there's studies showing that since like the 70s, it's been dropping so fast that if this rate continues on the path that it's in right now, that there will be no fertile male sperm in the year 2040. Like that's not very long. Like it, and I guarantee you, um, I mean, there will be a technological, biotechnological solution to this. It'll be the whole. You're gonna be catalog ordering designer babies that are incubated in a lab and artificially freaking inseminated and shit like that. That's the future that they want for you, where they get to control who gets to have a baby,
Well, like in
and
Brave New World.
it's eugenics too, and what the genetics of that baby will be.
Yeah, like in the beginning of the book Brave New World, they're like running a bunch of students through basically a baby making factory where they take harvested ovums and and they basically with the desirable traits that they want for different castes of society, and they separate them, and then they introduce some kind of alcohol mixture that makes it like twin itself by 96 times, and then they raise them up from infant to toddler to adolescent, and at each stage they're conditioning them to fear things that are unproductive, such as flowers and butterflies, and by electrocuting the babies. And then around the adolescent, will like 7 to 10 phase, they're having them engage in sexual play so that they are like hooked on pleasure, and then and so on and so forth. And then they start programming them with ideas about their position in the world and how happy, content they are, and each they're glad to have the alphas, and even like the lowest caste has its uses, and that's basically what the world's going towards.
That's what they're pushing towards. I want to go back a little bit because before we got down this road, like you were asking about, what is having this, this realization of flat Earth, do for you. I thought of a pretty good example that we're not really
All right,
supposed to
let's
go
stop
too in
this
depth about.
conversation.
What?
This is like what Lou dies to talk about. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
cut him
yeah,
off.
no, I'm getting off the transhumanist thing and actually going back a step, but it's another thing that we're not supposed to talk about. So like, yeah, so I'm not going to get in depth about it, but like the whole thing that happened 4 years ago that they have changed the world with, like there's very few flat earthers who fell for any of that. They were wise to it from day fucking one. No,
Even
like,
COVID
yeah, didn't
and
take
shots.
the freaking didn't take the jab, didn't freaking like we were as far as like as a populace or whatever, like it's got to be like 90% plus didn't fall for a second of it, didn't take the fucking bullshit that is pretty much wrecking people these days. Like there's an excellent
So you're saying that being open to the concept of being lied to on such a great scale, it has you keeping your eyes opened so that you are looking for deception all the time so that you don't get caught unawares. And so you realize, oh, everybody's pushing me towards taking this injection that's like experimental and it's been kind of rushed, and
well, we did, yeah,
we shouldn't take it. And then you got the doctor Robert Malone or whatever the hell his name was saying that this is really dangerous research, and these
He
these
should
proteins could
just
attack
drop
your
dead. That guy should just drop dead.
what? No,
it's funny because
I don't know. I
here
think
we
he was
are
killed.
4 years later.
no,
And
he
we
was
got,
one of the ones
and all
alerting people
of a
they
sudden
shouldn't
in
take it.
mainstream, here we are 4 years later, and all these like, all of a sudden it's allowed to be talked about. We got all these like, politicians and doctors and stuff coming forward and saying, in hindsight, after looking at the studies, it turns out that this wasn't such a good idea. There's a lot of mistakes that happened and blah, 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 blah. Well, flat earthers somehow saw it in the first month and were talking about it. They saw the same exact research that they're talking about 4 years later. We're in circles actually digging this stuff up, analyzing it and sharing it and freaking and warning people about it 4 fucking years ago. Okay?
Yeah, I hear you. So it created like a hypervigilance where you guys are like looking. You're like, I believe that I was lied to on such a massive scale. Like, what's there? I'm not going to put anything past them. I'm going to be paying attention all the time to make sure that I have the correct
Well,
information to the best of my ability.
that's not a
Basically,
bad point. It's not the other aspect would be, has it been put through the scientific method? What's the cause and effect? Have they isolated the cause of the effect? Have they determined that this, that's another aspect that you look at in regards to, the flat Earth is a cause and effect relationship, and correlation is not always causation. And that's another aspect of it that helps people to determine and differentiate between, when somebody says take this because I take, every time I kick a puppy, I'm happy. Therefore, kicking puppies must make me, must be the cure to sadness. I mean, that's definitely not it's not within the puppy, right? So it's just a correlation.
Well, thank you for answering my question. Made sense.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that you can't trust somebody else, but if they were to show you a valid experiment of cause and effect, and that would be something else. It's not that all flat earthers would dismiss out of hand science at all whatsoever.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
What I meant is
No,
that
of course not.
you're constantly double checking because you believe that it's because I personally believe a lot of big things have been lied about, and so of course I'm very careful anytime I hear something new because I'm just like, well, fucking look at all these other things they lied to me about. I'm gonna be careful. You know?
Yeah, so it's like then you look into like people have looked at in this area have looked into the cause and effect relationship that they say between solid objects falling to the earth. Right? They say the effect is gravity. What's the cause? Well, they say the thing fell because of gravity. The gravity is the effect. Right? So there's no validation or experimentation for this thing that they say. The way they say gravity. They're gonna say, "What? You don't believe in you don't believe in weight?" Yeah, I believe that things have weight. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. Well, how much weight can you fit inside a specific, volume? Yeah, that's the density, right? That's how we get the weight. Yeah. So, but so there's certain aspects that you can show, and then others that you can only infer and can't be shown, and they're not scientific. So when you may hear out there somewhere in the air that flat earthers don't believe in gravity, and then it kind of gets flipped around. Well, what do you say gravity is? They'll say things falling. I believe things fall. It's like that's so it's not really their position. It's like it's like if you were to say, "Oh, you don't believe that people get sick." Of course, I believe people get sick. Like they don't feel well.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't think that about that. It just for me, it's like it's an interesting idea to roll around. I don't, but on the day to day, it doesn't really impact me because I'm already like, there's so many other deceptions close to home that it's like I'm more worried about those things that impact me on the daily,
Wow.
such as government interference and stuff like that. So I'm not ever looking into it to be like a lot. I came across it. It was an interesting idea that I toyed about with in my brain for a little while and thought about like from the religious angle and the motivations possibly from the people concealing things. And it's interesting. I like to hear people talk about it sometimes.
Yeah. You can look into a lot. I don't hear a lot. I don't hear a ton, right? So, like those who are Christians are already Christians when they come into it, and those who aren't, they may become Christians because what they find out is that the science or whatever validates this magical book that people have been speaking about. Let me go check it out, right? And they find out that it's like a validation for what physics and geometry already could prove, right? So it'll be just like a validation, but not many would walk around with the Bible and say, "Let me open to page 5 so you can go put it to the scientific method,"
Yeah. Well, yeah. For me, it's more like if you see it, life proves it. You know what I mean? It's like it kind of proves itself to you if you're open, kind of thing.
Yeah, it becomes self-evident at a certain point. Like people will say that, and then they'll have to run through it here. But yeah, I mean, it definitely gives a ton of credence if you're already a Christian. You're like, wow, now I can prove some of these things that the Bible claims, whether it's a coincidence or not. You can, that person I'm showing it to can believe that these are all just coincidences if they want, but I can now prove that this has some actual validity in other ways, and it does not have to be metaphor any longer. It can be taken in a literal sense.
Merit.
If you're coming at it from a Christian point of view.
Yeah, it could. If it was something I could actually go out and prove to people, then yeah, it totally could. But thank goodness there's other ways to prove it to people. Because that would be a tall order, I feel like, for people. Yeah, it's a lot, man.
Yeah, it's just the people who like you might hear the claim, like people say, "I know the Bible is wrong because the Earth's a globe and the Bible says the Earth is flat," and they'll just dismiss it right there. Done, like done deal.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, that's the thing is like I haven't seen any verse from the Bible that specifically says the Earth is flat. There's insinuations, there's things that can be read that way, and there's far more of them supporting the flat Earth than there are for anything at all.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to say
the
it's flat.
The Bible does not come out and say that the Earth is flat, and it does not do that.
It
But
doesn't
why?
have to say it is flat. It
They
says
knew
3
the Earth is
times in a
round in the
row, verse
Bible.
by verse, that it has a firmament. So
The thing is, though, like a lot of the verses are being told to people who have no way to measure or understand a lot of these concepts. So they're given illustrations that it's easy for them to comprehend. So we don't even know, honestly.
Yeah, that would be the argument. It would say, well, listen, God in His all knowingness was just only able to communicate with these animals and tell them something they would understand, as if God couldn't communicate them the real message. So what kind of God is that?
No, it's not necessarily. It's well, they take it on faith, right? Because at that time, God was with them, right? So it's not like they're definitely listening to what He has to say. You know, it's like, hey, He's right there. You know, there's evidence of Him every day, and then, well, mostly, anyways. But
well, yes,
no,
always. If he's not, then the person perceiving it as such that he is not there must do something wrong, or is being about to be tested or something. Who knows?
Yeah, there's other arguments. If you want to go from the argument of motion, the argument of contingency, you can make a case. You don't need the Earth to be anything, right? You could close your eyes and do these other things. But yeah, it just it gives security to somebody who has their faith in the Bible to know that reality it kind of comports with it in a way. Yeah.
I think if people thought science would produce atheists, I think flat earthers are like the industrialization of producing atheists.
You think so?
Yeah. I think you're like a.
Because what's funny is anti-flat earthers like yourself are like the
Atheists.
number one.
It's like being put on a.
of
It's
flat
like being put on the
Guaranteed
factory
atheists.
line, you know. Like the
No,
atheist.
I'm just gonna
You like
name the
yourself
atheists I
create
know.
more flat
I
earthers
know.
every day than any freaking any class in school or any church or anything like that. It's you guys that make flat earthers
No,
with your
you make
argument.
No,
atheists.
you do
You
it.
make atheists.
No, you.
I'm pretty sure that's how you
No,
guys
you're
make
already an
atheists.
atheist, bro. Like you and
Yeah,
Matt
here's the thing.
and you,
wait, are we
He's
sharing
right.
recipes?
you
You
gotta
make
be. I mean, that's
atheists.
what
You
you
know
are.
why? Because the conception of the creation that God has created for us and we are being able to perceive in ways that are obviously observable for us and measurable and everything, despite the things that we cannot touch, that is in the heavens and above and such. But despite that, creating an illusion of infinite space and bowls floating around and such, and leaving just the Big Bang as a solution. Who's denying
Eradicates God.
who,
But that's
right?
not why.
Yeah,
But that's not why he's
that
an
eradicates
atheist.
God. Yes,
That's not why
evolution
he's an atheist,
and
though.
Big Bang eradicate God.
Yeah, but that's not why he's an atheist. That's just his Bible to carry
That's
around
nothing to.
support
I
to
never even
support
said
his
I was an
atheism.
atheist. I'm just saying you guys are like
You said
the.
it. You said it
You're
like
like the. You're like the major industrialization of producing atheists. Because I imagine someone comes in here, someone
Don't
comes in
blame me for
here,
your atheism.
understands reality, speaks to someone and they try to
You think
say
the
that
average
you're
person that
against.
comes in here
They try
understands
to
reality?
say. They try to say you're against God if you don't understand the Earth to be flat. Then
That's
you're.
not what we
Then they're
said.
gonna
No
pick.
one
Then they're
ever
gonna. Then
here
they're.
has
Then they're
ever
gonna
said
pick.
that.
Then they're gonna pick between reality or God. Right?
No, I mean, actually, there's a
Yeah,
certain
both.
aspect of
Both
that,
can
there's
be
a
as a
certain aspect
truth.
of that I actually sort of support. Like, so like the biblical flat earthers, the ones who tell you like I know the earth is flat because the Bible says so. I do disagree with them going about it that way and trying to convince people that way. That's
Well, that's Rickcord's
no,
favorite thing.
like
Listen,
if
Jackal, just repeat after me. Dear God,
Dear God,
I accept you as my Lord and
I
Savior,
accept you as my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, well,
and
you
know that you died for me on the
some of
cross
his
You died
children
for me on
is
the
being
cross,
and He
revealed
rose again.
to
and he
some or
rose again.
guided to some kind
Amen.
of truth, even if it's the shape of the earth,
I'm just saying,
and
Ripcord,
it's
you're an
determined
example of
then.
someone who does that. You try to tie these things together, and people will look at that, and if they think
I'm
they have
not
to choose
trying, I
between
know.
something they think is obvious and something they think is less obvious, like God, right? They're going to pick the obvious thing.
Well, something that Tank
Okay,
said
so
also though was
the
good.
most
Like
real
if like we find out these things scientifically by using the empiricism and shit like that. Like we can determine like what is real and what is not. Now, it just so happens that a lot of what we're finding also is in alignment with the Bible, and that might be good for certain people, but it shouldn't be Bible first. It should be like empiricism first. And if it's a supporting thing that goes along with somebody who already has a faith in God, or if they perhaps find a faith in God afterwards, that's also good. But like I don't think we should make it the main motivator
oh,
in any means.
there are concrete like things that are told to us that are good and bad, and those are very easy to be like, okay, this is what I should do if I believe in God, right? Or you come around to saying, well, hey, this formula seems to actually be the one that is best for people, and maybe I should follow this, and then maybe come to God that way. But all the other stuff that's like descriptive language about concepts that back then people didn't like. He wasn't using scientific jargon. He was using illustrative language and metaphorical language. So we're not going to be like, oh, for sure
There's
God
a
said the
lot
earth
of
is flat.
there's a lot of literalists in this community though. Like, so even though it was metaphorical, I agree with you. There's a lot of people who say no, there was no metaphor whatsoever. Every single word of that Bible is the word of God and to be taken literally.
No, this is wrong. I mean, why would
It's not
Jesus
wrong that
then
there's a
tell
lot of people
parables?
who say it.
Why would Jesus then tell parables? And even his disciples asking him, "Can you
Well,
explain this for us?"
the parables would be an exception, but they're labeled parables. Like that would be the one time where it's acceptable to say that this is metaphor.
No, it's a parable. It's not a
Well,
metaphor.
well, whatever,
Okay,
metaphorical.
This is something you have
there's a
to find for yourself. This
right.
is information that is being revealed by actually going into this, meditating on something that you are curious about, and then it would be revealed.
I think the major issue with you
That
guys is
goes
that
with every topic.
you guys think that God can only exist in the Christian like God. Why can't it
No,
be
that's not true
a
either.
deist
No,
like?
That's
it's
not true
wrong.
either.
That's the main issue. Like
Even
the
a
thing is when you have
non-Christian
a
can
hold on,
find
Red
God.
Ford, hold on.
However, you
When
would
you
be
have a
then guided to
problem with
Christ
We have
Himself.
Muslim flat earthers.
universe or
We have
space or how
Let
NASA
let Matt
portrays the
Mooney
Big
speak.
Bang.
Jewish flat
Let
earthers.
him
Exactly.
speak.
I just muted him so I can talk through him since he doesn't want to let people talk. So
Whoa,
the
Bubbles,
issue
don't
is
do that.
you don't think that there could be a deist God. You don't think that God could be outside the universe and have created the universe. So you think that when you hear space, when you hear rockets, when you hear space travel, that oh my God, they're so against God. But you don't know who the true God is. How do you know
Well,
that?
there's arguments for that are not flat Earth arguments, right? So the arguments for it are different. It would be something such as so like the cup has the potential to hold water. What actualizes that is the cup. The table has the potential to hold the cup. What actualizes that potential is the table. And then you go to the table. What actualizes that is the floorboard. So what actualizes these things that are concurrent in reality in the here and now must be present to actualize the potential of the here and now. So it can't be something outside of where we are, or otherwise it would not be actualized.
Yes, it can.
There's different
Yes, it can.
arguments.
By
Sure,
the
it
by the
can.
way, I
You're
mean,
telling me
Different
that a
arguments.
God. Hold on. You're telling me that a God can't create a universe, put certain settings for the universe, and then not touch it and just leave it alone in its own realm? You don't think that's possible?
Right,
You don't think
be
that
able
you
to
can enter
right,
Python, write a program, and leave? You don't think that
right.
you
So
can
that
create a video
I mean,
game,
okay.
set servers online, and people
I'm
can
a
play
deist.
it?
There's a
Let me know
lot
when
of
you're
flat
done.
earth deists.
Let me know when you're done. All right. So then, yeah. So again, yeah. So you have to actualize it in the here and now, something that sustains it in the here and now. You're saying that it would come to an end or not come to an end. Yeah. I mean, those are different arguments for sure, right? So,
Like literally, like
what was the one?
you
What was
can
another one
program
you
a
listed
video
out again?
game.
I'm trying to remember.
You can program a video game, have
Yeah, that's
servers
fine.
on it,
Yeah,
and
that's
let
fine.
people
So that's
play it. And then
right.
boom,
Make a video game.
all the
You gotta
settings,
plug.
all
You
the
gotta
things for matter,
listen.
all the things for like
All right.
the
So you
physicalities of
gotta
the universe
you
are going to
can't
be
play
within the
right. The
settings.
video game won't play itself. You got to play the video game, right? And you got to turn it on. You got to power it, And then, right, so it takes other things, right? And then, so then you have
you might be interested in just seeing how something pans out. You set up the dominoes and you knock the first one over, and you want to see how it goes.
That's another argument, Lou, that you brought up. It's actually pretty good. So,
I mean, if you think
so
that
we
God
see
is
that,
not at this point, you
again,
must not
I'm just
think
going
that
to
God
tell
is
you. I'm just
powerful
going to
enough
tell
to
you. I'm
create a
not going to go
universe and leave it
all. I'm not going
alone.
to go all into it. I'm just going to say here's another argument. All right, I'm not going to go deep into it, all of it. But he brought up
It's
the
a shitty one.
dominoes,
It's a
right?
shitty
So we see that. Movement is a real attribute of the world, right? Like things move. In order for something to move, something prior to it has to move it, right? So if that was an infinite chain of things prior to the effect causing it, then we would never have the here and now. So if you were trying to knock over a domino, and I said, listen, knock over an infinite amount of dominoes to get to that domino, you'd never be able to get to that domino, which is in the here and now.
It's just the
Therefore, there
infinite
must be a
regression
beginning.
fallacy. How do you know that
Oh,
things
yeah.
haven't always existed?
I just explained why they can't always exist because we wouldn't have the
What is
here
the
and
name of
now.
the
Well, you have a
fallacy
paradigm.
of claiming that things
You
just always existed?
come up with an infinite
Is it
regressing paradigm, right? So you have two
Everything,
options, right?
that you
Either
know
the
of,
infinite. Hold on, lunatic.
has a beginning and
Hold
an
on. All right.
end.
Guess I'm gonna have to just mute you and
It's
talk to you again.
entropy.
Well, either you have an infinite regression fallacy where things go back infinitely into the past, and you never have something that starts the beginning of things, or you have a world that's always existed, so there's not a point where you can say, well, this hasn't existed. It's got to be one or the other.
Right. Yeah. So an infinite regression, and then you would never have the here and now. I explained it in the premise. I mean,
You can't have that. You can't have an infinite regression.
right. Exactly. So
You can't have the infinite regression.
therefore there had to be a beginning. Yeah, I hear you. To get to this domino, to knock it over, there had to be a beginning.
Or no, you can't have the beginning either, because the beginning would have to have something to cause that beginning, and then you have
Right,
also an infinite
therefore,
regression fallacy.
Then by that line of thinking, then the only answer is that it's in some kind of simulation, which is again another fucking infinite regression fallacy. Now, who created the simulation?
So then that's what I said. That's
You
why
get rid of
that would
all these
actually go into
problems
the.
when you say that things have always existed.
Matt Mooney
You
made the
just said they
simulation.
can't. Right. So then you could go into the next argument of why you said a deist, right? Like why couldn't it just go and be something else prior to that thing causing that thing, which would be like a deist thing, right? But that would mean that these things have to differentiate between each other. There has to be a difference,
This is
not a
very simple.
monotheist, but a deist. Right. It's really simple.
It's very
That
simple.
means
This
that what
is
you're
very simple.
proposing is what you're proposing. Well, let me finish what I'm saying, then you can simplify it, I guess. So what then you would be proposing is two things that are ultimate, that ground all of reality, two things that are not the same. Therefore, one being contingent upon the other, never getting off the ground to have the beginning to begin with. Yeah. So you're having a problem with the deist as well. Yeah. I'm sorry.
You really don't. But listen, it's this simple, right? In deism, you can have a universe that is created by a powerful creator. He creates that universe. He turns on the settings for the laws of physics to operate within the universe, and he leaves it alone. What's wrong with that?
You're attributing more to deism than really what it means. Like deism just is the understanding that there must be a creator and that you can't know anything more than that. Like we live in a created world. You can't know the creator or know his intentions or know anything about him. Okay,
Right. So
like
that would bring you to the next thing. That would bring you to the next argument is that we have intelligibility in the world. So we have.
Well, this is actually what
we're able
deism
to-
is: belief in the existence of a supreme being, specifically of a creator who does not intervene in the universe. Exactly what I said. One that created the universe, but doesn't divinely intervene in the universe. It's really simple stuff. It's not complicated.
Yeah, I was confusing the pantheist with deist for a second. That's why I was saying sorry, but then let you go at the end of what I was saying. So, but then with the deist, the issue that you have is the actualization as well as the intelligibility of the world, right? So we can understand the world because it has specific parameters that allow us to understand it here and now. Being able to abstract from it, and what's required for that is intelligence. For us to abstract things like morality, right, being actually good, like something that's good, and it requires an intelligence that's present, not gone.
Sure. And that can be within us. We're obviously smarter than the animals that we also see, right? What's the problem with that?
And I can't speak for like all people, but in my experience, I've never experienced or witnessed any divine intervention. I've never talked to God. I've never, like, yeah. So yeah, that's part of why I'm a deist. But maybe somebody else experienced a miracle, and I can't speak for them. Like that's a possibility. Maybe God is active. But
the thing is, it's always been like this with me, right? I mean, I wouldn't call myself a deist either because I can't call this is the thing, I can't falsify two things. I can't falsify whether or not God actually exists, because there could be a God that exists that does not exist within the universe, right? So I can't falsify that. And I can't falsify whether not the universe created itself, basically, right? So there are two things I can't falsify. So I'd probably call myself an agnostic unless something miraculously changes or I discover something that possibly
Well, theism and agnosticism are extremely close. It's just that, like, the agnostic basically, they say I can't know if there's a creator, and the deist says I know that there's got to be a creator, but I can't know anything about him.
Yeah,
Well, the
like I guess
deist
the
says
last thing
that
I'll
there's
touch on.
probably a creator, but he doesn't divinely intervene, or he doesn't divinely intervene, because that's the facts that we have. At least, I mean, I've never had divine intervention. I don't think you guys have had divine intervention. Maybe
Well, it
some.
depends on how you classify. Yeah, and it depends on what you classify as natural versus supernatural. Like how the question would then go like, how have you determined that God is not necessary, right? And the answer would be, well, what is necessary is natural order, and what is necessary for natural order is design, which means that God is necessary. So you're going to go right back to
Would
it.
you say that the laws
And
of
then
Would you say that the laws of logic are contingent upon a God?
yeah, they're of God's nature. Yeah, so the immaterial laws of logic that dictate to the world how it should and should not behave are not made of material. They don't change over time, and they're not made of matter. So they're immaterial. I mean,
Well,
you
I've had a
can you can find
deductive.
you
I have
can
a
so when somebody
deductive
says I
argument for
can't
this, if I
find
can just show you.
yeah, well, yeah, sure. But when somebody says I can't find God being present, when I use my reasoning and logic to determine that, my immaterial reason and logic to determine that the immaterial is not present is contradictory. Yeah. Go ahead.
So here it is. A lot of people say, well, you can't have the laws of logic or knowledge without the presence of a God, and you actually can. So, the universe is the necessary precondition for the laws of logic, because the universe is a necessary precondition for matter, right? We have space, time, width, length, whatever, and we have matter, right? So, matter, eventually you get organisms, and eventually you get a brain, and you have intelligent people like human beings. Intelligent people like human beings can create abstract things like the laws of logic, being able to identify things. Now, the laws of logic do not exist without an agent that can conceptualize the laws of logic. This is another thing people don't understand about abstract entities. They don't exist unless there is agents that can conceptualize them. For example, a rock. What does a rock need the laws of logic for? It doesn't need it. It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't need to identify things. The only reason we have the laws of logic, or other
Oh,
animals
you're
have the
wrong
laws of
about
logic,
that.
is because we use them. Hold on, is because we use it as identifiers for us to be able to identify and differentiate things. Only agents use identifiers. No one else, no animals. I mean, no, not no animals. No rocks, no plants, nothing like that.
Yeah, I get your
How do you know
point. Yeah,
plants don't?
the point is that the law of non-contradiction, the laws of logic, when all the plants are dead and all the humans are gone, will still exist. And the thing that you just said is required for the laws of logic to exist is an intellect, right? Like a mind, like the mind of God. So these laws of logic will still exist when all human minds are gone. That's the thing that's necessary to
Yeah, well,
instantiate the world as it is right in the
Yeah,
here
if
and now.
we
So
if we if
that's
we
why you can't have a deist.
disappeared in another human, another whatever race of life came to be, they would also eventually come to the same conclusions, the same laws of logic, as long
Right.
as they're bound by
yes.
the same physics.
But that's
They
what does
create the
away
law.
with
The difference
the
is that they create the laws of logic, not the laws of logic.
yeah, so
This is
that's what
you
does
see
away with
premise one.
the deist is that the laws of
Yeah, hold on.
logic,
So
which
premise one
require an
says the laws
intellect.
of logic.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So premise one says that the laws of logic are not forces of nature. Now, what this automatically sets foundation, because if the laws of logic are not forces of nature, it's not wind. It doesn't make a rock something else, or doesn't change anything, right? It basically substantiates that it's only an identifier. If the laws of logic are not forces of nature, meaning they're abstract, you can't paint it, you can't move it, you can't touch it. It's an abstract entity only used by agents that are able to conceptualize things and need to differentiate things, which is
Are
a
you able
product
to
of evolution. Us
understand
being
this
able
but
to
think
identify
space
things.
time is real?
Got him.
Well, space is real. Length, width, and height is not real.
It's space time.
Space time. It's a fucking concept.
Well, okay. We use concepts to what's it called? Quantify
No,
reality.
dude, no, okay,
Space time
yeah.
is real.
No, you go.
You don't think
I'll
time is real? You don't think space is real? Both of those things are real. Without time, nothing can happen, right? And without space, you have no objects that can exist whatsoever. So I mean, what do you mean?
You're just being contradictory. Basically, you're talking about how the laws of logic are only created in the minds of entities like ourselves, that they're not real. But then I point out space time, and you're like, oh, no, that's real. That's
Well,
real.
did I stutter with space time, or did I just tell you it's real? Length, width, and height is real. Time is real.
It's a concept.
Yeah.
All of those things are concepts.
Well,
I
they're
didn't want to
concepts.
go. I don't want to go
Everything's a
too far into it.
concept.
All.
We're human
Yeah.
beings. We use concepts to identify and to talk about things, but they're still real things.
Yeah, even animals can work with physics, you know? They know how things work.
Sure, they can also use the laws of logic. I'm pretty sure that a lion knows that a fellow lion is not a hippo. That would be the laws of
course
logic.
not.
And it only
It's not the
exists because
intercrossing.
there's an agent that's there to conceptualize it.
Oh no, I saw on
it's the
Discovery Channel,
information being
I
fed.
saw a lion hump it like on the back of a hippo, biting his neck, and I'm not sure that he knew that was a hippo.
Wait, what?
That's because of the slow jams in the background of the safari.
Yeah.
But I remember I was asking somebody whether or not
Get him,
most
Matt
Christians
Mooney.
believe in. I was asking somebody. I forget when I was asking them, but they said that most Christians do believe in evolution. Do you guys not believe in evolution? Because the people I've been on Discord, at least in politics server, don't
No,
believe
we
in
don't.
evolution. So, you don't?
No.
Do we believe that we
Because
all came?
information doesn't
believe that
form
all
on its
life on
own.
Earth-
It has to be always a source of a giver.
Do we believe that all life on Earth came from like a primordial soup, and that we're all we're related to fish, and we're related to eels, and we're related to giraffes, and we're
Well,
related to that hippo?
they are describing
Dude,
the
it's fine to
physical
believe
effect,
that.
how everything came to be, but they're not explaining the metaphysical aspect, like the soul and
Well, the
things
metaphysical.
that we comprehend as.
Great. It's like very silly what you said. It's very silly what you said. You're saying it's not explaining the metaphysical. The metaphysical doesn't exist. It's abstract, and I explained to you that the metaphysical only exists in the agents of minds. That's only where the metaphysical exists. So why do you think we should be trying to prove the metaphysical?
How do you know that those two are not combined? How do you know that stones cannot
combined?
speak?
Stones cannot speak? Are you serious?
I mean, I'm coming from a standpoint from the Bible, so I do believe that when God says this stone speaks right now or cries out, then the stone is going to cry out, you know?
Look, man, I'm just trying to be logical with myself, and I try to be honest with myself and think logically.
I'm on your same boat with you.
evolution.
I'm on the same boat with you. However,
I don't think
there
you are, though,
things I
because listen,
believe
we have
in
two options.
that are not in the general public, you know?
Matt, do you believe in
We have two
abiogenesis?
options. Yep, we have two options. Either like people just spawned here because God did something with dirt and ribs, or evolution. And I know for a fact that you guys are smart enough to at least conceptualize that evolution is more probable than us just spawning here. And anthropology kind of wrecks you guys because we have bones.
No,
I
know.
We have
Wait a
bones
second.
I mean, well, to be fair, Ripcord made like this silly objection, which was the problem where he said information, you can't create new information because he thinks it's like a computer code, right? It's actually just the case that you have random genetic mutation and natural selection, and those genes can reshuffle over time and create different phenotypes. Or
Next thing you know, your cousin is a rock.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason why he's asking that is
it's not
he doesn't
that
understand.
insane though. Like if
I
you
know,
actually
guys.
think about
How
it,
did
it's
God
not as crazy as you
create
think it is.
himself, for example?
It's not that crazy.
To be honest with you, Ripcord, your objection doesn't even apply because you aren't denying evolution. You're just saying that look, you need a god for evolution to exist. So You believe in a
I'm
god.
not even saying that evolution exists at all. This is your concept, not my concept.
Yeah, but you're saying you need a god to create new information, even if like misunderstanding of what evolution was real. Why can't God exist and evolution be true at the same time?
Well, it's called
No,
evolution.
because it doesn't let it calculate
Yeah.
itself. You know,
Because code is not created on its own.
Of course.
A god could have set up the parameters to allow evolution
commanded
to
every
happen. That's,
species
a
to
god could do that.
intermingle with themselves and not with anything else, you know, in order to create something.
How do you know that God isn't intervening in some sort of way?
I mean, there are plenty.
No,
of
in evolution.
stories,
The process of evolution.
So not random.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
There's
For
a
example,
skeleton
when someone
of a
went and
Neanderthal,
made
and
the
this is funny,
donkey and the
guys. This is really
horse
funny.
breed together, he made the snake and the scorpion breed together. And what did he create? Oh, it wasn't so good, right? It's in the Bible. You can read it for yourself.
It's really
This
funny.
is like
because
the
he did it
first
because
time in
God did it
history
because
Alpha
we
Flavoritas is
disobeyed
not in
one
this voice
commandment
channel.
of him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but this is the Gregory just came in here. Oh god.
Oh no, it's over. Right, let's move on to something else.
Hi, Gregory. How are you
Well,
doing?
No, but no,
Gregory,
actually, I would
Matt
love to have
and
this discussion
Jekyll.
about evolution with.
Yeah, Matt and Jekyll were just showing that God is not necessary. So they have determined that something else must be necessary.
Get him, Gregory.
Yeah. Help me
You
out
can't
here.
even get me. You
Help
know
me
what's
out
funny?
here.
I was in the atheist helpline chat and I posted this deductive argument, and even one of the guys in there was like, "Yeah, I mean, this is actually a decent deductive argument." I mean, it's either you have it your way or this way. But the way I see it is, with the universe being necessary precondition, it's okay as well. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah. So the thing that has to account for all things has to be a non-contingent thing, and that thing has to have attributes like bringing things into to order and bringing things to volition.
Which is
and
why
bringing
things
these
have always
to life.
existed. Which is why
And then you
something has
have
always existed.
right, the infinite regress is already addressed.
As a deist, like I could see where a god could set up the rules and conditions to allow for something like evolution. However, just like the dominoes, like I said, like he could set it up and just want to see where it goes. We don't
Also a
really.
fact.
The thing is that you're still missing all those common links and shit like that. We've still never seen one thing become another thing. We still like
absence of evidence is an evidence of absence. There you go.
Wait,
Move
what do you
on.
mean become another thing? Micro.
Well, he's saying that we haven't figured out everything yet, right? So, like, yeah, okay, sure, but that's not evidence of absence.
All right, all the atheists.
No.
Everybody
refuse
who's
to
an
believe
atheist
that
say
I'm related
evolution on
to a
3. Ready?
fucking
1, 2, 3.
banana
Evolution.
or a rock until I see some pretty solid fucking evidence that I am.
You don't need to see all the evidence to figure out it's happening. Enough evidence is already presented for you to figure out.
Lou, are you like a
Yeah,
kidney
that's
stone
also
denier
thing.
now?
I heard,
Is that what you are?
we heard a very key word there. We heard a key word. I refuse. You refuse.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's good. That's a good catch there, Matt Mooney.
Believe it.
Yeah.
It's a belief. It's
Yeah,
a belief.
you refuse. You refuse
to believe it.
I refuse.
Lunatic.
Yes.
You literally said
Hold on.
I
Focus on
refuse.
one word. How about focus on the sentence? I refuse to believe without evidence.
Yep. Can I present some evidence?
Well, you said you've seen evidence. What the fuck?
Matt, shut up. Matt Graham.
I didn't say I saw evidence. I said I could see that a creator could set the parameters to allow such a thing. However, you're lacking that evidence.
All right, no, let me explain. All right. So, what do you think a dog needs to do differently than a human in terms of biological mechanisms and reactions?
I never heard it explained that way. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
So, what do you think a dog has to do differently in terms of biological mechanisms, like creating cells or even transportation of nutrients and stuff? We both basically have the same blood. Both have the same skeletal composition.
You might as well just throw all mammals in there. Sure, mammals are alike somehow, right?
Yep, and I'm like an ant because I have a brain in my head. I have organs inside of my thorax. I have one hole that goes for my mouth and one hole that goes in my butt. We both have that in common. We both have legs.
You already told him this shit.
We are very.
You can both lift 100 times your weight. Continue.
Yep, I can. I most definitely can. Yeah, my deadlift is crazy, bro.
I mean, this is something that we already know, though. Like, this is something that you guys should also be able to accept. You think that human beings and other animals, rather mammals to be specific, are much different, dude. We bleed, we have brains. Like, we're similar. If you look at like apes and stuff, we share like 90% DNA with them.
Even a
similarity
banana. You even said a banana. You even said a banana. So, bananas.
What do I have in common with a banana?
Oh well, you both have mitochondria. You both have cells, which are similar but different in a way.
Does that mean we're related?
Absolutely, yeah. You both have, yeah.
But he's just going to say, I find that hard to believe. All right, whatever you say, champ.
Oh wait, no.
Well, like in order for me to consume a
Never
banana,
mind.
I always have the ability to consume it, and a banana and always have the matching criteria for me to consume it to gain energy from it. Yeah.
All right, let's
Notice
go back
that
to
ambiguity
rock.
with using the word
we eat banana.
related. It's a tactic. It's ambiguous. So you pointed out some similarities. So what?
The similarities of everything that I just described.
Have you guys
in
seen
relation to
Gregory's deductive argument in the chat?
Yeah, what do you mean?
I'm gonna say it again.
No human pure
So
is like
what?
the beginning of
There
this
are some similarities between all the various animals. So what?
Doesn't
Therefore,
matter.
what?
Oh, Jane's gone.
I like how his standard of evidence is first-hand testimony because that's his standard for God, but actual physical evidence isn't enough for evolution.
Notice
What
the
do
deflection.
I have in common with a rock? What do I have in
Notice the
common with a
deflection.
rock?
Oh, wait, no human
Hey, notice the bad humor trying
You
to
have
deflect
no
the question.
testimony.
Notice the deflection. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking through it. Notice the deflection. So I'm gonna say it again. You pointed out some similarities between the animals. So what?
Absolutely
Therefore,
not similarities. They are exactly the same.
biological
structures.
doctrine.
Different in size, basically. A dog and a
So
human
what?
are basically
Therefore,
just differently
what?
orientated creatures, dude.
So what? Therefore, what?
Therefore, we are related, right?
Right, ambiguous. So abandon the initial premise that they're supposed to be proving. Because the initial premise that they're supposed to be proving, which they affirm to be true, is that everything unintentionally evolved from one thing to another. Don't know what the cause
Nope, it wasn't
was,
from one
never
thing
seen
to
it
another,
happen,
Gregory.
can't replicate it themselves, and when they do
Evolution is
replicate it
not linear.
themselves, that's an instance of proving the antithesis of their premise. They don't know what they're talking about.
I know you like linear a lot, Gregory, but evolution is not
Would the
linear. There is no
antithesis be
beginning
that
and there is
they
no end to
created
evolution.
the interaction?
It's not linear.
Therefore, a creator. Would that be
Evolution is not linear, Gregory.
the antithesis?
Which is a deflection from the point again, whether it be linear or not, whatever the hell you mean by the term. So,
Implying that it has like a beginning
so that's refuted.
and an end
Next
or
point.
direction.
Refuted?
Yeah. Do you have anything else other than a weak inductive argument just appealing to similarities between the animals?
How does
You got
anyone
anything else?
This guy, dude.
I don't know. I think he struggles. I think he struggles with reasoning, you know.
Now they're posturing again. So let's try this
just say-
again. Do you
you say
have
big
any
word.
other
Gregory, when you
appeal
said
besides
that we
appealing
have
to
no
the
first-hand
anatomical
testimony from any
similarities
human who
between
has
the
lived,
animals?
you are
Notice
nature
he has
is
to
like the
talk through it
beginning of this
again.
process of
Notice he has to talk through it again.
evolution.
They're persevering to try to suppress me out of the voice. So I'm going to say it again. Do you have any other appeal besides?
Invincible
Notice they're
ignorance.
still trying to suppress my voice
Yeah.
again. I'm going to try it again. Do you have any other appeal? They're still doing it again. I'm going to try it again. Do you have any other appeal besides appealing to anatomical similarities between the animals?
Vestigial remnants such as whale hip bones and
So another another anatomy similarity.
Oh, okay. Let's test it out.
So you didn't. So
Let
you
me
didn't.
ask
So
Gregory a
you
good question.
didn't. So you didn't appeal to something besides anatomical
I'll do it
similarities.
right now. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now.
I'm doing it again. I'm going to try it again.
I'll do it right now.
Nothing other than appealing to anatomical similarities. It's a weak inductive argument. The similarities you're appealing to is very easily inductively indicative of there being a common design between all the various structures.
All right,
So
perfect.
anything
So,
besides your weak inductive appeal
so,
and anatomical similarity.
Man.
How would you know if your mum is your mum without having any witnesses at the birth, your mum not recognizing you, the paper's not existing, and all you have is your genes? How would that be sufficient to figure out that that's your mum?
Do you think it is?
I think it should be, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, Jekyll is
Because
presupposing
no one will have more than 50% of your DNA but your parents.
Have you verified that?
What do you mean have I verified that? Look, every
Have you
time...
verified that?
I'll give you an example, right? So when my birth mother, right, happens to have 50% of my DNA, everyone else's mum will also, any study you could possibly look at, will tell you share about 50% of the genes with your parents,
Yeah,
right?
how does that prove it? What does that have to do with evolution, though?
There's nobody in this world you'll have 50% of your DNA with.
What does that have to do with evolution?
Well, we'll get into it in a second, but your parents. I just need Gregory to admit that we can find our relationship to someone, right? Or something with DNA.
What relationship? Define what type of relationship.
As in how closely related we are in, I don't know.
So tautology?
I was about to say how closely we're related to in terms of, I don't know, how distant we are from, I don't know, species, right?
So the same type of species?
Well, we know that we're the same type of species, but we need to know how distant we are from each other, right? In terms of
Distance in what sense?
In terms of our DNA.
So notice the circle. Appealing to the DNA to establish a relationship. What type of relationship? The DNA. You just appeal to the DNA.
No, it's establishing the distance of our DNA, right, through